Chapter 1952, Chapter 1952, Bubble arrives and kills Emperor, to be consecutively. Chapter 1952, Bubble arrives and kills Emperor to be consecutively. Lu Ming, Yuan Tianjiao, and the rest of the people from Mingyan country could not help but clench their fists. They did not know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they did not know why. It might be related to Lu Ming representing the Mingyan country this time. In their past memories, the Divine Emperor was a lofty figure who looked down on the world. He was a top expert in the 10,000 sea realm. But now, Lu Ming could fight against 9 people at once. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 sea realm, but there were also people from the outside world. There were many of them who were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. Someone sighed. Not only the spectators, but even the Emperor-to-be from the Hung family and the others were shocked. Lu Ming could actually block them. Kill! The Emperor-to-be from the Hung family shouted and was the first to make a move again. He cast a magical technique and charged at Lu Ming. Then, the other Emperors-to-be also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the quasi-emperor of the Yuan family and charged at him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand and 9 huge prison-suppressing steels appeared. They pressed down on the others while Lu Ming continued to charge at the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming attacked with all his might and launched a Chaos Finger of Tribulation. The Primal Chaos Finger of Tribulation destroyed the attack of the Hung family's Emperor-to-be and forced him to retreat rapidly with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The other 8 people's attacks collided with the prison-suppressing steel shadow that Lu Ming had condensed. There was a constant rumble, and the 9 prison-suppressing steel shadow was destroyed. The remaining power surged towards Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming made use of this force to charge at the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family even faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Dayan elixir furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the furnace and was about to suck the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family in. The Emperor-to-be from the Hung clan was shocked. He struggled madly and shouted, "Quickly come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. The Sun, Gale, Giant Wolf, and the others all charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it! With a thought, hundreds of saint weapons gathered into a giant shield and blocked behind him. Then, he pointed at the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Boom! The attacks of the 8 Emperors-to-be landed on the shield made up of hundreds of saint weapons. The shield exploded, and some of the bright saint weapons and great saint weapons were shattered into pieces. Only a dozen or so absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of 200 saint weapons had been destroyed, just like that. This was a huge loss. However, it was all worth it. This had also bought Lu Ming some time. Under the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family was almost blown apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he resist the pull of the Dayan elixir furnace? He struggled madly, but he was still swallowed by the Dayan elixir furnace. Clang! After closing the furnace lid, Lu Ming started to activate the furnace fire to refine the other party. Thump! Thump! Inside the furnace, the other party was frantically attacking, wanting to rush out. However, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, how could he, an ordinary Emperor-to-be, rush out of the cauldron, attack, and save the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family? The Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long howl and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Dayan elixir furnace to block it. Although he was at a disadvantage, the other party could not seriously injure him in a short period of time. Saint Emperor, this person is lawless. If you attack now, you can kill him. Xianxia sent a message to the 3 sacred emperors of the Divine Time Island. The 3 Emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had to pay the price for killing several experts on the Divine Time Island. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Divine Time Island be? The three of them nodded and stepped forward at the same time, their bodies exuding a mysterious aura. Everyone was shocked. The sacred emperor of the Divine Time Island was about to make his move as well. Lu Ming, Ruan Tianjiu, was extremely worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the three quasi-emperors of the Divine Time Island were added to the mix, Lu Ming would be even more disadvantaged. Boom, boom, boom. The three emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. Three terrifying divine lights shot toward Lu Ming, and there was actually a trace of time power in them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he was ready to resist with all his might. However, at this moment, the space around them started to ripple. A huge transparent bubble appeared and enveloped the three emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island. Bubbles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubbles had entered the myriad sea realm with him. To his surprise, he had also arrived at the Divine Time Island. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming, and he muttered, "So many of you are fighting Brother Lu Ming. He'll fight you too, Chirpy." Bubbles continued to form as she mumbled to herself. With a wave of her hand, more transparent bubbles were formed and enveloped the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race and the Yuan clan. Kill! Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack the emperor-to-be of the Yuan family. He had just lost so many saint weapons, so he might as well get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan. And NBSB, the enemy, was covered by the space-time law and was struggling madly, trying to break it. However, with Bubbles' current realm and space-time law, how could it be so easy to break? Lu Ming picked up the Dayan elixir furnace and smashed it at the other party's face. Thump! The Dayan elixir furnace smashed onto the quasi-emperor of the Yuan family's head. The quasi-emperor's head was almost split open. He was completely dazed. Slash! Lu Ming grabbed an absolute holy weapon saber beside him and slashed down. The emperor-to-be of the Yuan clan was split into two. An emperor-to-be had fallen. Heavens! The spectators from the 10,000 Sea realm were all shocked. This was a figure equivalent to a sage emperor, yet he had been killed just like that. The sacred emperor was at the peak of the 10,000 Sea realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that even an invincible sacred emperor could die. Many people sighed. In addition to the one inside the Dayan elixir furnace that was already silent, there were already two. Two of the saint emperors had been killed by Lu Ming. Who was this young man? Thoughts ran through the minds of the 10,000 Sea realm warriors. At this time, the others had already broken through the space-time law and gathered together, their eyes extremely solemn. Space-time law, it's the space-time law. The sacred emperor of the Divine Time Island cried out in excitement. Their nomological laws also contained a trace of time power. However, compared to Bubbles, they were still far from it. If you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. He stepped on the air and headed for the remaining emperor-to-be. Since they wanted to kill him, he would slaughter them all. The remaining emperors-to-be looked solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already terrifying enough. In addition to Bubbles, who had mastered the space-time law, their combat strength was amazing. Chapter 1953. Chapter 1953. The Divine Tree of Time. Chapter 1953. The Divine Tree of Time, if it was a head-on clash, they wouldn't be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too profound and too useful in trapping enemies. The space-time law trapped the enemy, while Lu Ming was the main attacker. When they worked together, their destructive power was shocking. At this moment, a few more people stepped into the air from the distance, their bodies surrounded by the river of laws. Another emperor-to-be from the temporal divine island had arrived. He had gathered with the previous three emperors-to-be, and a powerful aura was pressing down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to start. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious power. The area was completely distorted, as if time and space were changing. He could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the Emperor-to-be experts of the Divine Time Island saw this old man, they bowed and greeted, "We pay our respects to the Sage Master. We pay our respects to the Sage Master." The expressions of the other cultivators from the Divine Time Island also changed as they bowed. The Sage Master? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. It seemed that this Sage Master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors on the Divine Time Island were very respectful to him. The Sage Master nodded slightly and looked at Lu Ming with a kind smile. He then looked at the other emperors-to-be and said, "Everyone here is a powerful existence. If we fight here, the Divine Time Island will be greatly damaged. Can you give us old man some face and temporarily stop the battle?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The eyes of the emperors-to-be of the other forces flickered, but they didn't speak. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan's combat strength had skyrocketed, they were not confident even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people from the Divine Time Island were to withdraw, they would be even more uncertain. Reporting to the Sacred Master, "This man has killed several elders of my Divine Time Island. You cannot let him off." Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the Sage Master that he wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Time Island to kill Lu Ming. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The Sage Master looked at Xianxia and his voice turned cold. Xianxuan's face changed drastically. He knelt down immediately and shouted with a pale face, "I don't dare. This disciple doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Sage Master." The Sage Master ignored Xianxia and continued to look at Lu Ming and the rest. "You are from beyond the heavens and have come to the 10,000 Sea Realm. You must be here for the immortal relic in the Time God Mountain. If you stop fighting, it'll take you there." The Sage Master's words stunned the people of 10,000 Sea Realm. Beyond the heavens. These experts actually came from beyond the heavens. Many people in the 10,000 Sea Realm knew that it was connected to the other 8 realms. They could communicate, but only Saint Emperors could. And beyond the 9 worlds, there were even larger worlds. Legend had it that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. Martial arts had developed to the extreme, and there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever confirmed it. Now, the Sage Master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Perhaps it was true. Otherwise, why would so many experts suddenly appear on the Divine Time Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming came from beyond the heavens. That's right, only beyond the heavens can give birth to a prodigy like Lu Ming. While Ruan Tianzhao was shocked, all sorts of thoughts ran through his mind. The people of the vast C9 nations and the Xianling Kingdom were also dumbfounded. "Lu Ming, for the sake of the Sage Master, it'll spare your life today," one of the giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower said. "Spare my life? Come on. Let's continue the battle and see if you can take my life." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower. This made the giant wolf of the Skywolf Tower look unsightly. He was only trying to win with his words. If they really had a fight, they had no confidence. The Sage Master smiled bitterly. "Little brother, why don't we let it go for now? After you go to the Time God Mountain and leave the Time God Island, one won't interfere no matter how you guys want to fight. That's to give face to the Sage Master and spare their dog lives first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they were to truly fight, he might not be afraid. However, with the addition of the people from the Divine Time Island, he might not be able to gain an advantage. More importantly, the Sage Master gave him a profound feeling. The Sky Wolf Tower's giant wolves and the others had ugly expressions, but they didn't refute. "Okay, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of 10,000 Sea Realm can stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy," the Sage Master said, his voice turning cold. The people from Xianling Kingdom had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the Sage Master's words. So many of their people had died in vain, and they could only admit that they were unlucky. "Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the Time God Mountain, then come with me." The Sage Master's voice reverberated in all directions as he flew into the depths of the divine time island. Lu Ming smiled and followed the Sage Master. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow race, and the quasi-emperor of the Wind race followed behind him with gloomy faces. In the sky, one figure after another streaked across the void. All of them were experts from the outside world. They followed the sacred teacher and headed towards the divine time island. So many people. The people of the 10,000 Sea Realm were shocked. So many people had come from beyond the sky, and they were all terrifying experts. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the divine time island. Up ahead, there was a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds. This mountain looked deathly silent. At a glance, it was all bare rocks. That's everyone's eyes focused. They saw bones in different parts of the mountain, almost completely decayed. How could there be so many bones in this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. Everyone, this is the time, God Mountain. The entire mountain is deathly silent with only a few plants. The Sage Master introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain, but they were very sparse. These plants have the power of time. If a martial artist consumes them, they can increase their lifespan. The Sage Master continued. What? It can increase one's lifespan. Someone cried out in surprise, his eyes emitting a blazing flame. A martial emperor's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of heaven and earth, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial supreme realm had limited lifespans. A saint could live for more than 100,000 years, but not more than 200,000 years. The Emperor to be was also in this range. This time, there were many ancient emperors to be who had come. Many of them were already at the end of their lifespans. The plants that could increase their lifespans were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there's a small tree at the peak of the Divine Time Mountain. That's the Divine Time Tree. If a martial artist swallows it, his lifespan will be doubled. The Sage Master continued. Double the lifespan. This time, most of the people revealed a fiery light of greed. Increasing one's lifespan by 1-fold. What kind of concept was that? Some of the emperors to be were close to the end of their lifespans. However, if their lifespans were doubled, they might be able to enter the martial emperor realm and attain immortality. The fatal temptation of this matter was irresistible. Chapter 1954. Chapter 1954. Time Power. Chapter 1954. Chapter 1954. Time Power. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light, sacred mountain. However, the few people at the front suddenly let out blood-curdling screeches. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and let out terrified screams. Their old and shriveled bodies became even shriveled, and their essence chi seemed to have been swallowed in an instant. Then, all their hair fell off and their clothes rotted. Their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons, and there was no longer any aura on them. The expressions of the people behind changed drastically as they retreated frantically. But after they left, they all seemed to have aged a lot. It had only been a few breaths, but all of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking ahead, the few people who were flying at the front had already turned into bones. What's going on? What was going on? My lifespan is almost exhausted. An old man whose hair was about to fall off shouted, I'm not done yet. You guys are too impatient. The Time God Mountain is filled with the power of time. Any living being that goes up there will be deprived of time. Time is flowing faster in the Time God Mountain. The Sage Master said indifferently. Time is flowing faster. Damn it. The people who were charging forward roared. They had suffered a great loss this time. As for those who were slower and didn't move forward, they were secretly glad that they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would have been serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and some other young men did not step forward earlier. They were still young, and things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp, chirp. On Lu Ming's shoulder, the bubble was chirping. Its eyes were fixed on the small tree on the Divine Time Mountain. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Yes, Chirpy. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time mouse, and the small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it would be of great use to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Can't we go up the Time God Mountain? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not like we can't go up at all. Follow me. The Sage Master then flew toward the side of the Time God Mountain. Not long after, the Sage Master stopped and pointed at the Time God Mountain. There's a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to its lowest. At that time, we can pass through this canyon. At the end of this canyon, there's an altar. As long as that altar is destroyed, the power of time in the entire Time Mountain will be greatly reduced. At that time, we'll have a chance to step onto the peak and obtain that time tree. Then why aren't the people of your divine time island going up? Someone raised a question and looked at the Sage Master with doubt. It was the same for the others. Some people's eyes were cold. If the Sage Master's words were false, or if he was plotting something, they would be in danger. Many emperors-to-be and absolute saints had lived for a long time and were very scheming. They naturally wouldn't trust the Sage Master easily. Because we're not strong enough, the Sage Master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They were unable to refute the Sage Master's words. The cultivation level of the 10,000 Sea Realm could not be compared to that of the Yuan continent. On the Divine Time Island, the strongest experts were all quasi-emperors. Furthermore, there weren't many of them, so it was normal for them to be unable to do so. How long more until the power of time in this canyon weakens? Someone asked. There's still half a month. The Sage Master said. All right, it'll wait here then. Someone was sitting cross-legged. A portion of the people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. There was also a group of people looking around the divine light, Sacred Mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward toward the Time God Mountain, instantly attracting the attention of many people. It seemed like someone couldn't hold back and wanted to try it out for themselves. However, that person was very cautious. Step by step, he walked very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed, as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. This man was an emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of laws. He was covered in saint power to resist the power of time. Then, step by step, he walked toward the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time of the Divine Time Mountain would become stronger the closer one was to the peak. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time on the outside. As long as he could block it, he would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan and were priceless. Immediately, many people stepped out and slowly walked toward the Time God Mountain. But not long after, someone shouted that he couldn't hold on any longer. The person's skin was slowly drying up, causing the person's expression to change, and he quickly retreated. And the first person who had tried couldn't even walk to the closest plant. He also couldn't resist the erosion of the power of time and was defeated. The same thing happened to the others. Even with their sovereign weapons, they were unable to resist and were defeated one after another. No one managed to obtain any plants. Brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Perhaps I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to test how strong the power of time in the Time Mountain was. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the Divine Time Mountain. Many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the Son of Chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious force acted on his body. That was the power of time, which was extremely similar to the power of Bubbles. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It seemed to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive him of his time and longevity. Boom! Lu Ming's aura burst out and holy power surrounded his body. The laws of chaos filled the air and blocked the power of time from the outside world. The corresponding law to the power of time was the law of time. It was an extremely powerful king path law that could not be compared to bubble spacetime law, and naturally, it could not be compared to the chaos law. And in BSB thus, the moment the chaos laws appeared, the time energy from the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to walk forward, step by step, toward a plant. He didn't walk very quickly, but each step was firm. The deeper they went, the stronger the power of time. But Lu Ming still managed to block it. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Very soon, Lu Ming was close to the first plant. As expected of the son of chaos, he can control the laws of chaos and even block time. Someone exclaimed. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Come. Chapter 1955. Chapter 1955. Entering the mountain. Chapter 1955. Chapter 1955. Entering the mountain, someone exclaimed in surprise. The distance that Lu Ming had covered was further than the person who had walked the furthest previously. Oomph. The giant wolf from the Heavenly Wolf Tower and the quasi-emperor from the Golden Crow race snorted coldly. They were a little unhappy. Soon, Lu Ming came to the nearest plant. It was a purple grass with a purple flower on it, and it was emitting a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then he pulled up the purple flower by its roots and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were extremely rare, and every time they appeared, their prices would skyrocket. Lu Ming continued to move forward, walking towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming had picked 6 plants. Lu Ming had almost plucked all the plants in the periphery. He could only pick more plants if he went deeper. Lu Ming continued to walk. However, the deeper he went, the stronger the power of time became. The laws of chaos that surrounded his body were also shaking violently. Although the law of chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still low. Although it was higher in quality, it was lacking in quantity. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the laws of chaos still couldn't resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. At once, Lu Ming felt that the power of time in the outside world had lightened. Bubbles had made her move. Her space-time laws included time and space, and no other law could resist the power of time. The pressure on Lu Ming was lifted. He quickened his pace and continued to move forward. Not long after, he was almost halfway up the mountain. Space-time law. Good. When a sage master saw this, his eyes shone with a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the sage master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had picked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubbles' space-time laws, he was unable to advance any further. And in BSB, the time energy up ahead was simply too terrifying. If they continued forward, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. They had no choice but to stop. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and used the power of time to hone his chaos laws. As for Bubbles, she was also carefully sensing the time power of the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone spoke up and stared at Lu Ming, hoping that he would come out and buy some plants that could increase one's lifespan. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer. He'll come out sooner or later. Many people had gathered at Lu Ming's side, waiting for him to come out and trade with him. More than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming and Bubbles finally could not hold on any longer. They got up and left the Time Mountain. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much are the plants in the Time God Mountain? Sell me a few. We can discuss the price. I also want a few. Name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning with passion. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hands. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were few and far between. He wanted to keep them for when he returned to the divine wilderness continent in the future. Many people would have a use for them. His parents and some others were not talented enough and could not cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day, their lifespans would run out, and these plants would come in handy. You're not selling? Immediately, some of the old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a given that you'll break through to the martial supreme realm in the future. There's no point in keeping these plants that can increase your lifespan. That's right, I want two. How about you sell me two? I just want one. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need to use it. So seniors, I'm sorry, please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Umph, Lu Ming, you have no use for it. Yet you don't sell it to these seniors. You're evil. That's right. There's so many plants here. You're going too far if you want to keep all of them for yourself. There are some seniors here whose lifespans are approaching their end, and you're just going to watch them die. Not far away, the giant wolf from the Sirius Tower, the quasi-emperors of the wind race, and the golden crow race sneered. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. As expected, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light. Lu Ming, give some up. It's too much to take it all for yourself. We have so many people here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. The giant wolf from the Sirius Tower and the emperor-to-be from the wind race sneered at this scene. If you don't sell, you'll have to make a move? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Everyone, time's almost up. If you want to fight, then wait until we leave the Divine Time Island. The Sage Master said as he stepped forward and came to Lu Ming's side. At the same time, the experts of the Divine Time Island came to Lu Ming's side, seemingly wanting to protect him. This surprised Lu Ming. The Sage Master did not seem to want anything to happen to him. The old men's faces turned ugly. Lu Ming and Bubbles had joined forces, and it was already extremely difficult to deal with them. Now that the people from the Divine Time Island had joined in, they were not confident even if they took action. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell me some plants after we leave this place. In the end, some old men chose not to attack and retreated from the encirclement. After that, other people also withdrew. In the end, the remaining few people knew that they couldn't do anything and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower and the emperor-to-be from the wind race look a little pale. He was looking forward to a conflict between Lu Ming and those old men. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the giant wolf from the Skywolf Tower, the emperor-to-be from the wind race, and the others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The Sage Master's eyes brightened as he spoke. However, for the time being, no one stepped forward, all hoping that someone else would take the lead. The Sage Master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the emperors-to-be from the Divine Time Island flew up and charged into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. They rushed into the canyon and were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed into the canyon. The power of time has indeed been reduced by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The group was very fast, and they quickly passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of it, their speed finally slowed down, because from here on, the power of time would gradually become stronger. The group continued to move forward. After a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally couldn't hold on any longer and retreated out of the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They traveled quickly and slowly approached the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, there was an ancient altar. No one knew how many years it had been there for. It was ancient and weathered, and it emitted a strong time power. Follow current novels on Top Novelful. Come. Chapter 1956, The Great Battle in the Mountains. Chapter 1956, The Great Battle in the Mountains. It's this altar. There are 3 altars in the entire Time Mountain. As long as one of them is broken, the power of time in the mountain will be greatly reduced. If all 3 altars are broken, the mountain will be free to move, the Sage Master said, his eyes revealing a trace of fiery anticipation. Bang! Bang! The group continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, there were more than 10 people who came to the front of the altar. The rest could not withstand the attacks and retreated. They'll blast him to pieces. A brawny man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe landed on the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying time power also rushed out and hit the burly man. The burly man's body instantly shriveled up, and some white hair appeared on his black head. "Damn it, my longevity!" the burly man bellowed. In that instant, he felt as if he had been deprived of tens of thousands of years of life. This made him furious. This altar has such powerful time power. How we break it? Some people glared at the Sage Master. If you want it, you have to pay a price. As long as you bombard it a little longer, you can break the altar. The Sage Master spoke. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be taken away. Even if I obtain a treasure that can increase my lifespan, it's useless. The gains do not make up for the losses. Some people shook their heads and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' space-time law, he punched the altar. The altar rumbled and shook violently. A strong power of time rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's chaos law and the space-time law of the bubbles successfully blocked the power of time. I blocked it. The eyes of the Sage Master and the others all lit up. Boom! Boom! Then, Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the altar with terrifying fist forces. The altar kept shaking, and a strong power of time rushed out. An ordinary emperor-to-be wouldn't be able to resist it and would be turned into bones. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. Gotcha! When Lu Ming threw dozens of punches, the altar let out a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes bloomed with brilliant light. After a few more punches, the entire altar exploded with a boom, sending debris flying everywhere. And NBSB at this moment, the time energy of the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed toward the time God Mountain and the plants. And NBSB, the power of time in the time God Mountain had weakened, so many people were able to rush out far away. Lu Ming and Pao Bao moved and rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same and rushed to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming, destroy the other two altars in the other two directions. The Sage Master's eyes glowed with a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. We'll talk later. Lu Ming left these words and dashed towards the peak of the Divine Mountain. Damn it! The Sage Master bellowed in his heart. He then continued to shout, Lu Ming, the other two altars are still intact. You want me able to reach the peak. Go and destroy the other two altars first. He ordered. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with the Sage Master. He had a faint feeling that the Sage Master had an unspeakable motive for asking them to destroy the sacrificial altar. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. It was enough to destroy one. Lu Ming would not be so foolish to destroy the other two. Damn it, you guys go and destroy the other two. The Sage Master ordered the experts of the Divine Time Island. Those people's expressions changed, but they had to listen to the Sage Master's orders. They all rushed to the other two altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He picked the plants he encountered along the way. Oh no, Lu Ming is reaching the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him. All of a sudden, the Emperor-to-be experts also rushed to the top of the mountain. And NBSB, however, even though the time energy of the Time God Mountain had been greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the peak. The Emperor-to-best speed became slower and slower. They could not keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they could not even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded the limit of their resistance. We'll stop him from below. Even if he has the divine tree of time, he'll have to come down. That's right. We'll wait for him down there. Several voices rang out in succession. It was the Wind Race's Quasi-Emperor, the Golden Crow Race's Zhuandu, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had already reached their limits. These people should be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the wind, races Emperor-to-be, and the rest. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Pow Pow. Then, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. He turned around abruptly and pounced toward the wind, races Emperor-to-be, and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of space-time, and his speed was extremely shocking. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom, so he was even faster. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared next to the wind, races Emperor-to-be. Time acceleration. Bubbles cried out as a space-time law enveloped the wind race, quasi-emperor. There was already a terrifying power of time in this place. Coupled with the Bubbles' time acceleration, the wind race's quasi-emperor felt as if his life was being taken away and his essence chi was rapidly flowing away. Kill! A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he charged at the wind race's Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? The Wind Clan is an ancient clan. The wind race's Emperor-to-be roared, but the next moment, the combat sword slashed down and the man's body was split into two. This person was truly laughable. Previously, he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill him. Now, in the face of Lu Ming's counterattack, he even brought up the wind race to threaten Lu Ming. Buzz. After Lu Ming killed the Emperor-to-be of the wind race, he did not stop and charged at another giant wolf from the Sirius Tower. It was exactly the same as the wind race's Emperor-to-be. They had to resist the power of time with all their might. They were no match for Lu Ming and Bubbles. They did not have the power to fight back and were killed by Lu Ming's sword. As for their storage rings, they were naturally kept by Lu Ming. Not good, retreat. And NBSB, the remaining giant wolf, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Purple Extreme sect were all terrified as they madly rushed down the mountain. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race. No! The Golden Crow race's quasi-emperor roared, but as the sword fell, the man was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged toward the Emperor-to-be of the Purple Extreme sect and killed this person. After killing so many people, he had finally wasted some time. At this moment, the other giant wolf had already charged down the Time Mountain. Without the power of time, it would not be so easy to kill him. And NBSB, the giant wolf, ran down the Time God Mountain, trembling in fear. It didn't dare to stay any longer. With a furious roar, it actually shot up into the sky and left. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the peak of the Time Mountain. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Calm. Chapter 1957. Chapter 1957. Divine Tree in Hand. Chapter 1957. Chapter 1957. Divine Tree in Hand. The other Emperors-to-be looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's attack was too ruthless. He had killed 4 Emperor-to-be in an instant with a thunderous blow just now. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. This was the Time Mountain. They were no match for Lu Ming. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the Time Mountain. Boom! Boom! On the other two sides, the Emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island were bombarding the other 2 ancient altars. However, they couldn't stop the power of time from the altar at all. A few quasi-emperors from the Divine Time Island had died under the power of time. The others all retreated and didn't dare to continue. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming did not listen to him and went to destroy the other 2 altars. If it wasn't for some special reason that he couldn't do it himself, he would have done it himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up, and they were getting closer to the peak. Lu Ming could already see the Divine Tree of Time at the top of the mountain clearly. The Divine Tree of Time was only a meter tall. Its emerald green leaves glowed with a crystalline light, and 2 milky white fruits hung from its branches. I want it chirpy. Bubbles stared at the small tree, his eyes shining and his saliva almost drooling out. However, the closer they got to the peak, the stronger the power of time became. When they were close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles could feel a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming could feel that the essence energy in his body was slowly flowing away. His smooth skin was also slowly becoming dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. "Continue," Lu Ming shouted. He circulated the chaos law to the extreme and coincided with the space-time law of bubbles to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Tai Chi disc array. A Tai Chi pattern was formed and pressed down on the two of them. Following that, the Dayan elixir furnace also appeared. It floated above the two of them and sprinkled down a light screen. As a result, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued to move forward, and the distance between them and the small tree was getting closer and closer. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, and in BSB very quickly. He was only 50 meters away from the tree. The time energy here was shockingly powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that they had destroyed an altar, they definitely wouldn't have been able to make it here. "You can't reach the peak. You can't reach the peak," the Sage Master mumbled. He really hoped that Lu Ming would not be able to reach the peak. In that case, Lu Ming had no choice but to come down and destroy one of the other two altars. Only then would he be able to obtain the divine Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed, and NBSB Pow Pow spat out a crystal that gave off a terrifying space-time ripple that blocked the time energy as they continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters, they continued to approach the small tree and finally came to the side of the time tree. "Fruit!" Bubbles' eyes glowed as she swallowed one of the milky white fruits in one gulp, showing a look of enjoyment. Then Bubble grabbed the tree with both hands, pulled it down, and swallowed it. Detestable! The Sage Master's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming and the rest uprooting the divine Tree of Time. "Let's go," Lu Ming muttered and dashed down the mountain with the bubbles. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning, and he was halfway up the mountain in no time. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. "Lu Ming, now that you've obtained the divine Tree of Time, you should go and destroy the other two altars," the Sage Master said. "Since you've already obtained the divine Tree of Time, why do you still want to destroy the other two altars? Isn't that unnecessary?" Lu Ming asked. "Destroying those two altars is useful to me. If you help me, they'll definitely reward you handsomely." The Sage Master's face was gloomy. "No need. We'll be leaving this world soon. I'm not interested in your thanks. Move!" Lu Ming shouted. He wanted to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. "Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Attack!" The Sage Master bellowed. At the same time, he made the first move. His body twisted violently and transformed into a combat sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine power. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed toward the Sage Master. Boom! The Sage Master was sent flying as he angrily shouted, "Damn the prison-suppressing steel!" At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to shake violently. Soul attack. This Sage Master doesn't have a physical body. Lu Ming was shocked. From the exchange of blows earlier, Lu Ming realized that the Sage Master was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spirit body would not dissipate after existing for a long time. Moreover, the other party seemed to be very afraid of his prison defending monument's attack. In Lu Ming's memory, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed god race would be afraid of the prison defending monument. Could it be that the Sage Master was a demonic or evil spirit? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Sage Master didn't have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining two altars. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, the other Emperors-to-be of the Divine Time Island had also arrived. They all launched attacks at Lu Ming. However, Bubbles pressed down with both hands and the void seemed to be frozen. The experts from the Divine Time Island froze for a moment. Lu Ming rushed past them and headed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has the Divine Tree of Time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double, and it even has the effect of breaking through bottlenecks. Are you going to let him have it just like that? The Sage Master roared, his voice reverberating through the entire area. Many Emperor-to-be from the outside world stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming, let's stop. Let's make a deal. One by one, the Emperor-to-be experts charged toward Lu Ming. Their powerful auras exploded, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of Emperor-to-be, and they were terrifying when they joined forces. Even if Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces, they were definitely not their match. Furthermore, the other party's Saint energy was so dense that even the Bubble's space-time power could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other two altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people from the Divine Time Island and charged over. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped on the ground heavily, causing it to rumble. His body shot into the sky. Bubble, space-time tunnel. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Bubbles immediately opened a space-time tunnel, and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him, the Sage Master roared. Together with the experts of the Divine Time Island, they used all their strength to attack the space-time tunnel. At the same time, the Emperor-to-be from the outside world also launched an attack on Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed over, causing the space to shake violently, and a hideous gap appeared. The space-time tunnel also exploded instantly. Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Come. Chapter 1958. The Terrifying Creature Under the Divine Mountain. Chapter 1958. The terrifying creature under the Divine Mountain. The space-time tunnel exploded, and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles had escaped some distance through the space-time tunnel and had jumped out of the encirclement of the many Emperor-to-be. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped off into the distance. He planned to head to the residence of the vast C9 nations and bring Yuan Tianjiao and the rest away. Damn it. None of you can escape. None of you can escape. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and started shouting madly. Boom! As the Sage Master shouted, the Time God Mountain rumbled and shook violently. Break! The Sage Master roared, his entire body emitting endless black light. The Divine Time Mountain continued to explode and shatter. Then the entire Time God Mountain cracked from middle. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone could hear the clanging of chains coming from the Time God Mountain. That's Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused. This was because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the Time God Mountain. This figure was in the form of an adult, but it was extremely huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. His forelimbs and neck were each shackled by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the Sage Master turned into a black light and entered the huge black shadow. Break! The black shadow let out a loud roar, and his voice was actually the same as the Sage Master's. Clang, clang, clang. The chains, the God of Time Mountain, and even the entire God of Time Island were shaking. And NBSB, a terrifying time energy, surged out of the massive black shadow, spreading in all directions. All, help! Some of the absolute saints let out shrill cries as the power of time passed through them. The next moment, their bodies withered and turned into skeletons. Even some Emperor-to-be were the same. Not good, let's go. Run. The remaining Emperor-to-be's expression changed, and they fled frantically. Die, all of you must die. And NBSB break. The massive black figure roared as it began to struggle, sending even more time, energy, surging outward in waves. No, some Emperors-to-be were rushed by the power of time and let out roars of unwillingness. In the midst of their roars, they turned into bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles increased their speed to the maximum and charged towards Ruan Tianjiao and the rest. At that moment, Lu Ming was suddenly enlightened about many things. He finally knew why the Sage Master had told him to destroy those altars. That was because the Sage Master was the massive figure of the Time God Mountain. It was the soul power that had split off from that massive figure. The giant figure was obviously sealed here, and the 3 altars were the key to the seal. The Sage Master had asked Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars so that he could free himself. As Lu Ming had destroyed an altar, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the Divine Mountain and reveal himself. However, there were still 2 more altars, and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment, Lu Ming was secretly glad that he did not destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise, they would be in danger when the huge figure appeared. That Sage Master really had a good scheme. It was said that the Divine Light Sacred Island was built by the Sage Master. Every 3 years, he would recruit a batch of powerful geniuses to cultivate on the Divine Time Island. Lu Ming suspected that the Sage Master had established the Divine Time Island, gathered the paragons, and nurtured these people. His goal was to wait for these people to become stronger so that they could destroy the altar. However, an ordinary emperor-to-be would not be able to do so. This time, Lu Ming and the rest came to help the other party. Boom! Boom! The fluctuations of the Time God Mountain grew more and more violent as the terrifying power of time burst forth in all directions. The area it covered was getting wider and wider. If this continued, the entire Time God Island would probably be enveloped. Bubble space-time tunnel, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Bubbles nodded. With a wave of her hands, a space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the space-time tunnel, and in the next moment, he appeared at Ruan Tianjiao and the rest's residence. At this moment, the quaking of the Time God Mountain had also alarmed the other side. Many figures had gathered together and looked in the direction of the Time God Mountain in confusion. Lu Ming's sudden appearance by Ruan Tianjiao's side gave them a huge shock. Lu Ming, what's going on? Ruan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time. It'll take you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain and river diagram. A beam of light enveloped Ruan Tianjiao and the rest, and they were kept into the mountain and river diagram. You guys hurry up and escape. Lu Ming shouted at the others. Then he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Time Island. As for the others, they couldn't care so much. Whether they could escape with their lives would depend on their luck. Those people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. I guess this person offended the Sage Master and is being hunted down. We've come to the sacred island with great difficulty. How can we leave just because of his words? The people from Xianling Kingdom snorted coldly. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. Why would they believe his words? The people from the other countries nodded and agreed with what the man from Mysterious Spear Highland said. They felt that Lu Ming must have offended the Sage Master and was running for his life. But following that, the rumbling sounds from the depths of the Divine Time Island grew more and more intense. Following that, they saw streaks of light shooting out of the Divine Time Island with astonishing speed. They were all foreign emperors-to-be, and some of them had been able to escape here. It seems like something extraordinary has really happened. Some people's faces were pale. In the next moment, screams rang out from the depths of the Divine Time Island. One figure after another shot up into the sky, wanting to escape. However, an invisible fluctuation spread out, and those people were fixed in the air. Then, their bodies shriveled up as if time had been deprived of them. The older ones directly decayed. The younger ones also aged in an instant, then rotted and turned into dry bones. Run! These people were finally scared and rushed out like crazy. However, they hadn't flown very far when the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies froze in the air and then rapidly aged, turning into bones that fell to the ground. Even their bones began to rot and turn into powder. At this moment, Bubbles opened up a space-time tunnel once again. The two of them rushed out of the space-time Divine Island's boundary and flew into the distance at top speed. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the temporal island. It was filled with anger and unwillingness. Following that, Lu Ming saw a streak of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Time Island in a panic and rapidly disappearing into the distance. They were several Emperor-to-be experts. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed and flew to the distance to observe from afar. After that, a few more indignant roars rang out from the Divine Time Island before dying down. It seemed that the huge figure had not escaped. However, in the entire temporal Divine Island, other than those who had managed to escape, no one else had managed to escape. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. Come. Chapter 1959. Chapter 1959, Law Light. Chapter 1959. Chapter 1959, Law Light. What is that figure on the Time God Mountain? It's that terrifying? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. The giant figure was too terrifying. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be that the celestial Thearch has suppressed them here? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very likely. The world here was originally suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It only appeared when the two great sovereigns fought and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. It was very likely that he was a powerful existence suppressed by the celestial Thearch. Then, Lu Ming shook his head, turned into a ray of light, and left the place. That kind of powerful existence was not something he could interfere with, so there was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming headed in the direction of the vast sea 9 nations. A few days later, he brought Ruan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Mingyan country. Heavenly Flood Dragon, am leaving. In the palace of Mingyan country, Ruan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect that day to come so quickly. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Mingyan country. Ruan Tianjiao sighed in his heart and collected his thoughts. He revealed a smile on his face and asked, "Where are you going? Are we going back to outer space? Do you know that there are other worlds apart from the 10,000 sea realm?" Lu Ming shook his head. Ruan Tianjiao thought for a moment. There are legends. It said that there are 9 worlds similar to the 10,000 sea realm. They are all connected. Only Saint Emperors can travel there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Ruan Tianjiao was talking about the world of the lotus flower. In the world of the lotus, 9 petals were 9 worlds. Do you know where the passageway is? Lu Ming continued to ask. Legend has it that in the far west of the 10,000 sea realm, there is a void passage that leads to other worlds. Yuan Tianjiao said. The far west. Lu Ming nodded. A storage ring appeared in his hand, and he passed it to Ruan Tianjiao. Heavenly Flood Dragon. There are some saint herbs, saint weapons, battle formations, and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Mingyan country. Ruan Tianjiao cast a complicated look at Lu Ming, then took the storage ring and said, Lu Ming, take care. Take care. We'll meet again if we're fated. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then soared into the sky and disappeared from Ruan Tianjiao's sight. One wonder if we will meet again in this life after we part today. A long sigh was heard. Lu Ming was extremely fast, like a flash of light. He flew toward the far west of the 10,000 sea realm. The endless ocean and the islands flitted past Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he used his full strength, it would be terrifying. He was much faster than the space-breaking flying shuttle that was 20 times faster. After a few days, the ocean became more and more desolate. There were no more islands to be seen, only the endless ocean. After 2 more days, a loud rumbling sound came from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of thin air and divided the sky into 2. It was the endless void turbulence. Lu Ming approached, and a powerful force hit him. It was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed into pieces by the power of the void. However, to Lu Ming, it did not affect him much. Chirping bubbles cried out, His body moved, and he charged into the chaotic space currents like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. Chi chi chi. The void turbulence was everywhere, and it kept rushing towards Lu Ming, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws throughout his body to resist the cutting power of the void. The laws of chaos trembled slightly. I'm afraid ordinary absolute saints won't be able to resist it after a long time. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming and Bubbles continued to move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge vortex floating in the void. The vortex was like a black hole, deep, mysterious, and terrifying. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying, tearing force of the vortex. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. It seemed that the void turbulence was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black vortex was very terrifying. It would be very dangerous if one were to enter by mistake. Moreover, the vortex was constantly moving. Following that, Lu Ming continued to move forward. He would discover a pitch-black vortex every once in a while. The void turbulence here was very long. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest still had not passed through. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles is going to cultivate. Bubbles seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming, "You can continue your cultivation." Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and sat cross-legged in the middle of the turbulent void. The power of the turbulent void flow acted on Bubble's body and passed through it, as though she was not in this dimension. Lu Ming stood not far away from the bubble, shrouded in the laws of chaos. While Bubbles was cultivating, he could also make use of the power of the void turbulence to temper his chaos laws. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubbles' body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly it became more and more intense and dazzling. This is space-time light. Lu Ming widened his eyes and was overjoyed. Anyone who cultivated a powerful law might be able to cultivate a type of law light. For example, the stellar river had produced the eternal light. Lu Ming had a deep memory of the power of the eternal light in the galaxy. Not only did the eternal light have terrifying offensive power, but it also had powerful defensive abilities. It could be used to attack and defend, and it could greatly increase one's combat power. But to want to cultivate this kind of law light, it was extremely, extremely difficult. In theory, the 10 ultimate laws and many King Path laws all had the opportunity to cultivate the light of law. However, in reality, only a small number of people were able to cultivate it. The Son of Heaven, who had comprehended the 10 ultimate laws, had a higher chance of cultivating it, but it was not 100%. For example, Eternal Star River only managed to cultivate eternal light after reaching the great circle of the Absolute Saint stage. Back then, the Death Blade had not been able to cultivate the light of death. Lu Ming did not cultivate the light of chaos. As for the King Path laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate the light of laws. Only an extremely small number of king physiques could cultivate it. Once it was cultivated, one's combat strength would skyrocket, and one would be able to suppress heaven's favorites of the same level. Now that Bubbles had cultivated the space-time light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubbles had swallowed a fruit from the divine tree of time. In addition to the void turbulence here, they had combined and gained some insights before they refined the light of time and space. At this moment, the space-time light was retracted. The bubble ended its cultivation and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubble's cultivation was still at the late-stage Absolute Saint realm, but her battle power was probably stronger than before. Now, even if Lu Ming were to go all out, it would be difficult to defeat Bubbles. Lu Ming smiled and continued to move forward. Follow current novels on Top Novelful.com. Chapter 1960. Chapter 1960. Intense battle in the chaotic space basin LN the void turbulence. Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the black vortex. After walking for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. That was because many figures had appeared in front of him. At a glance, there were about a dozen of them. However, the turbulent void currents blocked his vision, and Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the people. Obviously, the other party had also discovered him. The figure of the other party paused for a moment, then continued to step forward. Not long after, the dozen or so figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen or so people, he saw Luo Pokong's figure. In addition, there was another familiar face Wu Fengchun of the wind race. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first, but his opponent one's eyes lit up and emitted a cold, killing intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's actually you. Don't let him go. Surround him." Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. Figures flickered around Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen, surrounding Lu Ming. Powerful auras were locked onto Lu Ming. Emperors-to-be were all experts in the Emperor-to-be realm. Obviously, only those like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen who had monarch weapons to protect their bodies could step into the void turbulence. They were obviously the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven Sect and the Wind Race. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, one didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence shall be your burial ground. Luo Pokong laughed arrogantly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times and could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and he had too many heaven's favorites around him. Even Luo Xianxia was defeated by Lu Ming. Even the Eternal Star River had failed to kill Lu Ming. He had no chance at all in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, there were more than a dozen Emperor-to-be experts beside him and Feng Wuchen. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to defeat more than 10 Emperor-to-be. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly moved. He had the upper hand by striking first. Together with Bubbles, he charged towards the right. Bubbles waved her hand, and two transparent bubbles enveloped the two Emperor-to-be in front of her. Then, Lu Ming pointed two fingers, and the chaotic finger of calamity exploded, bombarding the two Emperor-to-be. Although the two Emperors-to-be tried their best to resist, they were still severely injured. Their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs and almost exploded. The two Emperor-to-be were blasted away, and there was a hole in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to flash forward. However, at this moment, a figure caught up with Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed toward Lu Ming. The iron fist struck out, and the turbulent flow of the void was scattered, revealing a vacuum tunnel. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. The prison suppressing heaven art. At the critical moment, Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch as well. Boom! When the two fists collided, Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surge towards him. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and he could not help but retreat. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. This brawny man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far beyond the other Emperor-to-be. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a high-grade heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming had a thought. Of course, there were strong and weak Emperor-to-be combat strength. Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm with their earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if a heavenly spirit body broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm, his combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. The brawny man in front of him had broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm with a superior heavenly spirit body. Such a person was already a top talent when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than the body of a king, but his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom! The man took another step forward and charged at Lu Ming. Chirping, Bubbles waved his hands, and endless void turbulence gushed towards this person. However, this person's battle prowess was indeed shocking. His fists were like mountains as he continuously punched out, breaking apart the chaotic currents in the void. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go the other way. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. The two of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this moment, the other Emperor-to-be also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying divine abilities drove the void turbulence and drowned Lu Ming and the others. Space-time light appeared on Bubbles' body. He waved his hands, and space-time turbulence rolled back towards his opponent, causing a continuous rumbling sound. Lu Ming moved and rushed to an Emperor-to-be. He pressed his hands together, and 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the man. The man let out a long howl and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Following that, countless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. He cast a sealing force and sealed the man while he pointed with all his might with his right hand. And NBSB, a chaos finger of tribulation, shot toward this person. Kill! At this moment, the others, including the Emperor-to-be with the superior class Heavenly Spirit Body, also launched an attack on Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me, chirpy. Bubbles rushed out and spurted out with her small mouth. More than 10 transparent bubbles appeared and covered more than 10 Emperor-to-be experts. More than a dozen Emperor-to-be froze at the same time. Then they burst out their strength and hit the transparent bubble. As for the brawny man, his combat strength was indeed astonishing. After a few consecutive punches, he shattered the transparent bubble. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That Emperor-to-be was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then, the chaotic finger of tribulation fell. The Emperor-to-be screamed in pain, and half of his body exploded. Buzz! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Tai Chi formation disc flew out from between his brows, and 2 yin-yang fish swords shot out rapidly, slashing down and killing the man. Damn it, a bunch of trash! Luo Pokong roared from afar. More than a dozen Emperor-to-be surrounded Lu Ming and his companion. Lu Ming had actually killed one of them. This was a disgrace. Use the sovereign weapon to stop this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me. He ordered. The middle-aged man shouted. He'll do it. An Emperor-to-be from the wind race waved his hand, and a small pagoda appeared. It then grew rapidly like a mountain, and endless gales whistled. Like a cage, it enveloped the bubble. At the same time, the middle-aged brawny man charged at Lu Ming with all his might. His fist force was terrifying. Every punch caused the void to shake violently. Lu Ming pointed a few times, but the chaos finger of tribulation was also defeated after colliding with the other party. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Peobo was dashing left and right to avoid the giant pagoda. However, there were too many Emperor-to-be on the other side. There were more than 10 of them. They locked onto all directions and kept launching attacks. They blocked Bubbles' escape route in a brutal and direct way. There were even 2 of them who took out their monarch weapons and blocked Bubbles' path of retreat. For a moment, the bubble was trapped, and it was difficult for it to help Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming controlled the Tai Chi disc array and pressed it down on the middle-aged man. At the same time, the Dayan elixir furnace appeared and enlarged rapidly, smashing toward the man. I have a monarch weapon too. The middle-aged man said coldly. A giant hammer appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the Tai Chi formation disc and the Da Yin elixir furnace. Chapter 1961. Chapter 1961. Xiao Yu is seriously injured Clang. The Tai Chi formation disc was sent flying back. Then, the giant hammer hit the Da Yin elixir furnace. The Da Yin elixir furnace trembled and was also sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming, the middle-aged man shouted. 2 Emperor-to-be rushed toward Lu Ming to cooperate with the middle-aged man. With the cooperation of the 2 Emperor-to-be, the middle-aged man was even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house, and it kept smashing toward Lu Ming with an amazing momentum. Thump! Thump! Lu Ming blocked it with the Dayan elixir furnace, which kept retreating. And NBSB hoo-hoo. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge, pitch-black vortex was slowly moving toward him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're dead. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming to die. At this moment, a black vortex moved over, leaving Lu Ming no room to retreat. Chirping, Bubble shouted and wanted to help, but the three monarch weapons had locked down three directions. The other quasi-sages were bombarding her. Although Bubble's space-time law was profound, the opponent was using a brutal method to disrupt the void. Bubbles could only protect herself and couldn't help. At that moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This man was actually Luo Xianxia. In fact, Luo Xianxia was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he had been cultivating alone in the void before, so Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over. He did not expect to see Lu Ming. And NBSB, he hid behind the pitch-black vortex and used the law of deprivation to condense the divine imprint of deprivation, constantly draining the energy in the air. The more time passed, the more energy was stripped away, and the more powerful the power of the divine seal would be. By now, the power of the divine seal had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Sanxiong himself was shocked. Lu Ming, he'll use this move to send you on your way. Luo Kankiong's eyes flashed with ferocity. When he saw an opening when Lu Ming was suppressed by the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be, Luo Sanxiong did not hesitate to flash out. The divine seal of deprivation flew out rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. Luo Sanxiong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The power of the deprivation divine seal was too shocking. It even surpassed the middle-aged man's attack by a large margin. At this time, Lu Ming was resisting the attacks of the middle-aged man and the other two emperor-to-be with all his might. He did not expect that Luo Xianxiong would suddenly attack from behind the vortex. It was too late for him to dodge. Xiaoyu had first entered Yellow Rock World. After exploring a few of the ruins of this world, she also came to the edge of Yellow Rock World and entered the Void Turbulence, wanting to head to another world to explore. She cultivated in the Void Turbulence as she walked. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent boom from ahead. Xiaoyu retracted her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw that Luo Sanxiong had suddenly attacked Lu Ming. At this moment, Xiaoyu pounced forward without any hesitation. "Young master, be careful." A crisp sound rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, he saw a white figure rushing from the side at high speed toward the divine seal of deprivation. "Xiaoyu." Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then, he heard a loud boom. Xiaoyu's body flew towards Lu Ming. In the air, her blood was red, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. "Xiaoyu." At this moment, Lu Ming roared loudly, his eyes red. Luo Kankiong's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Xiaoyu would not be able to withstand it. Lu Ming let out a long roar and controlled the Dayan elixir furnace with all his might to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two emperor-to-be. He moved his body and caught Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's face was as white as snow. Blood was flowing out of her mouth, and she was extremely weak. It was like a weak candle that could be extinguished at any moment. "Xiaoyu, it's you. How is that possible?" Luo Sanxiong roared in disbelief. Why did Xiaoyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Sanxiong had been pursuing Xiaoyu. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop. "Xiaoyu, why are you so stupid? Why did you block for me?" Lu Ming hugged Xiaoyu, his heart trembling. With his cultivation and the strength of his body, even if he would take a blow head-on, he would at most be heavily injured and might not die. However, it was a different story for Xiaoyu. Young master, I've said before that I'll always be by your side." Xiaoyu spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's hand, and saint energy flowed into her body continuously, protecting her heart. However, it was still useless. Qiu Yu's breath became weaker and weaker, and her eyes slowly closed. Lu Ming, hand Qiu Yu over to me. Even if she dies, she'll still be mine, Luo Zhangxiong said coldly. Luo Zhangxiong. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Zhangxiong with bloodshot eyes. His body was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent, like a demon from the 9 netherworlds purgatory. 111 definitely kill you, and 111 flatten the Daluo heaven sect sooner or later, Lu Ming said in a cold and emotionless voice. Luo Zhangxiong felt a chill run down his spine when Lu Ming stared at him coldly. He roared, "If you still want to kill me, then I'll let you both die here today as a pair of mandarin ducks sharing the same fate." Boom! A terrifying aura burst out of Luo Zhangxiong's body, and a monarch weapon appeared. Luo Zhangxiong was the grandson of the great sovereign, and the monarch weapon he had was given by the great sovereign. It was extremely terrifying. "Let's attack together and kill them," Luo Zhangxiong roared. The sovereign weapon carried a terrifying power and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man made his move. His giant hammer broke through the air and headed for Lu Ming. "Luo Zhangxiong, I will definitely kill you in the future," Lu Ming said coldly. With a single thought, the Dayan elixir furnace did not protect him, but blasted towards the bubble. As for himself, he recalled Qiu Yu into the mountain and river diagram with a thought. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos gem to block in front of him. He retreated quickly and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi formation plate was sent flying back by the middle-aged man, while the rock of chaos flew toward Lu Ming after being hit by Luo Zhangxiong's monarch weapon. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed, and he flew directly into the black vortex. At once, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. His figure disappeared into the vortex. On the other side, the Dayan elixir furnace smashed down and sent one of the monarch weapons that trapped Bubbles flying. In a flash, Bubbles charged out of the encirclement and into the pitch-black vortex. "Stop that pill furnace!" Someone shouted and wanted to stop the Great Yin elixir furnace. However, the Great Yin elixir furnace had long recognized Lu Ming as its master and was very intelligent. It blew away a few Emperor-to-be and rushed into the dark vortex, disappearing. Chapter 1962. Chapter 1962. In the Void Storm, damn it. Luo Zhangxiong roared with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex, Luo Pokong said with a cold smile as he stepped on air. That's right, he's dead. The other emperors-to-be also smiled. There was a terrifying, destructive power in the black vortex. They were all shocked. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. Not necessarily. Luo Zhangxiong's expression was very cold. Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's another person who understands the law of time and space going in with him. He might not die. These words caused the hearts of the others to tremble. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying to begin with. In addition, he had a person who knew the space-time law. Even if he entered the pitch-black vortex, he might not be in any trouble. In that case, Lu Ming was the one who took the initiative to go in just now. Everyone's expression was ugly, but they had no confidence in going in to pursue. After all, the danger was unpredictable. Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, they'll kill him sooner or later, Luo Zhangxiong snorted coldly. They did not leave, but guarded the place in case Lu Ming came out. They had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed entered the dark vortex on his own accord. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight. He still had a trump card. However, he was worried about Qiu Yu's safety. Qiu Yu's injuries were too severe. She had to be treated as soon as possible, or she would be in real danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the pitch-black vortex, a terrifying, destructive, cutting force surged towards him from all directions. Lu Ming circulated his holy power and controlled the chaos laws at the same time, covering his entire body to resist the attack. Zzz. The cutting force kept hitting Lu Ming's body, causing the chaos laws to tremble as if they were about to collapse. This cutting power is indeed amazing. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws at full force to resist. At the same time, there was a void storm in the black vortex, pushing Lu Ming aimlessly into the distance. Whoosh! Not long after, there was a flash of light and bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubbles controlled space-time and had already cultivated the space-time light. The void storm could not do anything to her. Bubbles appeared beside Lu Ming. They set up space-time laws around them, blocking the void storm outside. Buzz! The next moment, the Dayan elixir furnace flew over and was put away by Lu Ming. Xiaoyu. Lu Ming was thinking about Xiaoyu. With a thought, Xiaoyu came out of the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Xiaoyu was unconscious and her breathing was weak. Luo Kanqiang's attack was too powerful. He had hidden at the side and used the law of deprivation to deprive the outside world of energy. He had accumulated a terrifying amount of power and had intended to kill Lu Ming in one blow. In a hurry, Xiaoyu only wanted to block that move for Lu Ming. She was too seriously injured. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could not wait to crush Luo Kanqiang's bones and scatter his ashes. Xiaoyu, I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered and took out a healing pill. He melted the pill with his holy power and fused it into Xiaoyu's body. However, Xiaoyu's injuries were still not getting better. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. The bubble opened its mouth and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had 2 milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martialist's longevity, it was actually equivalent to increasing their vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Xiaoyu. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and refined it into Xiaoyu's body with holy power. As expected, the fruit of the divine time tree contained boundless vitality that seeped into Xiaoyu's limbs and bones. The injuries on her body were rapidly recovering, and her aura had also stabilized. However, he did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems like Sister Qiyu's injuries are too severe. Just a fruit of the divine tree of time is not enough to wake her up. Pao Pao sized up Xiaoyu before saying. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy throughout Xiaoyu's body. After a while, he sighed. Even though Xiaoyu's life force had stabilized, it was just as Bubbles had said. It was not easy to wake her up. Lu Ming caressed Xiaoyu's face and wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. He said softly, Xiaoyu, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let go of Luo Xianxia and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect. At the end of his sentence, Lu Ming's voice turned cold and a cold, killing intent burst forth. It had been far too dangerous this time. Fortunately, he had the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. If anything happened to Xiaoyu, Lu Ming would never be at ease. Xiaoyu was still the same as before. She did not say much and did not have many requests. She only stayed by Lu Ming's side silently and was willing to give up everything for him, including her life. Lu Ming held Xiaoyu's small hand as he recalled the scenes of their childhood. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Xiaoyu back into the mountain and river diagram and placed her under the path understanding ancient tree, hoping that it would be of help to her. At this moment, Lu Ming took a look at his surroundings. They were still in the chaotic void storm. The bubble enveloped the surroundings with space-time laws and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how do we get out? Lu Ming asked. In the aspect of space, nature bubbles were more skilled. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't force my way out of this space. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space and rush out in one fell swoop. Bubbles explained. And Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing their surroundings. looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubbles' power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, they would be in danger when Bubbles' power was exhausted. I don't even know where they're floating to. Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to drift in the void like this. It would be fine if he drifted to other worlds. However, if he drifted to the void of eternal nothingness, he would die without the cultivation of a martial supreme. Brother Lu Ming, I got it. Look over there. Bubbles suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over and saw that there were some fluctuations in the void. Let's attack with all our might and break out. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles cried out as he controlled the laws of time to change direction and fly towards the source of the fluctuation. Chaos finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed his finger. Now, Lu Ming's chaos finger tribulation had reached 94% completion. The power of a full force point was astonishing. At the same time, the bubbles cooperated with Lu Ming to bombard the void. Boom! The void trembled violently. Then, there was a hiss and a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he rushed over with the bubble. As soon as he rushed through the crack, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a cave. Roar! A loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. The stench assailed his nostrils, and it was accompanied by a scorching aura. In front of Lu Ming, there was a burly man who looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 1963. Chapter 1963. The myriad beast realm. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area, and he saw a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with wide eyes. In front of him was the middle-aged burly man. He was also looking at Lu Ming in shock. The man and the giant lizard exuded a powerful aura. They were both emperor-to-be existences. Through the traces at the scene, Lu Ming understood. The battle between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused a spatial fluctuation, causing the space to become fragile. They must have found out about it and attacked with all their might. With their cooperation, they pierced through the space and appeared here. Roar! At this moment, the giant lizard roared angrily, treating Lu Ming as the burly man's ally. It took a step forward and flames burst out of its body. It spat out a fireball at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch, and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, destroying the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground, and the cave rumbled as it pounced toward Lu Ming. The sharp claws tore through the air, as sharp as divine blades. At the same time, it bit at Lu Ming with its fangs. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He was already filled with anger. The moment the giant lizard appeared, it charged at him. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's saint energy boiled as he threw a few punches at the giant lizard. Although the giant lizard had the combat strength of an emperor-to-be, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision. It was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's attacks. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high and looked down from above. He punched the giant lizard's head, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground, and it let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail whipped at Lu Ming like an iron whip. Lu Ming grabbed the giant lizard's tail, lifted it up, and threw it towards the entrance of the cave. Buzz! The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar did not come from the giant lizard, but from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that Lu Ming's eardrums vibrated as if there was a supreme demon there. Then, Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar, and its body fell rapidly, as if it was attracted by some force. Roar! Roar! Then, the earth-shaking roars continued to ring out. A terrifying sound wave reverberated in the area. The middle-aged, burly man's expression was grave. He kept his distance from Lu Ming, not daring to go out at all. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Where is this place?" Lu Ming asked again. "The myriad beast realm," the middle-aged man said. He sized Lu Ming up and said, "You should be the son of chaos of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, right?" Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that they were still in one of the 9 worlds of the world of the lotus flower. They had not gone too far. At this moment, the roars outside stopped. Lu Ming was about to ask again when the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed them to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes widened involuntarily. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in looked like the crater of a volcano or a huge cave that led underground. He was standing on one of the walls of the cave. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. In the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that were connected to each other. The cave went all the way down, and it was dark down there. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged, burly man leap onto a stone bridge and rush into a cave diagonally opposite him, disappearing. Lu Ming looked around again and realized that there were indeed figures flickering in some caves. Could it be that this place is a historical site of the myriad beast realm, and many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming pondered. He saw some figures flickering out of some caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on the stone bridges and waited cautiously for a moment. Then they jumped down to the stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar! At this moment, another earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Along with the roar, a terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Ah! A terrified scream was heard. Lu Ming saw an absolute saint powerhouse who happened to be in the air and did not land on the stone bridge. Instead, he was swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even an absolute saint could not resist it. The giant lizard from before was also devoured by the force. However, Lu Ming realized that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It was as if the stone bridge could block the devouring power. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. This place is full of danger. Lu Ming muttered and looked around. He realized that the cave he was in had no other exit. The only way out was the cave in front of him. Let's rest here for a while, Bubble. You should recover first, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. Previously, in the Void Storm, Bubble had circulated her space-time laws to resist and had expended a lot of energy. This was a good opportunity for her to recuperate and rest. Okay, Brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Pow Pow nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and saint herbs to start recovering. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged, devouring the rough stone to regulate his breathing. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition had returned to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The stone of chaos appeared in his hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Rock of Chaos to block the blow from Luo Kanqiang's sovereign weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard an obscure sound, which seemed to be the sound of the Rock of Chaos cracking. Lu Ming took it out and examined it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Rock of Chaos. The Rock of Chaos is indestructible, but it was actually cracked. That Luo Kanqiang's monarch weapon is really powerful. Lu Ming had a thought, and then thought that since the Chaos Gem had cracked, he might as well break it open and take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated all the energy in his body, grabbed the Chaos Gem, and tried to break it. Kacha! The Rock of Chaos produced an even louder sound, and the crack became even bigger. As expected, it can be pried open. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack that had appeared on the Rock of Chaos, it would not have been able to be opened. Lu Ming continued to exert force. A moment later, the Rock of Chaos was completely broken into 2 halves. Ding, 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 ding. Inside the Rock of Chaos, there were 2 small crystals that fell to the ground. This is Chaos Crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 crystals. Chapter 1964. Chapter 1964. Refining the light of chaos, he pried open the chaos gem, and 2 chaos crystals fell out. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because chaos crystals were formed by the condensation of chaos chi. During the auction, the other party had said that there was no chaos chi left in the chaos gem, which was why the price had been so low. However, no one had expected that the chaos gems contained chaos chi. Instead, all the chaos chi had gathered together and turned into chaos crystals. Chaos crystals were nearly fused with chaos gems, so it was impossible to discover them without cracking the chaos gems. Thearch, I've really earned a lot. Lu Ming checked carefully and confirmed that there were only 2 chaos crystals in the chaos gem. Lu Ming immediately controlled the chaos laws and enveloped the 2 chaos crystals. Buzz! Buzz! When the laws of chaos enveloped the chaos crystals, the 2 chaos crystals trembled slightly and floated in the air with the laws of chaos. Then, the 2 chaos crystals melted like ice and turned into liquid. Finally, they turned into 2 streams of air. Chaos chi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, he had fused a stream of chaos chi into his body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these 2 streams of chi were also chaos chi. Then he'll refine 2 more. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. With a thought, he controlled the chaos laws and guided the chaos chi into his body. Lu Ming's physical body had already refined a stream of chaos chi. It was very compatible with the chaos chi, and there was no difficulty in refining it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Pao Pao had already recovered. She stayed at the entrance of the cave to protect Lu Ming. In the past few days, terrifying roars would ring out from the depths of the cave from time to time, accompanied by the sound of iron chains clashing. It was as if a supreme great demon was locked down below and was struggling to escape. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all of this. He was focused on refining the chaos chi. In 3 days, the 2 wisps of chaos chi had been completely refined into Lu Ming's body. They seeped into his muscles, bones, blood, and permeated every part of his body. The strength of Lu Ming's physical body had greatly improved and was even more tyrannical. His body seemed to have a layer of hazy light. With a thought, it would become as heavy as a mountain, indestructible and firm. Buzz! At that moment, his body seemed to resonate with the laws of chaos. When a warrior reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, he would be able to infuse his body with the laws. The laws would be highly compatible with his body. The laws would be contained in his body, which would increase the strength of his body. At this moment, the chaos laws were constantly surging into Lu Ming's body. His body was numb, as if a terrifying power was about to be born. Buzz! Not long after, a ray of light emerged from Lu Ming's body. Light of chaos! Chirp, chirp! At the side, Pao Pao blinked her large eyes, revealing a look of joy. Lu Ming was refining 2 wisps of chaotic chi. In addition to the previous one, he had 3 wisps of chaotic chi in total, which greatly strengthened his spirit body. He also took advantage of the momentum and resonated with the laws of chaos, refining the light of chaos in one fell swoop. The light of chaos was faint at first, but as time passed, its color became darker and darker. Finally, it turned into a ray of light of chaotic colors that surrounded Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and the light of chaos was retracted into his body. My boat's strength has increased by another level. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, and his eyes flashed. He had not expected that the chaos gem he had bought unintentionally back then would actually allow him to refine the light of chaos. It was truly a great opportunity. If he did not have the 2 strands of chaotic chi, he did not know when he would be able to refine the chaotic light. This time, although his cultivation did not advance, his combat strength had soared. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded outside the cave. Gusts of strong wind whistled out from the depths of the cave. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, there was the sound of iron chains colliding. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. He could not help but think of the Divine Time Island. On the Divine Time Island, there was also a gigantic living being sealed within. It was chained up and was incomparably powerful and unfathomable. The clanking of chains could be heard from this place as well. Could it be that there was a supreme expert sealed beneath the cavern, just like the Divine Time Island? The voice roared for a while before it stopped. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. They saw some figures leaping out of the caves and onto the stone bridges. With the help of the stone bridges, they went down. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar from the bottom of the cave. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and shot into the sky. There were people fighting in the cave. Lu Ming could not help but channel the holy power into his eyes. His vision instantly improved, and he looked down into the cave. This way, the scenery at the bottom of the cave became clear. At the bottom of the cave, there was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. Around the platform, there were 4 stone bridges that were connected to the walls of the cave. At this moment, there was a group of people fighting on the platform. Phoenix Spirit Long Chun. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in them. At that moment, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and a few elders, who should be Emperor-to-be experts of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, were being besieged by a group of people. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were from the Hung family because they used the Eternal Spring Law. At this moment, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others were in danger. They were surrounded by the other party. There were more people on the other side, and they were all Emperor-to-be, 6 of them. On the other hand, there were only 3 Emperors-to-be in Huang Ling's group. There was still a gap between Huang Ling and Long Chen's combat strength and an Emperor-to-bes. Kill these 3 old guys first. Leave the 2 younger ones behind. These 2 have a close relationship with Lu Ming. Leave them behind and ask Lu Ming to exchange the celestial Thearch sword for them. He ordered. One of the Hung family members said coldly. Their attacks were like a storm, heading toward the 3 Emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. As for Feng Ling and Long Chun, they only had to restrain them. A burly elder of the Divine Elephant Sect had his dantian pierced through by a sword from an Emperor-to-be of the Hung family. The elder roared and fought back with all his might, striking his opponent with a palm. However, the opponent quickly retreated after being stabbed. The burly elder of the Divine Elephant Sect's final counterattack before his death only slightly injured him, not seriously injuring him. Long Chun, you guys must get out of here, die. The tall and sturdy elder of the Divine Elephant Sect roared in anger. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he stopped breathing. Damn it! Long Chun roared, his eyes bloodshot. Ha! One really want to rush out. Dream on. One of the Emperor-to-be from the Hung family sneered. He strode forward and attacked Huang Ling with a terrifying force. He wanted to take her down. At this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body froze. Then, a prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and hit his body. Bang! The body of this Emperor-to-be from the Hung family was torn into pieces. Chapter 1965. Chapter 1965. Killing the Hung clan Emperor-to-be in succession, a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and shattered an Emperor-to-be of the Hung family. Then, a young figure landed in front of Feng Ling and Long Chun. The figure was, of course, Lu Ming. Seeing that Huang Ling and Long Chun were surrounded by the Hung family's Emperor-to-be, Lu Ming used the stone bridge to rush over. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chun were overjoyed to see Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The Emperor-to-be of the Hung family was shocked. Hung clan kill. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent surging out like a tide. Haha, you want to kill us? Lu Ming, you've come at the right time. 111 finish you off and take back the celestial Thearch sword. That's right, it really didn't take much effort to find it after searching high and low. The Emperor-to-be from the Hung family sneered and felt happy. This time, the Hung family had 2 missions in the Lotus World. The first was to explore the ruins left behind by the Celestial Emperor. The second was to kill Lu Ming and retrieve the Celestial Emperor's sword. They were looking for Lu Ming, but they did not expect Lu Ming to deliver himself to them. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. They have a very powerful person. Let's charge out together. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Very strong, I'd like to try. Lu Ming's eyes glowed even more sharply. He just so happened to have refined 2 wisps of chaotic chi in the chaotic light. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to see how strong he was. You guys keep an eye on that little girl who can control the space-time law. Leave Lu Ming to me. A burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family stepped toward Lu Ming. The other emperor-to-be from the Hung family locked onto Bubbles to prevent her from helping. Boom! The burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family threw a punch at Lu Ming. The moment he punched, the river of laws surrounded his fist, making the power of the punch even more shocking. If anyone below emperor-to-be was hit by this punch, they would be crushed into pieces. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial artist. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. This punch did not produce the illusion of the prison-suppressing steel. Instead, it contained the power of the prison-suppressing steel in his fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with his opponent's fist. Gotcha! Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The fist of the burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family exploded, and he was forced to retreat by a terrifying force. How can he be this strong? The burly emperor-to-be of the Hung family roared in disbelief. In the punch just now, he felt that Lu Ming's fist was filled with terrifying power. It was simply indestructible. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after the man. He threw another punch, which caused the space to shake. The expression of the burly emperor-to-be from the Hung family changed, and he retreated frantically. Let me do it! A skinny middle-aged man from the Hung family's emperor-to-be suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch at him. Boom! There was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming and the other party's bodies shook at the same time, and they took a few steps back. An emperor-to-be with a superior heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Previously, he had encountered people from the Daluo Heaven sect and the Wind Race in the Void Turbulence. One of them was an emperor-to-be with a superior grade heaven spiritual body. He was very powerful, and Lu Ming was completely suppressed. This thin middle-aged man was also such a figure, and his combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor-to-be. If you have some strength, come again. The skinny emperor-to-be was called Hung Shi. When he was young, he was also a genius of the Hung family. At this moment, he stepped forward with a combat sword in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow as he slashed at Lu Ming. It was a monarch weapon. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Dayan elixir furnace flew out. Lu Ming grabbed one of its legs and swung it at the other party. Boom! Boom! With a few consecutive explosions, the two of them collided, but it was difficult to determine the winner. The emperor-to-be from the Hung family and the Phoenix Palace were shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm, but his combat strength was too shocking. He could actually fight with an emperor-to-be with a superior grade, heavenly spiritual body. Hung Shi was also extremely shocked. Kill! He roared and circulated all his strength to the extreme. His combat sword was like a rainbow, slashing at Lu Ming continuously. Thousands of sword lights broke through the air. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light emanated from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased greatly as soon as the ray of light was cast. The Dayan elixir furnace was like a giant hammer, constantly smashing at the other party. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive moves, Heng Shi's body trembled and he retreated a few steps. Light of Chaos. Eternium roared. Once a son of chaos refined the light of chaos, his combat power would increase greatly. In the past, among the children of heaven in the Yuan mountain, only the Hengxing River could refine the light of law. Now, Lu Ming had also refined it. Lu Ming picked up the Dayan elixir furnace and launched an extremely violent attack. constantly bombarding his opponent. In the process of bombarding, Lu Ming suddenly pointed out a chaos finger of tribulation. Boom! The Eternium was forced back by the primal chaos tribulation finger. It spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! Xianxia suddenly roared and retreated. He had already understood that he was not Lu Ming's match. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Bubble attack! Attack together! Lu Ming shouted. Toot! Bubbles came out of bubbles and covered the 5 Emperor-to-be from the Feng family. Boom! Lu Ming picked up the Dayan elixir furnace and smashed it at one of the Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's ability had a crushing advantage over ordinary Emperor-to-be, not to mention that he had Bubbles' help. Without a doubt, the Emperor-to-be was killed by Lu Ming in one move. At the same time, Huangling, Long Chun, and the 2 Emperor-to-be from the Phoenix Palace attacked the 2 Emperor-to-be from the Feng family and injured them. Boom! Lu Ming picked up the Dayan elixir furnace and smashed it again, killing an Emperor-to-be. Since Lu Ming's arrival, 3 of the 6 Emperor-to-be from the Feng family had been killed. There were 3 left. 1 was an eternal stone, and the other 2 were injured by Huangling and the others. Bang! At this moment, the Eternium burst out with all its power and pierced through the transparent bubble. He did not dare to stop at all. He took a step, and his body soared into the sky, rushing to the stone bridge above. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to pursue. Roar! Another terrifying roar came from the bottom of the cave. A terrifying, devouring force erupted from below, causing Lu Ming's expression to change, and he stopped his pursuit. Xianxia was overjoyed. The heavens were really helping him. After the roar stopped, the Eternium continued to rush up at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, it crossed several stone bridges and then turned into a ray of light and flew out of the cave. Lu Ming, let us go. A loud roar was heard. There were 2 Emperor-to-be left in the Feng family, and they were trapped by the bubble's space-time law. One of them shouted, Let you go? How can you be so naive? Even Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Under such circumstances, the other party actually asked him to let them go. Was there something wrong with his brain? Chapter 1966. Chapter 1966. Chapter 1966 Core Area Lu Ming. Now that Xianxia has escaped, the fact that you killed our Feng family's Emperor-to-be will be exposed. The Feng family will not let you off. If you let us go now, you can reduce your sins. One of the Emperor-to-be from the Feng family spoke, his voice filled with arrogance. Reduce my sins? Why are you so funny? Lu Ming was speechless. This person from the Feng family was too self-righteous, right? Furthermore, the Feng family has never considered letting me go. It would be a waste not to kill the Feng family members. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, a combat sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out and killed an Emperor-to-be. The remaining Emperor-to-be's face turned pale. The Feng family was a great emperor force with a great emperor overseeing it. They were high above the entire Yuan mountain and were one of the peak forces. Normally, there are not many forces that dare to go against the Feng family, and there were not many forces that didn't care about the Feng family. He had thought that since the Eternium had escaped, Lu Ming would most likely have some reservations. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive and merciless. No, please spare me. The Emperor-to-be of the Feng family was scared and started to beg for mercy. Hee, is this the pride of the Feng family? Was this the pride of a great emperor? After your threat failed, you immediately begged for mercy. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered. The Emperor-to-be from the Feng clan had an ugly look on his face, but in the face of life and death, everything was meaningless. He continued, Lu Ming, as long as you let me go, they'll do anything you want. No need. Won't 11 be worried if I leave someone like you alive. Kill him. Lu Ming was very decisive. He slashed with his sword and killed the person. So what if one of them ran away? He and the Feng family couldn't alleviate the situation anyway. So what was there to be afraid of? Lu Ming, you've already refined the light of chaos. Huangling and Long Chun walked over with surprise and joy on their faces. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier they would be. And Lu Ming nodded and looked around. They were not the only ones nearby. There were others who were looking at Lu Ming with a grave expression. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed just now had shocked them. Lu Ming looked around and realized that they were on a platform. In the middle of the platform was a hall with staircases in all four directions leading to the hall. At this moment, many people were climbing up the stairs towards the palace. However, as long as someone stepped onto the stairs, there would be flames on the stairs, blocking everyone's way. Even an emperor-to-be would find it difficult to climb the stairs. Lu Ming, this is the core of the ruins. I don't know if there are any treasures in the hall, but we can't fly up. We can only go up along the stairs. However, there's a terrifying formation on the stairs that blocks the way, Huang Ling explained. The core of the ruins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the core of the Divine Time Island, they had obtained many plants that could increase one's lifespan. They had also obtained the Divine Time Tree. It was because of the Divine Time Tree that Bubbles was able to achieve a breakthrough and cultivate the space-time light. Qiu Yu's injuries were only temporarily stabilized because of the Divine Time Tree. One could see how precious the Divine Tree of Time was. What was in the core of this place? Let's go up, Lu Ming said. He took the lead and walked up a flight of stairs. Bubbles followed closely behind Lu Ming. Feng Ling and Long Chun, the two emperor-to-be from Phoenix Palace, also stepped forward. As soon as they stepped on the stairs, a terrifying power of fire rushed toward them. However, the flames at the beginning were not a problem for them. They advanced very easily. After stepping halfway through, the power of the flames became stronger and stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The power of the flames on the steps seemed to be different according to the cultivation level. The higher the cultivation of the person, the more powerful the flame. For example, the power of the flames that the emperor-to-be faced was much stronger than theirs. Therefore, halfway through, the emperors-to-be couldn't move an inch. If they continued, they felt that they would be burned to ashes by the fire power. However, Lu Ming, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Long Chun were still able to move forward easily. They didn't stop and kept going up. A moment later, they were on the stairs. So many doors? Huang Ling muttered. This was because the palace here had many doors, a total of 9. Of the 9 doors, 3 were closed and 6 were open. At this moment, their gazes moved. They saw a young man flying into a door. The moment he entered, the door closed. It's Wei Tiandao. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all knew who that young man was. He was Wei Tiandao, who was ranked 4th on the Saint King rankings back in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, the Saint King ranking had been rearranged, and Wei Tiandao had been pushed down to 8th place. It seems that someone has also entered the 3 closed doors. Long Chun said, there might be opportunities in these doors. Let's each choose one. Lu Ming said, okay, then we'll choose according to our feelings. Huang Ling nodded. The 4 of them flew forward, and each chose a fan. Lu Ming walked towards a door on the far right. He realized that this door seemed to have a special attraction to him. It could make his array Dao laws feel restless. After Bubbles, Feng Ling, and Long Chun each stepped into a door, Lu Ming stepped in as well. After entering the door closed. Lu Ming sized it up carefully. This was a stone room. The stone room was empty and very wide. However, Lu Ming was attracted by the wall of the stone room the moment he entered. The walls of the stone room were carved with dense runes, which were extremely profound. This is runes of formation Dao. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He cultivated array Dao laws and could tell at a glance that these were array Dao runes. Furthermore, they were extremely mysterious. These runes seemed to have formed a secret technique. Lu Ming sized it up for a while and came to a conclusion. He then sat cross-legged and began to comprehend it in detail. At that moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, the runes on the wall seemed to come to life. They combined and transformed into countless possibilities. It was mysterious and unpredictable. He sat there for 3 days. Within 3 days, Lu Ming had engraved all the runes on the 4 walls in his heart. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao. These are actually 2 of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the Annihilation Scroll and the Illusionary Spirit Scroll. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Back when he had obtained the status of the Mount Yuan sect's Gold Inheritor, he had shamelessly asked for the Sealed Scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Back then, the Mount Yuan sect elder had told Lu Ming that the 9 scrolls of Array Dao was a supreme secret technique to cultivate the Array Dao laws. However, it had been lost for a long time. He didn't expect that he would come across the other 2 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Arrays here. The power of a sealed scroll was extremely long and mysterious. During a battle, using a sealed scroll could greatly affect the opponent's combat power. The Annihilation Scroll, on the other hand, could use symbols to form the power of annihilation. Its might was astonishing. The Illusionary Spirit Scroll, on the other hand, used runes to create all sorts of powerful living beings. It was also a secret technique that was extremely powerful. Chapter 1967. Chapter 1967. The 9th world, Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and began to comprehend carefully. Cultivation knew no time. A month had passed, while Lu Ming was in the process of comprehending the knowledge. Lu Ming already had the foundation of one of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao, the Sealed Scroll. Hence, he was able to comprehend the other 2 scrolls very quickly. Lu Ming realized that when he was comprehending the Sealed Scroll, Destruction Scroll, and Illusionary Spirit Scroll of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao could be combined with each other. His comprehension of the Array Dao laws was very fast. Originally, his Array Dao law's maturity had already reached over 80%. In this short month, he had comprehended 3 volumes at once. The speed at which his Array Dao laws improved was simply terrifying. In a short month, it had increased from 80% to 90%. Array Dao laws were King Dao laws. It's really profound. If the 9 scrolls of Array Dao are cultivated to a high level, they can even be fused together, and the power will be even more astonishing. As expected of a supreme secret technique of the Array Dao laws. Lu Ming sighed. It's been a month. It's time to go out. Anyway, I've already remembered it in my heart. One can slowly comprehend it in the future. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the main door. Miraculously, the door opened automatically when Lu Ming walked to it. When Lu Ming walked out, the door closed again. Closed? Could it be that only one person can enter through each door, and the people behind can't? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Lu Ming, brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a few cries could be heard as Feng, Long Chun, and Bubbles walked over. You guys came out long ago? Lu Ming asked curiously. Then his eyes lit up and he looked at Feng and Long Chun. Your cultivation has increased? He realized that Huang Ling and Long Chun had both reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint realm. However, Bubbles' cultivation seemed to still be at the late-stage Absolute Saint realm. She hadn't broken through yet, and it was unknown what kind of fortune she had obtained. We obtained an opportunity in that secret chamber and made a breakthrough in our cultivation. However, this secret chamber can only be used once before it is closed. Said Huang Ling. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and realized that the 9 doors were all closed. It was obvious that someone had gone in. Lu Ming, what did you get? Huang Ling asked curiously. A secret technique, Lu Ming said. He then looked at Bubbles and said, Bubble, what did you get? A kind of treasure. As for what it is, I won't tell you. Chirp, chirp, Bubbles said in a mysterious manner. You little rascal. Lu Ming smiled. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. From time to time, roars could be heard coming from the cave. Who knew if that powerful existence would cause any trouble? It was better to leave first. Huang Ling and the others nodded. When the roars stopped, they took the opportunity to fly up and cross the stone bridge above. Then, they found a right time and kept going up. Not long after, they rushed out of the cave. In this area, there were other people who saw Lu Ming and the rest coming out of the stone room. Their eyes were filled with greed, but no one dared to take any action. Lu Ming and the rest were definitely powerful. By the way, were you in this world when you first came in? Lu Ming asked after they left the cave. Yes, we have been exploring the myriad beast realm, but unfortunately we have not gained much. Xianxia nodded. Do you know where the entrance to the next world is? Lu Ming asked. Yes, we've asked around. We were planning to explore other worlds after we finished exploring. Said Huang Ling, all right, let's go to the next world. Lu Ming said. Everyone immediately flew in one direction. The myriad beast realm and the myriad sea realm were completely different. The myriad sea realm was full of vast oceans, while the myriad beast realm was full of wild mountains. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the two Emperor-to-be from the Phoenix Palace flew all the way. After a few days, they arrived at the border of the myriad beast realm. Here, there was also a void turbulence. Huang Ling and Long Chun took out their monarch weapons to resist the turbulence, and the crowd stepped into the void. Along the way, they met other people who were rushing to the myriad beast realm. After a period of time, they passed through the turbulent flow of the void and arrived at another world. There were also human martialists in this world. They had asked around and found that there was indeed a huge historical site in this world that had been passed down since ancient times. They headed in the direction of the ruins. However, they met a few familiar faces along the way. Ouyang Wushuang, Desolate Power, and some Emperor-to-be powerhouses from the Abyss Empire. Ouyang Wushuang and the rest were pleasantly surprised to meet Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you're going to the legacy site, right? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. There's no need to go to that ruin. It has already been explored. We just came out of that ruin. Ouyang Wushuang asked. We are from the myriad beast realm. Lu Ming said. From the myriad beast realm? It seems that the 8 worlds have almost been explored. Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed. Then, he began to talk about their experiences and the news they had heard. It turned out that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already explored a few worlds. Moreover, they had also heard that the remains of the other worlds had almost been completely explored. Now, everyone is heading toward the 9th world. Ouyang Wushuang said. The 9th world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The world of the lotus flower had 9 petals, representing 9 worlds. When they first entered, Lu Ming observed that everyone would be attracted to different petals. However, there was only one petal and no one else. Lu Ming felt that there must be something unusual. One heard that someone saw a legend in one of the worlds. The 9th world contains a big secret, and there's only one way to the 9th world, which is the heaven abyss of the heaven abyss realm. I heard that many powerful forces are heading to the heaven abyss realm, such as the Hung Star River and the Hung family, the He family, the Daluo heaven sect, and so on. Ouyang Wushuang said. Since that's the case, well, go too. Lu Ming said. The 9th world should have an extraordinary secret that should not be missed. Moreover, there were some scores that needed to be settled. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Immediately, everyone changed direction and headed toward the deep heaven world. He couldn't reach the heavenly abyss world directly from this world. He had to go through the other 2 worlds. They crossed several worlds and flew for a long time. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the deep heaven world. The heavenly abyss of the heavenly abyss realm was the most famous miracle in the heavenly abyss realm. It was easy to find out about it by asking around. The heavenly abyss was in the north of the heavenly abyss realm. Everyone headed toward the heavenly abyss. The heavenly abyss was a deep abyss that stretched across the edge of the heavenly abyss world. No one knew how long, deep, or wide it was. From a distance, it looked as if this sky abyss had been cut out by a sword. Chapter 1968. Chapter 1968. Meeting the Eternal Star River again, it was said that on the other side of the heavenly abyss was another world. It was the legendary 9th world, the world where the undying lived. At this moment, many figures were gathered at the edge of the heavenly abyss. These people were all experts from various forces in the outside world. Most of them were Emperor-to-be. There were also some heaven's favorites with monarch weapons who could also pass through the spatial turbulence. On the edge of the heavenly abyss, there was a huge platform that seemed to be built with some kind of huge stone. In the middle of the platform, there was a huge altar. Around the altar, there were dense inscriptions. In front of the altar, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, everyone seemed to be afraid of this figure, and no one dared to approach the platform, because this person was the stellar river. The eternal sun, Xianxia, was too terrifying. Previously, there was an emperor-to-be who had disrespected him and was killed by him in seconds. Even if the other party had many emperor-to-be experts, they were still far from being a match for the Star River. An emperor-to-be could only be killed in seconds in the face of the galaxy. He couldn't even withstand one move. What was shocking was that his cultivation in the Xianxia River realm had yet to reach the emperor-to-be realm. Moreover, there were also emperor-to-be experts from the Feng family. Therefore, the stellar river occupied the ancient platform that looked very important, and the others could only watch from the outside. Of course, there were also people with killing intent in their eyes, and that was the He family. They wished they could kill the galaxy, but they were no match for the galaxy here. They could only hide far away, not daring to get close. Young Master Xianxia, you've been studying it for days. Do you know how to cross this abyss and head to the ninth world? Finally, someone asked. Xianxia didn't make a sound, as if he was ignoring that person. It was only after a long while that Xianxia opened his mouth and said, I already know the method. Many people's eyes lit up. What method is it? Someone asked. It's not the time to say it yet, in the galaxy. If it's not time to say it, then when will it be time to say it? The man asked. Are you questioning me? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two divine swords, piercing toward the man. The man was shocked as he felt a cold, killing intent covering him. He couldn't help but retreat. His face turned pale, and he quickly said, One don't dare, one don't dare. He'll naturally say it when I should. After saying that, the eternal star river closed its eyes again. The person from before heaved a long sigh of relief, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The eternal sun is too terrifying. He's not even an emperor-to-be, but he's already so terrifying. If he becomes an emperor-to-be, he'll be able to compete with martial sovereigns. Many people had the same thought and were shocked. The people of the He family looked gloomy. A chosen like the eternal sun was a disaster for the He clan. In the future, if the Feng family's two great emperors joined forces and the Feng family broke through to the great emperor realm, the He family would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, the people of the He family were thinking about how to get rid of the Star River. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, the Star River that had been sitting there suddenly opened its eyes and looked into the distance. Its eyes were sharp as it muttered, It's finally here. Everyone was shocked. They're finally here. Who's here? Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the stellar river and saw a group of people walking in the air. They were led by a few young men. It's Lu Ming, the son of chaos, Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed in a low voice as he recognized Lu Ming. This made many people's hearts tremble. Could it be that the eternal Star River had been waiting here all this while for Lu Ming? Buzz. The Star River rose and took a step forward, heading toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the Feng family's experts also followed beside the Feng family. Not far away, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the rest stopped. Lu Ming, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, said Xing Chun indifferently. Is that so? Lu Ming's expression was calm. He knew that he would face the stellar river when he came here. Lu Ming, you killed the emperor-to-be of the Feng family. Today, they'll use your blood to pay tribute to them. Behind the Star River, a figure shouted. It was an eternal stone. They wanted to kill me, so why can't one fight back? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can. In the world of martial Tao, everything is decided by strength. Those who are strong live, and those who are weak die. They're not as strong as you. so they deserve to die. Xing Chun said indifferently, as if he didn't care about the death of a few emperor-to-be from the Hung family. However, they're from the Hung family, and so am one. You killed them, so I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming, hand over the celestial emperor's sword, and it'll give you a quick death. The galaxy continued. Hung Xinghe, I knew you were here for the sword of celestial emperor. Back then, you couldn't do anything to me in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. Today, you can't do anything to me either. Lu Ming said, his eyes slowly filled with fighting spirit. This place isn't the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Hung Shan said coldly. His meaning was clear. Back then, at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, Lu Ming had fought alongside many experts in the Hengxing River. However, today, there were experts from the Hung family here. They would not let Lu Ming and the others have this chance. Boom, boom. The Hung family had been around for countless years and was an emperor-level power with too many experts. There were more than 100 emperor-to-be here today. When they gathered together, their momentum was terrifying. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the rest, causing their expressions to change. We're here to help you. Not far away, a voice could be heard. A group of people came behind Lu Ming and the others. They were the emperor-to-be of Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces. We are your opponents. A cold voice rang out. A giant wolf stepped in the air, a golden crow let out a long cry, and the chi of a combat weapon soared into the sky. The emperor-to-be from the Golden Crow clan, the Sirius Tower, the Yuan family, the Purple Extreme Sect, and other forces stepped on the air and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, let me help you. A beautiful woman came to Lu Ming's side with a group of experts. It was Luo Qianni and the emperor-to-be of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace. Following that, many scattered experts joined Lu Ming and the rest. For example, the emperor-to-be of the Xinyuan Empire and other sections. Even so, Lu Ming and the rest were far from capable. Most of the forces on Lu Ming's side were from the ancient Moon Holy Land. At most, they could only compete with the Golden Crow clan and the Sirius Tower, which were also forces from the ancient Moon Holy Land. Even with the addition of the Xinyuan Empire, it would be useless. It's really lively. Lu Ming, one have to say that you're really lucky. With a sneer, Luo Zhanxiong led the powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect to the side of the Hung family's powerhouse. Then, the Masters of the Wind race also came to the side of the Daluo Heaven sect. On Lu Ming's side, many people's expressions changed. The other party was too powerful. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Chapter 1969. Chapter 1969. Blood sacrifice to the bridge. The Hung family and the Daluo Heaven sect were both emperor-level forces. They had many more experts than Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, the Wind clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, and other forces had gathered. Many emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of laws, made them look like gods in the sky. Their terrifying aura pressed toward Lu Ming and the rest like a mountain. Behind Lu Ming, everyone stood in a defensive circle, their expressions grave. Around them, many people were watching with different expressions. Some people sneered. Take the He family, for example. They did not have a good impression of either Lu Ming or the Hung family. It was best to kill each other. As for the people from the Soul Divine Temple, they stood in the distance and did not interfere. Although Qiu Yu and Lu Ming were very close, Qiu Yu only represented her lineage in the Soul Divine Temple. Moreover, he had not seen Qiu Yu yet. Lu Ming is going to die today. I've expected this. How dare he go against emperor-level forces like the Hung family and the Daluo Heaven sect? Yu Shu sneered in the crowd, gloating over his misfortune. The young geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions on their faces. There were a few young men in the Purple Flame Villa who had lost a bet to Lu Ming and had to listen to his orders. But now, in the face of so many masters from the Hung family and the Daluo Heaven sect, they could only choose to ignore them and pretend that they did not see anything. It was because it would be a dead end if they went there. Moreover, The Emperor-to-be in the Purple Flame Villa would not listen to their orders. Damn it, they are relying on their numbers. It's a pity that our desolate race has not appeared. If not, we would have gathered a bunch of Emperor-to-be. We would have hammered them to death. Desolately growled. He was very unhappy. It's just a battle, said Long Chun. He looked ordinary, but he was filled with fighting spirit. Why should a man be afraid of a battle? Don't you all want to know how to pass through this abyss and head to the ninth world? At this moment, the emotionless voice of the galaxy rang. Many people were shocked. Was the galaxy finally going to say something? If you want to cross the other side of the abyss, you have to open the abyssal bridge. The way to open the abyssal bridge is very simple, which is to sacrifice the bridge with blood. With the blood of many experts, you can open the abyssal bridge and lead to the ninth world. The voice of the galaxy spread far and wide. Many people's hearts trembled again. They actually had to sacrifice the blood of experts to the bridge in order to reach the ninth world. How much blood do you need? Someone asked in a serious tone. I don't know. Naturally, the more the better. The Eternal Star River Channel then looked at Lu Ming and the rest. A cold killing intent burst out. Today, 111 use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerhouses of the Hung family, the Daluo Heaven Sect, and other forces stepped out. The river of laws surrounded them, and their saint power burst out like a tide. Today, they wanted Lu Ming and the rest to stay here. You guys focus on defense. Leave the stellar river to me. Lu Ming's voice spread to the ears of Huang Ling and the rest. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Dayan elixir furnace flew out, turning into the size of a mountain. However, the Dayan elixir furnace did not float above Lu Ming's head. Instead, it flew towards Huang Ling and the rest before it landed on the ground with a loud thud. The Dayan elixir furnace had 4 legs and was lifted high up. Huang Ling and the rest were all below the furnace. The Dayan cauldron was the most important treasure of the Dayan elixir palace. Its grade was far above ordinary monarch weapons. With that, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the rest only had to defend the surroundings. They didn't have to worry about the top. This way, their defensive power would increase greatly. Bubble, go help Huang Ling and the rest. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, be careful, Chirpy. Bubbles cried out and charged towards Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others. You guys deal with the others. Leave Lu Ming to me. The galaxy said coldly. The powerful engine locked onto Lu Ming. Kill. Hiding under a pill furnace means death as well. The Emperor-to-be experts of the Hung family, Daluo Heaven Sect, and Golden Crow clan stepped into the air and attacked Feng Ling, Long Chun, and Bubbles from all directions. On Huang Ling's side, there were only dozens of Emperors-to-be, much less than the other side. They could only gather together to defend. All sorts of defensive saint weapons and sovereign weapons were everywhere. At the same time, Bubbles attacked. The space around them distorted, forming mirror-like spatial shields that blocked in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of attacks fell on Huang Ling and the others, some of which were blocked by the Dayan elixir furnace. At this moment, Lu Ming had already cut off his connection with the Dayan elixir furnace. Otherwise, the terrifying force would have followed the Dayan elixir furnace and injured Lu Ming. At this moment, the Dayan elixir furnace was only relying on its own solid and immortal characteristics to resist the attacks around it. As expected, the attacks were all blocked by the great Yin elixir furnace. The rest of the attacks were blocked by Feng Ling and Long Chun. After all, although the other party had a lot of people, they didn't have many angles to attack under the cover of the Dayan elixir furnace. Continue, kill. An expert from the Hung family roared and attacked Huang Ling and the others. Oh! At this moment, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd in the distance. Someone had suddenly attacked and killed an expert. What are you guys doing? You're looking for death. Someone shouted. Sacrifice your blood to the bridge. Someone coldly spoke. Then he'll use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. And MBSB, let's go. The person from before shouted, and a huge battle immediately broke out in that area. There were many forces here who had grudges with each other. The chaos in that area seemed to affect the whole world. Those forces who had grudges with each other also began to fight. Since he wanted to sacrifice the bridge with the blood of experts, he might as well use the blood of his enemies. Therefore, a war broke out inevitably, and the scope of the war was getting wider and wider. Soon, the four sides were in chaos and wars were everywhere. Lu Ming and the galaxy stood in the air, facing each other. Lu Ming, no one will help you today. You'll only die. Hand over the celestial Thearch's sword, and 111 leave your corpse intact, said Xianxia coldly. Long time no see. Your cultivation is still in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. There are also strong and weak absolute saints in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Xianxia said calmly. His cultivation base was indeed the same as when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. He was still in the perfected absolute saint realm. The main thing was that to break through to the Emperor-to-be realm from the perfection of an absolute saint, one had to cultivate a law to perfection. However, the further one advanced, the harder it would be to cultivate. This was especially true when he trained in the eternal laws. However, even at the perfected absolute saint realm, there were weak and strong nomological laws. The maturity of the nomological laws in the Eternal Star River had reached 99%. He was much stronger than when he was fighting with Lu Ming and the rest. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from the body of the galaxy. At the same time, a ring of light surrounded the galaxy, making him look like a god. This was the eternal light. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light bloomed from Xianxia's hand. Chapter 1970. Chapter 1970. Chapter 1970 improved combat power. The galaxy raised its aura to the maximum and the eternal light bloomed. It was about to attack Lu Ming. At this moment, a blade light crossed the void and slashed down at the Star River. This blade light was filled with the aura of death. When the saber light slashed down, everything was destroyed. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and slashed out a shocking sword radiance, which clashed with the saber radiance. Buzz! A terrifying, ear-piercing sound rang out. Endless blade light and sword chi swept in all directions. Xianxia's figure shook slightly, and he took a step back. A figure appeared in the sky. He carried a saber on his back, and his hair was dancing wildly. It was the Death Blade. At that moment, his aura was extremely shocking. He had also reached the perfected absolute saint realm. Furthermore, there was also a halo around him. It was the light of death. Clearly, the Death Blade had also obtained a great opportunity during this period of time and made great progress. Not only did it have a breakthrough in its cultivation, but it had also refined the light of death. Star River, your opponent is me. The Death Blade stepped through the air and stood in front of the Star River. Death Blade, you again. Killing intent bloomed in Xianxia's eyes, and he said, Death Blade, although you've reached the peak of the absolute saint realm and cultivated the light of death, you're still no match for me. Not your match? You'll know once you try Death Heavenly Blade. The Death Blade was very direct. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. The battle blade on his back was unsheathed, and the terrifying Death Blade light slashed toward the Star River. Xianxia's eyes turned serious. A combat sword appeared in his hand. Although he sounded very confident, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of the Death Blade. The Death Blade was the child of death, and now he had cultivated the light of death and entered the perfected absolute saint realm. They were at the same level, so he couldn't be careless. A dazzling sword radiance burst forth, as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Boom! Two figures, two sword lights, and two blade lights collided, and a dazzling light burst out between heaven and earth. The Eternal Star River and the Death Blade were engaged in a fierce battle. The momentum was terrifying, and no one dared to stand within a radius of hundreds of miles for fear of being dragged in. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of moves and were evenly matched. Lu Ming was speechless. He had wanted to have a big fight with the galaxy. However, it was good that the Death Blade had made a move. He had to block the galaxy first, as he still had things to do. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he dashed in one direction at top speed. That direction was where the Daluo Heaven Sect was located. At this time, many Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven Sect were attacking Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others. The number of Emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven Sect was also shocking. Although it was less than the Hung family, there were still nearly 100 people. At this moment, Luo Xianxia was standing in the void with a huge seal in his hand. It was the divine seal of deprivation. The divine seal of deprivation could continuously deprive the energy in space. The longer it was deprived, the more energy it would accumulate, and the more terrifying its power would be. At this moment, Luo Xianxia was constantly snatching the energy until he reached the limit of his control before he made his move. Die! Luo Xianxia roared. He pushed out the divine seal of deprivation with his palm. It was like a mountain crashing forward. However, Lu Ming suddenly appeared in front of the divine seal of deprivation and pointed his finger. And NBSB, the primal chaos tribulation finger, exploded, striking the divine seal of deprivation. Boom! A deafening boom was heard. The divine seal of deprivation was destroyed, and Lu Ming's figure drifted backward for a distance. The power of Luo Kangqiang's divine seal of deprivation after he had accumulated power was indeed terrifying. Even with Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was still forced back. However, he was only forced back. Lu Ming, you're actually able to block my divine seal of deprivation. Luo Xianxia cried out in disbelief. After a long time of accumulation, he had deprived a large amount of energy of that move. Its power had reached a shocking level. An ordinary Emperor-to-be would not be able to withstand it and would be killed easily. But now, Lu Ming had actually blocked it head-on. How could he not be shocked? Luo Xianxia, I'm going to take your life today, Lu Ming said coldly. Qiuyu was still unconscious from her serious injuries. He would not let Luo Xianxia go. Even if the other party was the great emperor's grandson, it was the same. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged towards Luo Xianxia. Luo Xianxia was shocked and could not help but retreat. Lu Ming, you managed to escape last time. He'll kill you again. A burly figure appeared in front of Lu Ming with a giant hammer in his hand. This person was the expert who had fought with Lu Ming in the void turbulence. He had a superior grade, celestial spiritual body and was very powerful. Previously, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by the other party. But this time it would not. Kill, die, Lu Ming shouted. His eyes shot out a cold light. At the same time, a ring of light enveloped his body, and he pointed his finger. And NBSB, the massive finger of primal chaos tribulation, struck the enemy's hammer, causing it to buzz and be sent flying. Your battle strength. The other party was shocked. After exchanging one move, he could feel that Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than the last time. Previously, Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage when he faced him. However, in the exchange just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. How did Lu Ming's ability improve so much in such a short period of time? Light of chaos. You've refined the light of chaos. The burly man roared. He'll kill you today, Lu Ming said coldly. He continued to use the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. And NBSB, the massive primal chaos tribulation finger, suffused with primal chaos light, suddenly appeared like a god's finger and began to crush down. The burly man let out a low growl and used all his strength to wave his giant hammer to block Lu Ming's attack. However, at this moment, countless runes appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. A true dragon pounced toward the burly man. This was the illusionary spirit scroll, one of the 9 scrolls of the Tao of formations. Symbols transformed into true dragons, and its power was terrifying. and NBSB, the burly man's giant hammer, collided with the primal chaos tribulation finger. He had used all his strength to block Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. How could he have the energy to block the attack of the array Dao Law's illusionary spirit scroll? The true dragon pounced on the burly man's body. With a long roar, it clawed down. Bang! The burly man's body trembled violently. With a muffled groan, he retreated rapidly and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming followed up quickly. He waved his palm, and a huge shadow of the prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky, pressing down on the burly man. The burly man let out a blood-curdling screech as his body began to crack. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Then, runes glowed on Lu Ming's left hand, and another true dragon flew out. It grabbed the burly man and tore him apart. Selah! Blood splattered everywhere as the burly man's body was torn apart. The burly man, an emperor-to-be with a superior-grade celestial spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming's series of attacks. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao are indeed profound. If I can fuse the Annihilation Scroll, Illusionary Spirit Scroll, and Sealed Scroll together, the power will increase even more. Lu Ming had an idea. Chapter 1971. Chapter 1971. Chapter 1971, Killing King Physique. The Array Dao Laws could only be used as Lu Ming support for now. Compared to the Chaos Finger Tribulation, it was still a little weaker. However, if he were to combine the Annihilation Manual, the Illusionary Spirit Manual, and the Seal Manual together, the power would definitely increase exponentially. One could only imagine how powerful the attack would be if it transformed into a true dragon that contained both the power of destruction and the power of sealing. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. At this moment, Luo Kangqiang's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually kill the burly man, who was a top-notch emperor-to-be. Unless one had a king physique, he was invincible among his peers. The fact that Lu Ming could kill such an existence sent chills down his spine. Lu Ming's cold eyes swept towards Luo Xianxia. He did not stop and continued to charge at Luo Xianxia. Men, kill Lu Ming. Kill him. Luo Xianxia roared as he frantically retreated. Luo Pokong also retreated with him. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB wuchen. In an instant, at least 10 emperor-to-be rushed toward Lu Ming with all kinds of terrifying attacks. However, Lu Ming simply ignored these attacks. His chaotic light surrounded his body, and as he charged forward, all the attacks that landed on his chaotic light were blocked. The light of chaos could be used to attack and defend, and its power was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. After Lu Ming rushed through the attacks, he threw a few punches in a row. His fist radiance tore through the air, and the 3 emperor-to-be exploded in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, Lu Ming pointed out the fingers of tribulation of chaos in succession. 6 fingers of tribulation of chaos shot toward the 6 emperor-to-be. Although the power of the 6 fingers had been dispersed, it was enough to deal with an ordinary emperor-to-be. The 6 emperor-to-be were blown away by the 6-finger forces. Their faces were pale, and they spat out blood. In the beginning, he killed 3 emperor-to-be, and then he injured 6. This kind of combat strength was shocking. Luo Xianxiong and Luo Pokong were even more shocked. The 2 of them retreated frantically. They did not have the courage to fight Lu Ming. However, Luo Xianxiong retreated even faster because his cultivation was stronger. You guys can't escape. Let's go, Lu Ming said coldly. He dashed out like a bolt of lightning and avoided several powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect. The next moment, Lu Ming caught up to Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong was shocked. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void and went straight for Lu Ming. This was a monarch weapon. Combined with Luo Pokong's law of penetration, its power was indeed terrifying. However, Luo PC's cultivation base was only at the upper tier of the absolute saint realm, the same as Lu Ming's. In a battle of the same level, no matter how strong he was not strong enough to face Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch, and it hit the tip of the long spear. Luo Pokong's penetration law was useless against Lu Ming. The long spear buzzed and even bent. Then, it bounced out fiercely, and the tail of the spear hit Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body retreated frantically. In his heart, there was a strong sense of disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. When he first met Lu Ming had to do his best to defeat him. But now, Lu Ming could defeat him and injure him with a casual move. As time passed, the gap between the two of them grew bigger and bigger. Luo Pokong, who claimed to be a peerless genius, found it hard to accept. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged towards Luo Pokong. His cold, killing intent sent chills down Luo Pokong's spine. Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? In the Daluo heaven's sex pride. If you touch me, no one in Yuan Mountain can save you. Luo Pokong roared. The Daluo heaven sect had a great emperor in charge. He did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to touch him. If he touched him, Lu Ming would also die. In my life, many people have threatened me, but in the end they all died, and am still alive. Lu Ming said coldly. His saint power burst out, and the law of chaos buzzed. He threw a punch, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel pressed toward Luo Pokong. Boom! Luo Pokong was directly sent flying to the ground, smashing heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit that was 10 miles deep. Luo Pokong lay in the pit, twitching and spitting out blood. That attack had broken all his bones and armor, and even his saint heart had cracked. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. Endless fear enveloped him. If Lu Ming really wanted to kill him, he was not just saying it. He was not afraid of the Daluo heaven sect at all. At this moment, he was scared to death. Buzz! Lu Ming's body appeared in the huge pit, and he looked down at Luo Pokong coldly. Don't! Luo Pokong shouted as he vomited blood. Stop! Lu Ming, if you dare to kill him, the Daluo heaven sect will not let you off. An emperor-to-be of the Daluo heaven sect shouted. Luo Pokong was the king body of the Daluo heaven sect, so he couldn't die. Lu Ming sneered. The Daluo heaven sect would not let him go? Even if the Daluo heaven sect would let him go, he would not let them go. This was the oath he made to Xianxia. In the future, he would definitely trample on the Daluo heaven sect, no matter what price he had to pay. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Luo Pokong's monarch weapon spear. No, Luo Pokong shouted in fear and tried to escape. However, the spear radiance pierced through the air. The monarch weapon spear pierced through Luo Pokong's forehead and nailed him to the ground. Luo Pokong's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. Many people in the surroundings were also shocked. The Daluo heaven sect's king physique, Luo Pokong, was killed by Lu Ming just like that. The people of the Daluo heaven sect would go crazy if this news spread. However, the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes was still as cold as a knife. This is only the beginning, Lu Ming muttered and pulled out his monarch weapon spear. He soared into the sky and looked into the distance. At this moment, Luo Xianxia was fleeing frantically. He did not dare to stay there at all. Bubble, give me a hand. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. All right. Under the Dayan elixir furnace, the bubble responded. It waved its hands, and the power of space-time laws enveloped Lu Ming's body through the void. Lu Ming's body moved as if he was traveling through the void, and he chased after Luo Xianxia at an extreme speed. With the help of bubble space-time law, Lu Ming's speed was even more astonishing. He was approaching Luo Xianxia at a rapid speed. Damn it! The emperor-to-be of the Daluo heaven sect stopped their attacks on Feng and Long Chun and chased after Lu Ming. Luo Pokong was still fine, but if Luo Xianxia was killed by Lu Ming, the great emperor's fury would descend upon them, and they would all die. They chased after Lu Ming crazily, but their speed was too far behind Lu Ming's, and they could not catch up at all. Lu Ming's figure was like a flickering light and a passing shadow as he approached Luo Xianxia very quickly. Whoosh! Lu Ming pointed with his finger. The force of the chaotic finger of calamity condensed into a line and pierced through Luo Xianxia. Break! A battle axe appeared in Luo Xianxia's hand. This battle axe was extremely powerful. It was definitely a monarch weapon, and not an ordinary one at that. The battle axe slashed out and blocked Lu Ming's finger force. However, his body was also sent flying and his face was flushed. Although his cultivation base had broken through to the perfected absolute saint realm, his combat strength was much weaker than Lu Ming's. Chapter 1972. Chapter 1972. Human-shaped hammer Luo Xianxia retreated and Lu Ming followed. He waved his right fist and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, pressing down on Luo Xianxia. Strip, strip, Luo Xianxia roared. The law of deprivation enveloped the battle axe, constantly depriving the external energy to increase the power of the battle axe. Then, he slashed it at Lu Ming. Clang! The battle axe hit the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, causing a violent vibration. Although Luo Xianxia had blocked the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, his body was constantly retreating. His face was flushed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Lu Ming did not stop his attack. There were 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels in the sky, and they kept pressing down on Luo Xianxia. Luo Xianxia could only try his best to resist. At the same time, he roared, "A bunch of trash! Hurry up and save me! Do you all want to die?" Of course, he was shouting at the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The Emperors-to-be looked terrible and flew toward him with all their might. Luo Xianxia's status in the Daluo Heaven sect was too special and noble. He was the grandson of a great emperor and had unparalleled talent. Even those void emperors and true emperors had to give him face. What's more, these Emperors-to-be could decide their life and death with a word. "No one will be able to save you today," Lu Ming said coldly. Countless runes appeared in his left hand and transformed into a true dragon that pounced at Luo Xianxia. With the 2 types of nomological laws operating at the same time, Luo Xianxia was even more outmatched. He was instantly sent flying and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and appeared above Luo Xianxia's head. He pointed out the chaotic finger of tribulation and attacked Luo Xianxia. Boom! Luo Xianxia's body was blasted down like a cannonball, just like Luo Pokong. Then, Lu Ming swooped down and caught up with Luo Xianxia. He held the monarch weapon spear that he had just gotten from Luo Pokong in his hand. He poured his saint power into the spear, making it hum, and stabbed at Luo Xianxia's forehead. Not good. Stop. The Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted in shock. Lu Ming was simply too audacious. He did not care about Luo Xianxia's status at all. First, he killed Luo Pokong, and now he even wanted to kill Luo Xianxia. Luo Xianxia was extremely frightened and let out a crazy roar. He was unwilling. He was mad with hatred. However, he would not beg for mercy. If he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future. Whoosh! The emperor-ranked long spear pierced towards Luo Xianxia's glabella with a terrifyingly sharp chi. However, just as the spear was about to hit him, a black metal token suddenly appeared between Luo Xianxia's eyebrows. Clang! The spear struck the metal token, causing sparks to fly. However, this metal was extremely hard, and the long spear could not penetrate it. The long spear trembled, and a terrifying force pushed Luo Xianxia to the ground at an even more astonishing speed. However, as Luo Xianxia was falling, the number of metal plates increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. It was like a black armor that covered Luo Xianxia's entire body. Boom! Luo Xianxia's body smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake and a huge pit to appear. However, the next moment, Luo Xianxia stood up as if nothing had happened. "Grandpa, ha!" Luo Xianxia laughed with joy. He knew that this was the protective emperor weapon that his grandfather had secretly placed in his body. It could save his life at a critical moment. However, he didn't tell him in advance, most likely because he wanted to train him. With the protection of his sovereign weapon, he knew that he would be fine. Lu Ming could not kill him. The Emperor's Blessing. The Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were also ecstatic. "Will you be fine if you hide in the armor? Kill." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He held the long spear and swooped down like a stream of light, stabbing Luo Xianxia's head in an instant. However, the long spear still failed to pierce through Luo Xianxia's armor. This armor was truly sturdy and immortal. "Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If I don't die today, you'll be the one to die in the future." Luo Xianxia roared. His killing intent was extremely cold. Today, Lu Ming had almost killed him. This made his killing intent toward Lu Ming even stronger. Clang! Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He swept his long spear, and Luo Xianxia's body flew out directly. He crashed into the wall of the big pit, and his body sank into the ground. However, the next moment, Luo Xianxia shot up from the ground not far away. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and charged at Luo Xianxia. "Strip away the divine seal." Luo Xianxia cast the divine seal of deprivation in an attempt to counterattack, but it was shattered by Lu Ming's finger. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the sealing scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. The dense runes enveloped Luo Xianxia and tried to seal him. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Luo Xianxia's neck and pushed him toward the ground. Boom! Luo Xianxia crashed heavily on the ground, creating another huge pit. Bang! Then, Lu Ming stepped on Xianxia Luo's head, causing his head to sink into the rock. "Ah, Lu Ming, it'll kill you." Luo Xianxia roared. "It's really a turtle shell. It's comparable to that fellow Dandan's turtle shell," Lu Ming muttered. At this time in the distance, a little turtle sneezed and cursed. "Which bastard is scolding me? He's scolding me. Charge!" After that, the little turtle dashed toward a large tomb shrouded in clouds and mist, disappearing from sight. As for Lu Ming, he continued to torture Xianxia Luo. He stepped on Xianxia Luo's crotch, causing him to scream in pain and bow his body. Although the armor is hard, there is still pain. Continue. Lu Ming stepped on Luo Xianxia's crotch again. Luo Xianxia roared like a beast. Inside the armor, his face was red with tears and snot. "Release young Master Luo. You're looking for death." At this moment, the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed over with all kinds of weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Some of them took out their monarch weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Xianxia's legs and used it as a hammer, swinging it at the Emperor-to-be. An Emperor-to-be was waving a monarch weapon at Lu Ming, but when he saw that it was Luo Xianxia who was smashing at him, he quickly reduced his strength. Therefore, the consequences he faced were miserable. Luo Xianxia's body hit him hard. The Emperor-to-be screamed and flew hundreds of miles away. He lay on the ground, twitching. Bang! Bang! Then, Lu Ming rushed into the sky, grabbed Luo Xianxia, and swung him like a hammer at the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. Luo Xianxia's armor was really sturdy and immortal. It was even harder than many sovereign weapon-level giant hammers. Lu Ming smashed it with all his might, and the power was amazing. A few emperors-to-be with weaker cultivation were hit. Their bodies broke, and they were crushed to death. The Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect had some concerns. Even though some of them had sovereign weapons, they didn't dare to attack with full force for fear of injuring Luo Xianxia. In that case, their consequences would be even worse. Chapter 1973. Chapter 1973. The sullen Luo Xianxia. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Xianxia's legs and used him as a weapon. He kept throwing him out. Several Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were smashed away. One of them was even smashed to death. The others vomited blood and flew back. Ha ha, awesome. This weapon is really suitable for me. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. On the other hand, Luo Xianxia was furious. He kept roaring and wanted to rush out and fight with Lu Ming, but he finally held back. He was too aggrieved. At first, Lu Ming stepped on his face until his face was stuck in a rock. Then, Lu Ming stepped on his crotch, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. At this moment, Lu Ming was using him as a weapon to kill the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. He was mad with hatred and kept roaring to vent his anger. He knew that he had lost too much face. No matter how great his achievements were in the future, even if he were to break through to the great sovereign realm like his grandfather, this matter would still become a shame for the rest of his life. He would be laughed at behind his back. Lu Ming will make you wish you were dead. I swear. Ah, your family, your friends, they're all going to die. Luo Kangqiang's voice sounded like a madman. What are you shouting for? It was you who killed the people of your Daluo Heaven sect. I'm just doing it for you. Lu Ming berated. Luo Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by he was the one who killed the Daluo Heaven sect? What did he mean by Lu Ming was just doing it for him? Don't use me as a weapon if you have the ability. Bang! Lu Ming waved Luo Xianxia and sent another Emperor-to-be flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Luo Xianxia himself, he was also dizzy from the impact. Don't fight him head-on. An Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted and retreated, not daring to approach Lu Ming. The other Emperors-to-be did the same. When they saw Lu Ming, they ran away in a hurry. As a result, a funny scene formed at the scene. Lu Ming was chasing Luo Xianxia in the sky, while the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect was running around in panic. Many people were speechless. The young master of the Daluo Heaven sect, the grandson of the great emperor, the sovereign who had deprived his king body, and nearly 100 Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect had been defeated by Lu Ming. After Luo Xianxia had been abused, he had become Lu Ming's weapon. It was really speechless. At the same time, everyone was shocked. This also proved Lu Ming's power. Hey, don't run. There are so many Emperors-to-be here, but you don't dare to fight me. The Daluo Heaven sect is a great Emperor-level force. How disappointing. Lu Ming held Luo Xianxia upside down and ran wildly in the air, chasing after the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The faces of the Emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect turned green with anger. If you have the ability, then put Luo Xianxia down. You're carrying Luo Xianxia, and you're still fighting like this? The Emperors-to-be roared in their hearts. Lu Ming, if you have the ability, come and fight me. At this moment, the sound of the stellar river reverberated throughout the entire area. He was also very unhappy. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, Luo Xianxia had sided with him and was a member of the Heaven Emperor Alliance. Now that he was so badly beaten by Lu Ming, he had lost all face. At this moment, the Star River and the Death Blade had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The Death Blade was gradually losing the upper hand. After all, the Eternal Star River had long broken through to the perfected Absolute Saint realm and was very close to the Emperor-to-be realm. In terms of mastery of its nomological laws, it was stronger than the Death Blade slash. After a long battle, it gradually gained the advantage. Xianxia, your cultivation base is 2 levels higher than mine, and you're an eternal sun, yet you're challenging someone with a lower cultivation base than you. But isn't the Hung family all like this? Lu Ming sneered. If you don't dare to fight, then just say it. The Star River and the Death Blade exchanged another blow, forcing the Death Blade to retreat dozens of miles. Xianxia, you don't have to try to goad me, but today I'm really going to fight you. With that, Lu Ming stopped chasing the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. He carried Luo Xianxia and walked toward the Star River. Many people were shocked, including Huangling, Long Chun, and the others who were Lu Ming's enemies. Was Lu Ming really going to fight against the galaxy? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for the galaxy. Perhaps he was going to join forces with the Death Blade. Many people thought so. "Let me go," Luo Sanxiong roared. "Shut up." Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Luo Kanqiang's crotch. Luo Sanxiong shrieked like a eunuch and arched his body. Runes kept flowing out of Lu Ming's palm and covered Luo Kanqiang's armor, sealing him. He could not resist and could only be carried by Lu Ming like a weapon. Everyone was stunned. Was Lu Ming going to use Luo Sanxiong as a weapon to fight against the galaxy? "Death Blade, leave the galaxy to me." Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the Death Blade. "Leave it to you?" The Death Blade's eyes were filled with doubt. "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Don't worry, it'll help you beat this galaxy up. You can go help Huang Ling and the others." Lu Ming said. This Lu Ming is so arrogant. He actually wants to fight alone in the galaxy. Also, didn't you hear his tone? He actually ordered the Death Blade to help Huang Ling and the others. What a joke. With the Death Blade's personality, it's good that he didn't draw his sword against him. Some people were discussing in low voices. Although many people were still in the midst of a chaotic battle, there was a group of people who had yet to make a move. They stood in the distance and watched the battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, they all shook their heads. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. The Death Blade nodded and turned into a terrifying blade light, killing the Emperor-to-be of the Hung family. The Blade of Death was extremely terrifying. With one slash, 3 Emperor-to-be from the Hung family were killed. "Damn it, let's kill him together." The Emperor-to-be of the Hung family was furious. He joined forces and launched a terrible attack on the Death Blade. However, the Death Blade was surrounded by the Light of Death, and the area within 100 meters of him was like a land of death, like a god of death. The Light of Death merged with the Saber Light and broke the opponent's attack, killing an Emperor-to-be. An ordinary Emperor-to-be would be killed by the Death Blade in one move. Death Canopy. Then, a terrifying gray gas emanated from the Death Blade's body. This was the Qi of Death, and it covered at least half of the Dayan elixir furnace. The Emperors-to-be retreated when they saw the Qi of Death. In this way, the pressure on Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Ouyang Wuchuan was greatly reduced. They could already block the other party's attack. Xing's expression turned ugly. His body was shrouded in eternal light, like a god, eternal and immortal. Bang! Then, the galaxy took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a storm. He did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Lu Ming as soon as possible to get back the Celestial Emperor's sword. "Let's fight," Lu Ming muttered. His spine was suffused with a blood-red light. A drop of blood appeared, and a powerful and terrifying force gushed into Lu Ming's body. The third bloodline. Chapter 1974. Chapter 1974. Lu Ming versus Galaxy. Lu Ming immediately activated his third blood meridian. This was because Lu Ming was very clear that if he did not activate his third blood meridian, he would not be a match for the galaxy. Heng Xinghe was the eternal sun, and was on par with him in every aspect. He had mastered the eternal law and cultivated the eternal light. His cultivation level was about to reach the Emperor-to-be realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Even his superpower was stronger than Lu Ming's, having reached 99%. In terms of spirit body, even if Lu Ming had fused 3 chaos laws, he might not be completely stronger than the galaxy. He was born with an eternal body and was protected by the heavens. Once he entered the martial royal realm, his spiritual body would directly evolve into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. In fact, the children of God were all like this. Lu Xianxiang's body of life, Ouyang Ma's body of reincarnation, and the body of death of the Death Blade were all inborn. Once they broke through to the Emperor level, they would have a high-grade heavenly spirit body. Furthermore, because they were born with this constitution, their spirit bodies contained a special substance. For example, the body of life was born with the chi of life, and the body of chaos was born with the chi of chaos. So their spiritual bodies were stronger than the superior grade, celestial spiritual bodies. Strictly speaking, Lu Ming could not be considered the son of God. This was because everything he had was acquired through cultivation, not inborn. His spiritual body and chaotic laws were all acquired through cultivation. He was not born with a chaotic body. However, the others did not know this. When they saw that Lu Ming controlled the laws of chaos, they called him the son of chaos. Now, Lu Ming's spirit body had cultivated 3 strands of chaos chi. Compared to the galaxy, he might have a slight advantage. Lu Ming's other advantage was that he had 2 saint hearts and 2 types of laws. However, this was not enough. It was not enough to make up for the gap between him and the galaxy. Therefore, he needed a 3rd bloodline to make up for it. The 3rd bloodline seemed to have endless energy. Even at Lu Ming's current realm, he could still feel that the energy was endless. What he could borrow was just a drop in the ocean. Lu Ming's body exuded an endless murderous intent. His eyes started to turn blood red, and his long black hair also turned blood red. His aura was constantly rising, and he could faintly compete with the galaxy. Xing's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Borrowing external power is ultimately not enough to withstand a single blow. Kill!" He charged at Lu Ming as if he had teleported. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. It was undoubtedly a sovereign weapon. The sword light pierced through the air and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming was even more straightforward. He lifted Luo Xianxia and threw him at the galaxy. Luo Xianxia hid in his armor and roared. He was extremely aggrieved. He had completely become Lu Ming's weapon. Xing Qin's expression changed as well. He flicked his wrist, and the sword gleam changed. It cut toward Lu Ming from another direction. However, Lu Ming flung Luo Xianxia away and crashed into the sword gleam of the galaxy. The sword gleam of the galaxy changed again, but Lu Ming could always keep up with the sword gleam by waving Luo Xianxia. Lu Ming, let Luo Xianxia fight me if you can. Xing's face, which had been calm all this time, was now filled with anger. There was a ball of fire in his chest. Lu Ming brandished Luo Xianxia, wanted to fight him head-on. Luo Xianxia's status was extraordinary. He was the grandson of the great emperor. In terms of status, he was even higher than Lu Ming. Although the Hung family also had a great emperor, that great emperor was Lu Ming's ancestor. He was afraid that if he injured or killed Luo Xianxia, he would offend the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect. Of course, you have a monarch weapon. I don't have a proper one. This is mine. Lu Ming shook Luo Xianxia's arm. Luo Xianxia was dizzy from the swing. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Lu Ming's words. When did he become Lu Ming's sovereign weapon? Then one won't use my monarch weapon. It'll fight you. In the galaxy, you have a monarch weapon, but you don't use it? Are you stupid? I'm going to use it anyway. Lu Ming looked at Luo Xianxia with disdain. He swung Luo Xianxia and smashed him toward the Star River with astonishing power. The armor on Luo Xianxia's body was extraordinary. It was sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming pondered. Even a Void Emperor would not be able to break it so easily. It was perfect as a weapon. The two of them exchanged a few blows. For a moment, Xing Qin was at a disadvantage and could not display his full strength. Around them, many people were looking at each other. That Lu Ming is really shameless. Some people were indignant. Hee, Xing's cultivation level is 2 levels higher. How can Lu Ming not use some tricks? Why don't you say that Xinghe is shameless? Some people felt that Lu Ming's behavior was very normal. Look, the platform is reacting. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed at the stone platform. By now, many people had already died in battle. The blood of those who had died in battle was actually attracted by a mysterious force and flew towards the stone platform, seeping into the ancient altar. The ancient altar was shining. Then, a blood-red bridge extended from the stone platform to the other side of the abyss. However, The blood-red bridge only extended a section before it stopped. Blood sacrifice, it's really blood sacrifice, but there's not enough blood. Someone shouted, "Kill!" At the scene, the battle cries shook the sky. Some of the more powerful forces began to kill the weaker forces. More and more people joined the chaotic battle. It was a chaotic scene. People were killed continuously and would fall here forever. Xing Chen's eyes glowed as he shouted, "Lu Ming, sacrifice your blood to the bridge." With that, the sword radiance of the Xingxing River surged. It no longer seemed to care about Luo Xianxia. The combat sword cut through the air and slashed toward Lu Ming with an extremely sharp aura. Lu Ming picked up Luo Xianxia and smashed him. Clang! The battle sword of Xingxing River hit Luo Xianxia's body accurately, making a loud noise and sending sparks in all directions. Luo Xianxia's body shook violently. He was dumbfounded by the powerful force. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light of the Xingxing River was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, slashing at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming circulated all the energy in his body and stepped forward. Luo Xianxiong was like a black iron hammer, constantly smashing. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows in a row. The void rumbled and shook continuously. The terrifying force turned into shock waves that spread out in circles. Some of the people who were closer to them were hit by the shock wave and were forced to retreat, their faces pale. Many people were shocked. This kind of combat strength was terrifying. It was just a shock wave, but ordinary Emperor to be couldn't bear it. How amazing was this? What shocked more people was that Lu Ming could really fight against the galaxy. This made it difficult for many people to calm down. The He family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the only divine temple, and other powerful forces. There were also ancient Moon Holy Lands Wuchen family, Golden Crow race, Sky Wolf Tower, and others. Their hearts were in turmoil. Lu Ming was now able to compete with the galaxy. This rate of improvement was too shocking and shocking. Chapter 1975. Chapter 1975. Chapter 1975 Peak Battle Hengxing River was known as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the land of Yuan Mountain. Didn't that mean that the current Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the younger generation in the Yuan Mountain, and it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent? The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, and other forces all looked very gloomy. When he got out, he had to report this matter and think of a countermeasure. If this continued, Lu Ming's continued growth would be a disaster for them. Lu Ming and Heng Xinghe exchanged more than 10 moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The Star River seemed to have some apprehensions and was afraid of breaking Luo Xianxia's armor. Clang! After another explosion, the seal runes that had been covering Luo Xianxia's armor collapsed. Boom! Luo Xianxiong burst out madly. The law of deprivation circulated at full force and enveloped Lu Ming, trying to devour him. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He finally knew why the galaxy had attacked him previously. Its purpose was to destroy the sealing power on Luo Xianxia's body and allow him to regain his freedom. Eternal Sword Tide. How could the galaxy miss this opportunity? In an instant, he stabbed more than 1,000 times. Endless sword light, like a tide of swords, stabbed toward Lu Ming. All of them were aimed at his vital points. At this moment, Lu Ming wanted to seal Luo Xianxiong again and use him as a weapon. However, it was impossible. He might even put himself in danger. Buzz! Lu Ming let go of Luo Xianxiong and retreated rapidly. He kept punching out with both his fists, and illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, blocking the sword radiance that was coming for him. As soon as Luo Xianxiong escaped, his body flickered madly, and he put a long distance between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming, they'll remember this. Just you wait. Luo Xianxiong's angry voice rang out. He'll remember this as well. Won't believe everyone will remember this. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Luo Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body trembled with anger. That's right, today's events had been remembered by everyone. Soon, the news would spread throughout the entire Yuan mountain. In the future, when others see him, they would think of this scene. Luo Xianxia, was a joke. He was furious. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. He could not wait to kill all the people who witnessed today's events. You piece of trash, get lost. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Luo Xianxia. He waved his hands in disdain and turned his gaze to the galaxy. Luo Xianxia was so angry that he almost wanted to fight Lu Ming to the death. Lu Ming, you don't have Luo Xianxia with you now. Let's see how you can stop me. The eternal light on the stellar river became more and more brilliant, as if it did not belong to this world. With one less trash, it's perfect for a battle. Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. He circulated his holy power to the extreme and was surrounded by the light of chaos. He looked like a god of war. Buzz, buzz. The two of them moved at the same time, charging toward each other. The eternal sword, chaos finger. A beam of sword light and a huge finger collided in the air and then disappeared. Lu Ming and the galaxy's figures also collided. Lu Ming slashed down again. An illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. It was as big as a mountain and carried an aura that could suppress the heavens. It suppressed the Star River. The sword radiance of the galaxy slashed and split the prison-suppressing steel shadow. However, he was faced with even more prison-suppressing steel's illusory images. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and were blasted at the galaxy. At the same time, countless inscriptions appeared on his left hand and spread toward the galaxy. This was the power of a seal trying to seal the galaxy. However, when the sealing power approached the galaxy, it couldn't break through the eternal light of the galaxy and was blocked. Then, the eternal light shook and countless runes shattered. My body is eternal. What can mere King Path laws do to me? Xingqian's voice was heard. At the same time, a terrifying sword light burst out and shattered 9 prison-suppressing steels. Whoosh! There was another sword radiance that pierced through the prison-suppressing steel shadow and headed for Lu Ming. However, when the sword light hit the light of chaos, it was as if it had hit an iron wall. It made an ear-piercing squeaking sound and sparks flew. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. He had borrowed the power of the third bloodline and crossed the gap between him and the eternal Star River. The two of them were engaged in a great battle. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and the chaos finger of tribulation at other times. In combination with the Array Dao law, he exploded with shocking combat strength. He could kill an ordinary emperor to be in one move. However, the Eternal Star River was indeed powerful. The sword beam pierced through the sky and the body became eternal. It was not weaker than Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye, and neither of them had a clear winner. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow. The eternal light and the chaotic light trembled, and the two of them flew back at the same time. Lu Ming, this secret technique of yours is indeed very powerful. However, the aftereffects should be very serious. I wonder how long you can last. Xingqian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He believed that the power of Lu Ming's third bloodline should be a strange and terrifying secret skill that could increase one's combat strength for a short period of time. However, such a secret skill usually had huge side effects. Try it and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not explain. The third bloodline had endless energy. Even if he continued to use it, it would not be exhausted. Lu Ming, you're no match for me, even if you use your secret skill. It'll show you my strongest combat power. Xingqian said coldly. The eternal light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was about to burn. The eternal God Bell. At this moment, the aura of the Star River rose sharply again. His body glowed brightly and finally turned into a big bell, enveloping him. Clang! The bell hummed, and a visible sound wave rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He had a very dangerous feeling in the face of this sound wave. Primal chaos tribulation finger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming cast the chaos finger of tribulation and pointed with all his might. However, as the sound wave rushed past, the chaos finger of tribulation actually exploded inch by inch. The terrifying sound wave rushed past and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's expression was grave as he retreated quickly. At the same time, he punched out with both fists. Pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared in front of him to block. Bang! Bang! The phantom image of the prison-suppressing steel exploded continuously. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt a terrifying force acting on his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Even the light of chaos on his body could not withstand it. Lu Ming had to retreat 100 miles before he could successfully resist this force. My God, is this the true combat power of the galaxy? That's too terrifying. Who can be his match under the rank of a Marshal Supreme? Lu Ming is going to be defeated. He's not his match. Lu Ming's cultivation level is too low after all. It's hard to bridge the gap between our cultivation levels. In the surroundings, although there were people fighting, there were still people who paid attention to the battle between the Hengxing River and Lu Ming. Chapter 1976. Chapter 1976. Defeating the Galaxy. Chapter 1976. Chapter 1976. Defeating the Galaxy. Everyone was shocked by the battle prowess of the Galaxy. It turned out that he had not used his full strength just now. Now that he had burst out with his full strength, he sent Lu Ming flying back 100 miles in one move. It was shocking. At this moment, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others all looked worried. The situation on their side was much better. With the Death Blade joining, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. An ordinary Emperor-to-be would be killed by the Death Blade. Many of them had died at the hands of the Death Blade. Their blood was absorbed by the platform, and the blood-red bridge grew longer and longer. It extended to the front and didn't know if it reached the other side. The Star River strode in the air and headed toward Lu Ming. On his body, a huge bell enveloped him. It was as if it was transparent, and one could clearly see the shape of the galaxy. Lu Ming, you're no match for me. In front of Yongheng, everything is meaningless. Kill. Xing Chun spoke indifferently, as if he had transformed into a god that was high above, looking down on the common people. Clang! The eternal god bell shook for the second time. Terrifying sound waves whizzed out. The space rippled like water, and it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging toward Lu Ming. Retreat! Some of the people behind Lu Ming had a drastic change of expression. They retreated one after another, afraid that they would be swept in. With their combat strength, if they were swept in, they would definitely end up in pieces. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He raised his cultivation to the maximum and tried his best to resist. The Tai Chi formation plate flew out and pressed forward. At the same time, the primal chaos tribulation finger and the prison-suppressing heaven art were unleashed. However, it was all useless. The Tai Chi formation disc was knocked away and lost its light. The primal chaos tribulation finger, even the prison suppression heavenly art, was unable to block it and was shattered. It was not the chaos apocalyptic finger or the prison suppressing heavenly art that was inferior to the other party. It was just that Lu Ming's cultivation level was insufficient and his mastery was inferior to the other parties. It was difficult for him to unleash such a powerful force. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming, you're pretty good to be able to block 2 of my attacks. However, your fate is already decided today. Kill. All living things are silent. Clang. The eternal god bell shook for the 3rd time. This time, it was even more terrifying. The terrifying sound waves actually turned into an army. They were like the divine soldiers in the legends. They held divine weapons and rode strange beasts. Their murderous intent soared to the sky as they came crushing towards Lu Ming. The entire void was shaking. The attack this time was undoubtedly more terrifying. Lu Ming was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "You're the first person in the same generation to block 3 of my Eternal God Bell's attacks. Hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword, and it'll let you die in one piece." Xianxia was incomparably arrogant. His snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. He approached Lu Ming at top speed, as if he was sure to win. "Hee, the power is indeed not bad, but still not enough." Lu Ming chuckled. At this moment, his eyes were very cold. It seemed that he had to give it his all. Now, he could only increase the power of his third bloodline. The third bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming had always avoided borrowing the power of the third bloodline. However, he had no choice but to do so now. "Come, power!" Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Boom! A surge of blood-colored energy roared wildly and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Roar! Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. A terrifying killing intent burst out and enveloped the surroundings. The galaxy was hit by this killing intent, and its expression changed. This killing intent made him feel as if he was facing an extremely powerful and crazy existence that wanted to slaughter all living beings and destroy everything. Chi. At that moment, Lu Ming's body swelled up. Bone spikes protruded from his body, making him look ferocious, like a demon who had walked out of purgatory. Even Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were shocked. They had never seen Lu Ming in such a state. "Star River, watch me break your stupid bell." Lu Ming howled, his eyes filled with malevolence and boundless killing intent. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was not the same as before. Although he had endless killing intent, he had not lost his mind. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved like a shadow. The next moment, he appeared in front of the galaxy. Almost no one had seen how Lu Ming moved. He was too fast. Buzz! Lu Ming's claw reached out. At that moment, Lu Ming's nails had grown much longer. They were like sharp blades as they clawed at the galaxy. Xing's expression changed, and he quickly launched an attack. Clang! The Eternal God Bell trembled, and a sound wave that was even more terrifying than the previous one was released. The sound wave collided with Lu Ming's claw, producing a harsh and unpleasant sound. In the end, Lu Ming roared and tore with all his might. The sound wave was directly broken by Lu Ming. The next moment, Lu Ming approached the stellar river and threw a punch. Thump! The punch landed on the Eternal God Bell, and a terrifying power instantly exploded. The Eternal God Bell trembled madly, and Xianxia's expression changed. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. Buzz! Lu Ming stomped on the void, causing it to tremble. He burst forward and caught up with the Star River, his fists punching out like a storm. Shake! The Eternal Star River roared, and the Eternal God Bell shook again. A terrifying sound wave rushed out. This time, the sound wave was even more terrifying. Any ordinary emperor-to-be who came would die. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fist was covered in a layer of blood-colored energy. It was indestructible and could break anything. It kept bombarding the sound waves and eventually destroyed them. Then, he punched the Eternal God Bell. Kacha! The Eternal God Bell was a remarkable power condensed from the eternal laws of the Stellar River. Now, a crack had appeared. Moreover, Lu Ming's fist force continued to bombard the Eternal God Bell. More and more cracks appeared on the Eternal God Bell. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Xing's face was pale. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He caught up in an instant, and his violent attacks continued to pour out. Xianxia took out his imperial sword again and used all his strength to slash out sword light. However, they could not stop Lu Ming at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had borrowed the vast power of the third bloodline and had almost reached his limit. He could barely retain a trace of intelligence. If he continued to borrow the power of the third bloodline, he would be drowned by endless killing intent and turned into a killing puppet. It could be seen how violent Lu Ming's current strength was. In just a few moves, Xianxia River was sent flying and spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the distance, Luo Zhangqiang was almost scared to death. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? He could even defeat the Eternal Star River. He was simply undefeatable. No, after we get out, one must ask Grandpa to send some experts to kill him. He must be killed. Luo Zhangqiang roared in his heart. He had a feeling that if Lu Ming did not die, he would be the one to die in the future. Chapter 1977, Celestial Emperor's Corporeal Body. Chapter 1977, Celestial Emperor's Corporeal Body. Luo Zhangqiang was shocked, not to mention the others, who were even more shocked. The Star River had actually lost. He wasn't defeated by an elder, nor was he defeated by a group of people. Instead, he was defeated by another young man in a direct confrontation. The number one genius of Mount Yuan in the Hengxing River, the undefeated legend, was shattered today. Of course, another legend was born. If news of today's matter spread out, the entire Yuan mountain would be shaken, especially the Heng family. It was as if their faith had collapsed and they were terrified. The Hengxing River was the representative and pride of the Heng family. Ever since they started cultivating in the Hengxing River, they had never lost to anyone of the same generation. But today he was defeated. On the other hand, Huangling, Long Chun, and the Emperor to be on their side were ecstatic. Lu Ming had defeated the Stellar River. The situation could be completely reversed. He merely borrowed some secret skill. Who knows if Lu Ming will become a good-for-nothing or his strength will be greatly reduced once this secret skill is used. What's the use of a temporary victory? Luo Zhangqiang said unhappily, and his voice resounded throughout the whole place. Of course, he was getting further and further away from Lu Ming and was prepared to escape at any time. Luo Zhangqiang's words made many people's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's state clearly showed that he had used some kind of terrifying secret skill. Such a secret technique had actually increased Lu Ming's abilities so much. The aftereffects were definitely shocking. He would become a good-for-nothing immediately. It might be a little exaggerated, but if his source was damaged and it affected his future cultivation, Lu Ming would no longer be a match for the galaxy. Some of the people who had a grudge against Lu Ming prayed in their hearts and hoped that this was the case. At this moment, Lu Ming could not be bothered with the voices of the outside world. He continued to rush towards the galaxy. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was like a tidal wave. Who cared if he was the eternal sun? He would kill him first. Xing Qin's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to clash head-on with Lu Ming. He turned into a rainbow light and rushed toward the blood-red bridge. Buzz! Lu Ming followed closely behind and rushed toward the blood-red bridge. Could it be that the giant bridge has already reached the other side of the abyss? The Stellar River definitely knows something. Now that he's charging towards the giant bridge, he must have reached the other side and entered the ninth world. Let's charge too. Charge! The others also rushed toward the bridge, including the Emperor-to-be of the Heng family, the Daluo Heaven Sect, and the Golden Crow tribe. The originally intense chaotic battle had also stopped at this moment. The black mass of people all rushed onto the giant bridge and ran forward. We're going to. Ouyang Wushuang, Huangling, Long Chun, and the others led a group of experts and rushed toward the giant bridge. After they crossed the giant bridge, the Dayan elixir furnace shrank rapidly and flew toward Lu Ming. It flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. This giant bridge was extremely long and wide, and it led straight into the depths. The galaxy was running at the forefront at an astonishing speed. However, Lu Ming was still closing the distance between him and the galaxy. Not long after, they saw the giant bridge pass through a thick fog. Many people were shocked. Could it be that the ninth world was behind the fog? The ninth world couldn't be entered directly from the outside. It was said to be the world where undyings lived What exactly was there? The galaxy was the first to rush into the fog. Lu Ming followed closely behind. After Lu Ming rushed into the fog, he realized that he had arrived in a void. Yes, the void. There was no land here. It was like the starry sky in the universe. He was floating in the void. The Star River was not far away, but he seemed to be stunned as he looked ahead. Lu Ming could not help but look over. At first glance, his heart trembled violently, and he was stunned. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the void in front of him. But that figure was too big and too majestic. This person's body was even taller than any mountain. Just by sitting there, he was like a planet in the vast universe. In front of it, humans were as small as dust. But the most important thing was that this was a golem. It was like a huge stone statue, but it was very lifelike. This was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged in the void, but he gave off a feeling of unparalleled magnificence, unparalleled in the world and the world. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that he had seen the golem's appearance before. Initially, the two great sovereigns had a great battle at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, the blood of the great sovereigns fell, and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had a strange change. At that time, a figure had condensed at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, around 30 years old, with unparalleled magnificence. He seemed to be the figure of the Heavenly Emperor. This stone man in front of him looked exactly the same as the figure that had appeared at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Could this be the statue of the Celestial Emperor? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Buzz, buzz, and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, there were people passing through the fog and appearing in the void. But when they saw the giant golems, they were all stunned and shocked. Celestial Emperor. This is the Celestial Emperor. A Celestial Emperor statue. No, it's the corporeal body, the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. In the end, an emperor-to-be from the Hung family couldn't hold back his shock and shouted. Everyone's heart was in shock. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body? This was the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Legend had it that the Celestial Emperor had fallen in the distant past. Could this really be the body left behind by the Celestial Emperor after his fall? It was very possible. There were many ancient ruins in the Lotus world, and some places seemed to have suppressed terrifying creatures. If it wasn't for the Celestial Thearch, who could have done it? In the distant past, for some unknown reason, the Celestial Thearch suppressed some of the more powerful living beings here. However, he himself died, and his physical body was left here, sitting in the ninth world. No wonder he couldn't directly enter the ninth world. No wonder the other worlds would have the legend that the ninth world was home to undying beings. Undying was the Celestial Emperor. As for Lu Ming, he thought of more things. He thought of the Celestial Emperor's sword, which was also a stone sword. The sword was made of stone, and this huge body was also made of stone. What was the connection between these two? Could it really be the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body? Could it be that the Celestial Thearch wasn't a human, but a strange life form? At this moment, countless people's eyes were burning with fire. That was the fire of greed. If this giant golem was really the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, then its value would be unimaginable. That was the Celestial Thearch. Now, the Heavenly Emperor was a legend, and the Great Emperor was the peak expert. A great emperor could almost dominate an area, be invincible, and control the great Tao. As for the Celestial Thearch, he was even more unimaginable. Legend had it that the Celestial Thearch was almost the same as the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, he did not suffer any major tribulations and was truly immortal. When one became a Celestial Emperor, there would be no more tribulations of heaven and earth, and they would truly live as long as heaven and earth. Such a person was unimaginably strong. One could only imagine the value of the body left behind by such a person. No matter if it was true or false, they couldn't miss it and would make people go crazy. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, many figures rushed towards the giant golem, their eyes shining with greed. Chapter 1978. The Celestial Thearch Isn't Dead? Chapter 1978. The Celestial Thearch Isn't Dead? The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was too shocking and too tempting. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, he had to give it a try. Even if he only managed to knock a piece off his body, it would still be priceless. Even martial emperor powerhouses would be envious if he brought it out. One figure after another charged forward. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is mine. Whoever touches it will die. Xianxia shouted, and his entire body turned into a sword light and slashed out. The sword light slashed down, and blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew off one after another. In an instant, more than 10 Emperor-to-be were killed by the Star River. The difference between an ordinary Emperor-to-be and the Star River was too great. They could be killed instantly without any resistance. The River of Laws was easily cut open and pierced. The other Emperors-to-be were shocked and flew away. The galaxy was too overbearing. Star River, our battle is not over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a tide. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped toward the Star River. Within a certain range around him, no one dared to step in except those who were close to Lu Ming. When the Star River saw Lu Ming coming over, its expression turned ugly. It turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the huge stone man. Form a formation. Stop him with the monarch weapons. The voice of the galaxy rang out. The Emperor-to-be from the Hung clan started to move. Their figures flickered and formed a magical formation. Those who had monarch weapons also took out their weapons. Even an Emperor-to-be couldn't fully exert the power of a sovereign weapon, but when many of them gathered together to form a formation, the power was still terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of sword chi shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a few punches and the void trembled, destroying the sword chi. But then, even more sword chi came at him. In the Hung family, most of the people cultivated the eternal spring laws and paid attention to continuous cultivation. Boundless sword chi blasted toward Lu Ming, blocking his path. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was, he could not charge out in a short period of time. And the Stellar River was rapidly approaching the golems. His speed was very fast, and the others were a bit behind him. Buzz! A ray of death light slashed over and blocked a large amount of sword chi. Lu Ming, go after the Stellar River. They'll take care of this for you. The death blade came through the air, and the sky of death covered the area, blocking a large area of sword light. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes swept over the death blade. Without saying anything, he soared into the sky, turned into a ray of blood-red light, and chased after the Stellar River at extreme speed. They looked at the golem, and it didn't seem far from them, but when they flew, they knew that they were very far away from it, because that golem was simply too big. In the void, streaks of rainbow light flew towards the giant golem like meteors. The Eternal Star River was far ahead. However, Lu Ming was in hot pursuit and was slowly approaching. This flight took a full half an hour. With their speed, they had flown for half an hour. One could imagine how far this distance was. And at this time, they finally neared the enormous golem. At this moment, Lu Ming and the galaxy had already left the rest far behind. They were far ahead. Lu Ming was already approaching the galaxy. Damn it, what kind of secret technique is this guy using? It still hasn't disappeared. The galaxy roared in its heart. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody glow, and his aura was still powerful. Normal secret techniques wouldn't be able to sustain such a powerful attack for so long. However, Lu Ming seemed to be fine. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards the giant golem at extreme speed. He had a feeling that the blood in his body was boiling, as if he had developed a sense of closeness with the giant golem and the common people. It was as if this golem had a bloodline connection with him. It must be the Hung family's ancestor. It must be. The galaxy roared in its heart. The closer he got to the giant golem, the stronger the feeling he had. He felt that as long as he flew to the golem, he would be able to get it. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. That was because in his sea of consciousness, the stone sword, the Celestial Emperor's sword, was constantly trembling, buzzing, and whistling. It was as if he had formed a connection with the stone man. The stone sword, perhaps it really is the sword of the Celestial Emperor, the sword of this stone man. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, he did not slow down and gradually approach the galaxy. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch, and a terrifying fist radiance blasted toward the Star River. The Eternal God Bell. Xianxia shouted and unleashed his full power. Another round of the Eternal God Clock enveloped him. The Eternal God Bell trembled and released a terrifying sound wave that rushed towards Lu Ming. However, it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. Clang! Clang! As the galaxy flew toward the stone golems, it shook the Eternal God Bell. The terrifying sound waves transformed into all sorts of sharp attacks that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's moves were very simple. He cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out, destroying the sound waves. He slowly approached the galaxy. The two of them fought as they flew, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Boom! Boom! A few rays of fist radiance broke through the sound waves of the Star River and bombarded the Eternal God Bell of the Star River. The Eternal God Bell trembled and dense cracks appeared on it. Xianxia's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and charged towards the golems. In the past, no one in his generation could break his Eternal God Bell. However, today, it was broken by Lu Ming one after another. When I become an emperor-to-be, it'll definitely kill you. Xianxia roared in his heart. He was careless and took another punch. His body shook and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, they were already very close to the golems. Only after getting close did they discover that the golems were really too large and incomparably majestic. They were probably only as big as a strand of the golem's hair. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The stone golem suddenly opened its eyes. This scene made Lu Ming, Heng Xinghe, and the others' hearts race. The golem opened its eyes. Could it be that the Celestial Thearch was not dead? If it was true, it would be a huge matter. The golem opened its eyes, only to see that its two eyeballs were like two deep abysses, pitch black. The next moment, two rays of light shot out from the stone golem's eyes and condensed into a figure in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was dressed in a long robe, looking magnificent. He was around 30 years old and had a kind of spirit that cared about the world. Wasn't that the image of the heavenly emperor? At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe. They were all dumbfounded. The Celestial Thearch was really not dead. The descendant of the Heng family greets the Celestial Emperor ancestor. Xianxia suppressed his shock and bowed. Lu Ming of the junior generation pays his respects to the Celestial Thearch. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the Celestial Thearch was a senior expert, so it was normal for him to bow. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The others also saluted the Heavenly Emperor from afar. The Celestial Thearch's gaze swept across the crowd. There's no need to be so polite. I'm already dead. What's left of me now is only a trace. It's like a candle in the wind that can be extinguished at any time. These words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor had really fallen. This figure was just a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's mark. Chapter 1979, Different Choices. Chapter 1979, Different Choices. The Celestial Thearch had already fallen and only left behind an imprint. How'd he die? This was the Heavenly Emperor, an unrivaled existence. Who could kill him? Could he also be a Heavenly Emperor? Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. You're here for my physical body, right? The Celestial Thearch spoke again. Everyone's face turned pale. Now that the mark of the Celestial Emperor had appeared, they didn't dare to tell the truth. Even if the Celestial Emperor only had a wisp of the mark left, he could kill them with a single thought. Lu Ming did not say anything. The galaxy did not say anything either. The Celestial Thearch's Mark's gaze eventually landed on Lu Ming and the galaxy. The two of you are somewhat related to me. If you want to force your way forward, I won't stop you. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. The celestial Thearch's mark. It was said that Lu Ming was related to the celestial Thearch's mark. He could not help but think of the celestial Thearch's sword. I'm a descendant of the celestial emperor. This celestial emperor's corporeal body is mine. The galaxy roared in its heart. But one have to remind you. At this moment, the celestial emperor's mark continued to speak, but its expression became very serious. Since you've made it this far, I won't stop you. As long as you step forward, you'll be able to obtain the celestial emperor's corporeal body. However, this will cause great changes. The people in Yuan Mountain will be plunged into misery and suffering, and blood will flow like rivers. Countless people will die, including your family and friends. A single thought can affect the life and death of countless people. You have to consider this carefully. Lu Ming's expression changed, and NBSB, if he went forward, he would cause great changes. The people would be in misery and blood would flow like rivers. Even his friends and family would be affected. How did this happen? Not only him, but the other people's faces also changed greatly. The celestial emperor's mark wouldn't do anything without a purpose. All kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. They'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't come forward, then retreat. The heavenly emperor's mark said. Lu Ming did not think too much. He shook his head slightly and retreated. He had cultivated his entire life with the thought of reaching the peak of martial Tao. But more than that, he wanted to possess great strength to decide his own fate and protect his family and friends. If the celestial Thearch's physical body put his family and friends in danger and the people in misery, Lu Ming would rather not have it. This was not his path of martial arts. Bang! Lu Ming retreated, but the galaxy stepped forward. Are you sure? The celestial emperor's mark asked. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? As long as I can reach the peak and become eternal, everything will be worth it. Xing's indifferent voice sounded. In his heart, he only cared about himself. Any other life or death, even if it was the life or death of his loved ones, was worth it as long as it could help him. You'll never be successful if you are selfish. In the crowd, Huang Ling said hatefully. But this kind of person is also very terrifying. Luo Tianyi said, this kind of person only thought about himself and did things unscrupulously. It was indeed terrifying. Bang! Bang! Xing Chun continued to step forward, his body becoming faster and faster. He seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force as he flew towards the stone man at an extreme speed. The next moment, the body of the Star River actually directly entered the body of the stone man and disappeared. Ow! The celestial emperor's mark sighed in disappointment. Then, its body collapsed and disappeared. Buzz! At this moment, a terrifying aura rippled from the giant stone man. Wisps of faint light emanated from the stone man's body. Kacha! The next moment, the golem seemed to move, and a cracking sound rang out. What's going on? Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is moving. I'm not seeing things, right? He's indeed moving. His arm is moving. My God, how can the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body move? Could it be the Star River? He has merged into Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and is controlling it. Someone shouted in shock. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He retreated rapidly and shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." Boom! At this moment, the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body exploded with a terrifying aura. This aura was as vast as the heavens and was impossible to predict. It was like the heavenly Tao that was impossible to resist. This was the pressure of a celestial emperor. The celestial Thearch's corporeal Bodhi's eyes looked in Lu Ming's direction, filled with a cold and indifferent light. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. A voice came from the celestial emperor's corporeal body. It was filled with cold, killing intent. It was the sound of the galaxy. Lu Ming's face was very gloomy. He did not expect that he would merge into the celestial Thearch's physical body and control it. He had thought that he would only get it. If he had known this earlier, he would have stopped the Star River, even if he didn't want the celestial Thearch corporeal body. At this moment, he could only retreat. Lu Ming retreated hastily. So did Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The voice of the galaxy sounded again. Boom! The celestial emperor's corporeal body suddenly stood up, and an unimaginably terrifying aura burst out, enveloping the entire ninth world. Everyone was unable to move under this force, including Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming seemed to have heard a terrifying roar erupting from his third blood meridian. It seemed to be very unhappy, but it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force. Only Lu Ming could hear the roar. Lu Ming, you're still far from being my match. The voice of the Eternal Star River was heard again. The celestial Thearch's physical body stood in the air as high as the sky. A terrifying aura constantly spread towards Lu Ming. Then, the celestial Thearch's physical body stretched out a large hand and grabbed Lu Ming. The giant hand covered the sky and was so powerful that it was impossible to escape or resist. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the others were shocked, and their faces were very ugly. However, Lu Ming's face was filled with surprise, because at this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the celestial emperor's sword was shaking crazily, and it was suffused with mysterious light. Buzz! The next moment, the celestial emperor's sword rushed out of his sea of consciousness and hovered above Lu Ming's head. It was also rapidly growing in size. Soon an extremely huge sword appeared, and the aura it gave off was just as shocking. That's the celestial emperor's sword. Many people shouted in shock. The celestial emperor's sword had appeared. Could it be that it was going to fight against the celestial emperor's corporeal body? Slash! With a single thought, the celestial Thearch's sword slashed out violently at the palm of the celestial Thearch's physical body. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, and the entire world was shaking. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they staggered back with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. After the sound of the collision, the celestial emperor's sword flew back and hovered above Lu Ming's head. The celestial emperor's massive corporeal body also took a few steps back. The celestial emperor's sword is mine. I'm the descendant of the celestial emperor. Lu Ming, what right do you have to wield the celestial emperor's sword? Give it to me. The Eternal Star River bellowed and controlled the celestial Thearch's physical body. It stepped on the void and charged toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1980. A Change. The Great Emperor Enters. Chapter 1980. A Change. The Great Emperor enters. Xianxia controlled the celestial Thearch's physical body and punched Lu Ming. Slash! Lu Ming muttered, and the celestial Thearch's sword slashed out again. There was another terrifying boom, and the celestial emperor's sword and physical body were both pushed back. What they didn't know was that at this moment, a shocking change was happening in the Lotus world. The moment the celestial Thearch's corporeal body rose, an invisible force rippled out and spread to the other 8 worlds. Roar! Roar! At this moment, some of the most ancient ruins in the 8 worlds let out earth-shaking roars. The divine time island of the myriad sea realm let out a heaven-shaking roar as the power of time swept through the heavens. At the bottom of the underground cave in the myriad beast realm, the roars were even more shocking. Some people were still taking the risk, but they were directly injured or killed by the power of the roar. It was the same in other worlds. It was as if a supreme demon was about to be born. Outside the Lotus world, below the heavenly Emperor Mountain, from all directions, a dense crowd had gathered. Of course, most of them were below Absolute Saint, but there were also a lot of powerhouses above Martial Emperor. There were even a few figures standing at the highest point, surrounded by divine light. It was a shocking sight. They were the great emperors. Everyone was waiting quietly. The people who had entered the world of the lotus flower had been here for quite some time. They did not know what kind of opportunities they had obtained. Many people were very envious, but at the same time, they were also looking forward to it. Boom! At this moment, the cave in the lotus world suddenly burst out with a powerful light that shot out of the clouds. But then, the light disappeared and the entire cave became dark. Even the projection of the lotus in the sky disappeared. The lotus world's isolation power has disappeared. A great emperor asked in bewilderment. What? The others were also greatly shocked. The lotus world's isolation energy had disappeared. Did this not mean that those above the rank of Martial Supreme could also enter? Many of the Martial Emperor powerhouses' eyes shone with a burning light. Roar! Roar! However, at this moment, a terrifying howl came from the cave. It was as if a supreme demon was roaring, but it also seemed like a supreme demon was about to be born. It was too terrifying. What's going on? What is this? What exactly is in the world of the lotus flower? How could there be such a terrifying sound? Did the people who entered earlier encounter these existences? Many people's faces turned ugly. The emperor's expressions were solemn. The force of separation has indeed disappeared. Let's go in and take a look. This was the voice of Emperor Notionless. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the cave. Then, the emperors from the Hung family, the He family, and the Daluo Heaven sect all rushed into the cave. Emperor Formless and the other three appeared in the sky above the lotus world as soon as they entered the cave. Although there was a power in the lotus world that wanted to draw them to one of the petals, the power of a great emperor was strong enough to resist this power and choose which petal they wanted to enter. Emperor Formless took a step forward and charged into one of the petals. The other three great emperors also rushed into the different petals. Outside, the true emperors and void emperors all revealed greedy looks. This was the remains of the celestial emperor. How could they not be tempted? Even if there were terrifying roars coming from below, they would not retreat. One figure after another rushed into the cave. At this moment, a few figures flickered in the sky in the distance. Their speed was unbelievably fast as they rushed into the cave with the many martial sovereigns. No one could see the appearance of these figures clearly. When these monarch-level experts entered, they also entered the different flower petals. The world that Emperor Formless had entered was the 10,000 Seas realm that Lu Ming had first entered. The moment he appeared in the Myriad Sea realm, he looked in the direction of the Divine Time Island. Immediately after, the space split open, and he stepped in. In the next instant, the space outside the Divine Time Island split open, and Emperor Formless figure appeared. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out from the Divine Time Island. What powerful time power! There's actually such a powerful creature sealed here. Could it be left behind by the Celestial Emperor? Emperor Notionless murmured. His eyes were like stars, capable of seeing through everything as he gazed into the depths of Divine Light Island. Nothing could be hidden from his eyes. He could see all the living beings at the foot of the Time God Mountain clearly. Emperor Formless expression changed. Alien race. This is the evil god race. Emperor Formless face darkened. Since I've touched you, it'll completely obliterate you. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly looked into the distance and shouted, "Who's there?" Selah. The space over there suddenly cracked open, and a few footsteps came out. These figures were completely shrouded in the pitch-black demonic light, emitting a terrifying aura. The aura of one of them was no weaker than Emperor Notionless. He was a peak great emperor. Wuchen, one haven't seen you for many years. How have you been? The great emperor realm expert said. Demonic spirit and evil spirit, it's you. Emperor Formless cold voice rang out. If there were other people here, they would definitely be very shocked. This was because Mo Ling was the legendary cult master of the demon spirit cult. Many years ago, he was active near the Heavenly Emperor's city. He was a terrifying force that specialized in killing martial sovereigns or those with the potential to become a sovereign. And the evil spirit was the evil spirit cult master. Even though this person was not a great emperor, he was still an existence that stood at the peak of the true emperor realm. The masters of these powerful evil forces had come here at the same time. Evil spirits, you guys go and destroy the seal. Old man Wu Xiang, leave him to me. The demon spirit religion master's voice rang out. His body moved, turning into a terrifying demonic light as he charged toward Emperor Wu Xiang. You are indeed from the evil god clan. Don't even think about letting the evil god clan out. Die. Emperor Formless roared as his aura erupted. He struck out with his palm, sending a terrifying palm print towards evil spirits group on the island. Wu Xiang, your opponent is me. Devil Spirit Religion's master's devil chi soared into the sky, and his terrifying devil blade slashed out, splitting the sky in half and blocking Emperor Formless palm print. Get lost! Emperor Formless struck out with his palms in succession. The great Tao imbued his body, and each palm strike contained the power to destroy the world. However, the Devil Spirit Religion's master was also a great emperor. He was in the same realm as Emperor Formless, and his battle power was also terrifying. His demonic blades swept across, blocking Emperor Formless. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Evil Spirits Group had successfully rushed into the Time God Mountain and shattered the remaining 2 ancient altars. Roar! Let's go! The huge figure at the foot of the Time God Mountain roared. His aura was violent and shocking, and it rushed out like a stormy wave. The entire divine light mountain exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. The massive figure struggled as the chains around its body collided with one another. The entire Divine Time Island was shaking violently. Chapter 1981. The Birth of a Terrifying Creature. Chapter 1981. The birth of a terrifying creature. The massive figure struggled and tugged at the chains, causing the entire Divine Time Island to tremble. Some places even began to crack, and the entire Divine Time Island was on the verge of collapse. Come and help me cut off this damn demon suppression chain. The giant figure spoke. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. Evil Spirit and the others bowed and accepted the order. They then exploded with terrifying attacks at the chains. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cultivation of these figures was extremely terrifying. Although they hadn't reached the great emperor realm, they weren't far from it. All kinds of attacks landed, and the chains shook and sparks flew. With the help of the giant figure, one of the chains broke with a clang. Ha ha! I'm finally going to be born. Hun Yu, if you didn't kill me back then and use my power to suppress the void passage, you be too smart for your own good. 111, make you regret this. Ha ha ha! And MBSB ha 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 ha! The giant figure laughed crazily, its aura even more astonishing as it struggled. Although Emperor Formless was anxious, he was being held back by the Demon Spirit Religion Master and was unable to stop him. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. The sound of chains breaking could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, shaking the sky. Boom! At this moment, the entire Divine Time Island crumbled apart as a massive figure stepped out. As he walked forward, his figure began to shrink. Finally, he became the size of a normal person, revealing his true appearance. This was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He was naked, and the aura he gave off was extremely shocking. He wasn't any weaker than Emperor Wuxiang or the Demon Spirit Religion Master. He was also a great emperor. Boom! The middle-aged man threw a punch at Emperor Formless. Emperor Formless blocked with his palm, fighting against the Demon Spirit Religion Master and the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man had been sealed for countless years and wasn't as strong as he had been in his prime, he was still an emperor-level existence. When he joined forces with the Demon Spirit Religion Master, Emperor Wu Xiang was at a disadvantage. And in another world, the Myriad Beast Realm, another figure descended from the cave where Lu Ming obtained 2 of the 9 sealed scrolls. This person's aura was extremely shocking. He was also a great emperor. Moreover, it was not the great emperor from the He family, the Hung family, or the Daoyuo heaven sect, but an unfamiliar great emperor. A huge blade appeared in his hand. With a slash, the entire cave was cut in half. Roar! At the bottom of the cave, an excited roar was heard, and the iron chains clanked against each other. "Quick, help me cut off the chains." An excited voice came from the depths of the cave. The man in the air once again slashed out with his giant blade. A few saber gleams slashed down, and the sound of iron chains breaking could be heard. Roar! Then a loud roar sounded, and the earth cracked. An extremely huge lizard crawled out from the depths of the earth. It was like a beast that had come from the prehistoric times, and it was terrifying. This giant lizard was actually a great emperor-level existence. Let's go to the other worlds and save the others. The man in the air opened his mouth, and the space cracked open. He and the giant lizard stepped into the space and arrived in another world. The emperor of the Hung family was in one of the most ancient ruins in this world. A powerful being is sealed within. Emperor Hung's face was gloomy. Suddenly, the space split open and the giant lizard and the great emperor expert arrived. A great battle immediately erupted. The emperor blocked the emperor from the Hung family, while the giant lizard moved to rescue the powerful beings in the ruins. Because of this, the Hung clan great emperor didn't dare to continue fighting and retreated. As for the other three experts, they continued to the other worlds and rescued the sealed experts. As the number of enemies increased, the great emperors of the He family and the Daoyuo heaven sect were scared away and didn't dare to stop them. Not long after, all the powerful existences in the 8 ancient ruins of the 8 worlds were rescued. All of them were at the great sovereign realm. This was definitely a terrifying force. Return to the 8 worlds, move the worlds, open the void passage, and welcome our tribe. A voice rang out. It turned out that the experts who were sealed had returned to their original worlds. On the temporal island in the Myriad Sea realm, Emperor Formless was at a complete disadvantage. And NBSB suddenly, the middle-aged man retreated back to where the Divine Time Island had been. A shocking ripple exploded out as a pillar of light shot into the sky and spread in all directions. At this moment, the entire 10,000 sea realm was shaking. In the Mingyan country of the vast sea region, Ruan Tianjiao stood in the sky above the imperial palace. He looked up at the sky with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "The heavens and earth are shaking, and the roars are endless. What's going on with this world? Is it related to outsiders?" "Lu Ming, what happened to you?" It wasn't just Ruan Tianjiao. Everyone in the 10,000 sea realm, as well as other worlds, looked up at the sky. Their faces were pale, and they felt fear. They felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the 9th world, Lu Ming controlled the celestial Thearch's sword and fought against the celestial Thearch's physical body, controlled by the eternal Star River. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Suddenly, terrifying roars came from beyond the heavens. They came one after another with astonishing power. Many people's expressions changed drastically, not knowing what had happened. "Lu Ming, the celestial Thearch's sword is mine. Hand it over." The eternal Star River roared, and the celestial Thearch's physical body rushed toward Lu Ming again. In his eyes, the celestial emperor's physical body and the celestial emperor's sword were both his. Lu Ming was not qualified to control him at all. Clang! Lu Ming controlled the celestial emperor's sword and fought with the other party. After more than 10 moves, they were still in a stalemate. Boom! 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 Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire sky started to shake. It was as if the entire world was being moved. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the celestial emperor's sword and the celestial emperor's corporeal body trembled uncontrollably, emitting a brilliant light. The next moment, a figure flew out of the celestial Thearch's corporeal body. It was the Star River. "What's going on?" The galaxy roared. The celestial Thearch's sword above Lu Ming's head trembled and flew out. It was held by the celestial Thearch's physical body. What should have happened has happened, but one can't just ignore it. The celestial emperor's corporeal body actually opened its mouth to speak. After saying that, it took a step forward, and its huge figure suddenly disappeared. No, my celestial emperor corporeal body. The galaxy roared, extremely unwilling. Celestial emperor's corporeal body had suddenly left him, and he found it hard to accept. With the celestial emperor's corporeal body, he could instantly become a peak expert in the world and become an overlord. Martial artists rely on themselves. Only when they're strong can they be the strongest. It's ridiculous that they only think about external things. Lu Ming remained calm. The celestial emperor's sword had flown away, so it was gone. The path to the peak could not be sustained by a single sword. Only by improving oneself could one have the power that would forever belong to one. Lu Ming, damn it, Xianxia shouted coldly. He was blaming everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not stopped him, and he had left with the celestial Thearch's corporeal body earlier, this might not have happened. Chapter 1982. Chapter 1982. Chapter 1982. Invasion of Foreign Races. Chapter 1982. Chapter 1982. Invasion of Foreign Races. I think you're the one who should die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and walked toward the galaxy. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not have the celestial Thearch's physical body and was no match for Lu Ming. He quickly retreated and roared, Lu Ming, I thought you don't need external help. If you're so capable, why don't you fight me with your true abilities? All right, let's battle at the same level, Lu Ming said. Xianxia River gritted his teeth. He was not confident that he could win against Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. He might even lose more miserably. How would he agree to this? You're 2 levels higher than me, yet you're asking me to fight you with my true abilities. You don't dare to fight me at the same level. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. Xianxia's eyes were very cold. If he could, he would have cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. But at this moment, he could only escape. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled as a powerful force descended and enveloped everyone. The next moment, the world spun and they disappeared from the 9th world. Lu Ming found himself in the sky above the Lotus World, in the huge underground cave. Around them, figures kept appearing. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Tianyi, and the others had all come out. Of course, Luo, Sangxiong, Heng Xinghe, and the others had also come out. It wasn't just them, but those who were exploring other worlds were also moved out by a powerful force. Look, what's that? The 9 worlds are moving. A vortex has appeared in the heart of the Lotus. Someone shouted. Lu Ming and the rest looked down and were shocked. From this position, they could clearly see the situation below. Below him, the 9 petals of the lotus flower were slowly moving outward, and at the center of the lotus, a vortex appeared. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the vortex. Then, 2 pairs of giant claws stretched out from the vortex. These 2 pairs of claws had sharp nails and were covered in scales. They looked very ferocious. Then, the 2 pairs of claws grabbed one side of the vortex, as if they were trying to expand the vortex. A shocking scene appeared. The vortex was actually slowly growing larger. Then, 2 huge creatures poked their heads out of the vortex. The claw just now had come from them. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of creature. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it had a 3rd eye on its forehead. It looked like a 3-eyed god. Could this vortex lead to the 3-eyed god race? The 3-eyed god race is about to invade. Lu Ming's mind was spinning, and his heart was extremely heavy. When he was weak, he followed the ancient desolate city and mistakenly entered a small island in the heavenly realm. It was the first time he came into contact with the 3-eyed god race, and after that, he would come into contact with them from time to time. He had seen the Titan longhorn beetle during the Battle of Providence, and later during the Hun Yuan sect assessment. And in BSB at the same time, he began to understand more and more about the three-eyed god race. The three-eyed god race didn't belong to the heaven realm or the primordial realm, but to another world. However, countless years ago, they attacked the heaven realm, causing a great war to break out in the heaven realm. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless experts had fallen. Dayan once said that the final battle would soon arrive, and it was also related to the three-eyed god race. Could it be that the three-eyed god race was about to attack? He finally understood what the Celestial Emperor's seal meant when it said that the three-eyed god race was invading. Roar! Roar! These two three-eyed gods were completely different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered in the past. Their bodies were too burly and incomparably huge. As they supported the vortex grew larger and larger. Kill all the way to the primordial realm. My clan will rule the world. Roars came from a vortex, causing everyone's expression to change. What is it? Someone's voice trembled. Could it be that the previous 9 worlds were suppressing this passageway? Someone speculated with an ugly expression. At this moment, the space above the heart of the lotus flower cracked open, and a huge figure appeared. It was the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. From this angle, the Celestial Thearch's body seemed to be about the same size as the three-eyed god. Evil god race, get back to your world. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body roared as he slashed down with the Celestial Emperor's sword. The arm of a giant three-eyed creature was cut off by the Celestial Emperor's sword. Roar! The three-eyed creature roared, and a beam of destructive light shot out from its third eye toward the Celestial Emperor's body. However, the Celestial Thearch's corporeal body punched out and destroyed the light of destruction. At the same time, the battle sword stabbed down, piercing the three-eyed creature's forehead. Blood gushed out as the giant sword reached the hilt. Sword chi exploded, crushing the three-eyed creature's head into pieces. After the three-eyed creature died, its claws let go of the vortex, and its massive figure disappeared into it. The Celestial Thearch's corporeal body wielded a combat sword and was about to attack another three-eyed creature. But at this moment, space cracked open and a few figures stepped out. One of them was the demon spirit religion master. You're only left with a physical body, yet you still want to stop us. Today, they'll destroy your physical body as well. The devil spirit religion master coldly said as he charged toward Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body slashed at the demon spirit religion master with a backhand, sending him flying. Even if the Celestial Emperor only had his physical body left, his power was still shocking. Selah. At this moment, the space kept cracking open and a figure stepped out. The dark-skinned man from the Divine Time Island and the gigantic lizard from the Myriad Beast Realm were both emitting a boundless aura. Great Emperor. They're all great emperors. Someone shouted in shock. These people who had suddenly appeared were all great emperors. Could these existences be the sealed existences in the ruins? Someone voiced out his guess. Many people were silent. It seemed that something big was going to happen. The previous changes might have been related to these powerful existences. Some people cast their gazes toward the galaxy. They remembered that the Celestial Emperor's mark had said that if they stepped forward, they would cause great suffering and blood to flow like rivers. Perhaps he was referring to this. Wasn't all of this caused by the galaxy? Xianxia snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He didn't care about the lives of the people, but what did the life and death of others have to do with him? What he was thinking about now was how to get his hands on Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and Celestial Emperor's sword. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle had erupted. The demon spirit religion master, the giant lizard, and the other experts attacked the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body at the same time. The void at the heart of the lotus flower trembled. Heng Yu, you've suppressed me for countless years. Today, I'm going to devour your body." The giant lizard roared and spewed out terrifying flames that surged toward Celestial Emperor's body. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body slashed the flames apart. Chapter 1983. Chapter 1983. The Great Emperor Falls. Chapter 1983. The Great Emperor falls. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body slashed through the giant lizard's flames and charged toward it. However, the other Great Emperor powerhouses also made their moves at the same time. All kinds of terrifying attacks bombarded the celestial Emperor's body. "Hung Yu, not killing me that year was your biggest mistake. Today, one will tear your body apart. Those powerful living beings have been suppressed for countless years." When they saw the celestial Emperor's body, they were filled with brutal intent and endless killing intent. Their eyes were red as they unleashed terrifying attacks. Although these beings had been suppressed for countless years and their combat power had been greatly reduced, they were still Great Emperor realm beings. Their strength was still significant. After all, the celestial Emperor's corporeal body was just a corporeal body. Many people joined forces, and all kinds of attacks landed on the celestial Emperor's corporeal body, forcing it to retreat. However, even though the celestial Emperor's body had retreated, there was not a single wound on its stone body. Buzz! The stone sword trembled, and the stone man burst with a brilliant light. At this moment, the celestial Emperor's physical body seemed to have recovered. The stone sword streaked across the sky, and sword light burst forth. The expressions of several powerful existences changed drastically as they were sent flying by the sword. At this moment, the space in that area cracked open again, and more experts stepped out to join in the attack on the celestial Emperor's corporeal body. "Kill our way out. Wash the primordial realm with blood." Behind the vortex, there were constant roars. The killing intent was like a tide, making people's faces change. The massive three-eyed god was doing everything it could to keep the vortex up, trying to make it bigger. There were a total of 10 great emperors attacking the celestial emperor's corporeal body. Everyone's faces turned ugly at the sight. 10 great emperors, what a shocking number. The number of great emperors in the Yuan Mountain sacred land didn't even add up to 10. Many of them had a serious look on their faces. If the heavenly emperor couldn't stop the alien races, the consequences would be unimaginable. The celestial Thearch's physical body glowed brighter and brighter. At this moment, his stone-like body seemed to be transforming into a body of flesh and blood. His combat strength was also becoming more and more terrifying. The stone sword flew across the sky and blocked the attacks of the 10 great emperors. Selah! At this time, the space kept cracking open. Emperor Formless, Emperor Hung, Emperor He, and the great emperors of the Daluo heaven sect all appeared. They all had serious expressions on their faces as they joined the battle to help the celestial emperor's corporeal body resist the great emperors. Kill! With a helper, the pressure on the celestial Thearch's corporeal body was greatly reduced. He shouted, and the stone sword broke through several attacks in a row. He rushed to the front of the giant lizard and slashed out with the stone sword. At this moment, the stone sword seemed to have turned into an indestructible divine object. It was extremely sharp and cut off one of the giant lizard's tails. Roar! The giant lizard roared and retreated frantically. At the same time, the attacks of the other powerhouses landed on the celestial emperor's corporeal body. However, the celestial emperor's corporeal body could not be bothered at all. It was as if there was only the giant lizard in his eyes. The attacks landed on the celestial emperor's body, causing it to shake for a moment before it continued to attack the giant lizard. The sword light pierced through the void and entered the giant lizard's glabella, sinking into the hilt. Hung Yu roar! The giant lizard let out a roar of despair, but in the next moment, the celestial Thearch's physical combat sword sliced the giant lizard's body in half. Endless blood and flesh were sucked into the two worlds and disappeared. A great emperor had been killed by the celestial emperor's corporeal body just like that. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the giant lizard had been suppressed for many years and had yet to recover its strength. However, it was still shocking enough. Kill. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body went berserk as he attacked the others. After a few moves, he killed another powerful existence. The celestial emperor's corporeal body had killed two powerful enemies in a row. This was shocking. Every single one of them was a great emperor. They were at the peak of their power and were terrifying to the extreme, but now they had all fallen one after another. There's not much energy left in his physical body. He only has a wisp of mark left, so it's difficult for him to mobilize the heavenly Tao energy. If we attack him together, he won't be able to hold on for long. The devil spirit religion master roared. Their attacks continued to bombard celestial emperor's corporeal body. The battle between Emperor Formless and the others was also very intense. All kinds of power flashed, and the great Tao was added to his body. It was extremely shocking. Fortunately, the space near the world of the lotus flower was special. Although Lu Ming and the rest looked like they were not far from the world of the lotus flower, they were actually very far away. Otherwise, they would definitely have been implicated by the aftermath of the great emperor's battle. Even so, it was still shocking to see. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the clash between great emperors were too great. The 9 lotus petals, which were 9 worlds, shook violently as if they were about to explode under the terrifying energy. Whoosh! A jet-black destructive light burst forth and swept through one of the worlds. The space of that world was torn apart. Even though Lu Ming and the rest were far away, they could see that countless people in that world were destroyed by the destructive power and turned into ashes. 10,000 Sea Realm. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the 10,000 Seas realm. The realm was also shaking violently. If it was pierced through, the people inside would be in danger. Lu Ming revealed a worried look. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body exploded, and the light became even more resplendent. He launched a storm-like attack and seriously injured another powerful existence. However, the aura of the celestial Thearch's corporeal body began to weaken. In the end, it's too difficult to turn back. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body shook his head. Then, he threw out the stone sword, which turned into thousands of sword lights and attacked those existences. His corporeal body instantly split into 8 and became even larger. Each figure carried a petal and flew toward the endless void. Only the 9th world had no one, so he didn't care. Finally, the celestial Thearch's corporeal body carried the 8 worlds and charged into the boundless void. Heavenly Flood Dragon, take care, Lu Ming muttered and heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though worlds like the 10,000 Sea Realm might never cross paths with the primordial realm after entering the vast void, they could at least survive. Kill. At this moment, the vortex was slowly expanding. Then, a dense number of figures rushed out from it. These figures were all very burly. Each of them was covered in pitch-black scales and had a third eye in the middle of their brows. Three-eyed god race. They're all three-eyed god race. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. These figures were almost identical to the three-eyed god that Lu Ming had seen before. Some of the three-eyed god race were riding on mutant beasts, while others were flying through the air. All of them had powerful auras, but the moment they charged out, they were crushed into pieces by the auras of the great emperors. Kill them and let the army in. The demon spirit religion master shouted, and the remaining 8 emperor-level experts madly attacked Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. Let's get out of here. Some people were scared witless as they flew towards the sky above the cave. At this moment, 2 shadows flashed. 2 figures appeared near Lu Ming and the others, each of them exuding a shocking fluctuation. It was the aura of a great emperor. A great emperor expert had arrived. This isn't a place for you to stay. Hurry up and leave. Return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and then leave Heavenly Emperor City. One of the elders, whose body was covered in terrifying flames, said. Then he waved his hand. Lu Ming and the rest felt a powerful force surging towards them. In the next moment, they flew out of the underground cave and appeared outside the cave. Chapter 1984. Chapter 1984. Heavenly Emperor's City, Chaos. Chapter 1984. Heavenly Emperor's City, Chaos, then? Could it be the other two great emperors from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Ouyang Wuchuan guessed. It's possible. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. What should we do now? Huang Ling asked. This matter is beyond our ability. Let's listen to the great emperor and return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy first. We will take Xianxia and the rest and leave the Heavenly Emperor's City. I feel that the Heavenly Emperor's City will not be peaceful in the future. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Boom, boom. At this moment, below the cave, the rumbles were even more terrifying. The shocking fluctuations even caused the Heavenly Emperor's City to shake. Beams of light shot out from the cave. The battle below became even more intense. Let's go. They didn't stay any longer. They rose into the air and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The others did the same. They turned into streaks of light and left. As they were flying towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the shaking behind them became more and more intense. A terrifying light rushed out from the cave. Kill! Behind them, they heard the sound of fighting. From a distance, they saw what seemed to be a burly figure riding a strange beast and rushing out of the cave. A three-eyed god rushed out and stepped into the primordial realm. They didn't dare to stop and flew at full speed. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain was quite a distance away from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. They arrived at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute after 10 minutes. Currently, no one knew how the battle at the original Heavenly Emperor Mountain had developed. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their residence after returning to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. At this moment, there were already many people gathered at the residence. Lu Xianxia, Xuanxin, and the others were all there. This time, only the strongest cultivators entered the Lotus World. Those below the Absolute Saint realm didn't enter. They all stayed in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, such as Lu Xianxia. Master, what happened? Lu Xianxia asked. Everyone here could feel what was happening at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was because that kind of vibration was too strong. There is an invasion from a foreign race. Now is not the time to talk. Gather everyone and leave Heavenly Emperor's City first. Quick, Lu Ming instructed. Some of them should still be in seclusion in some cultivation places. They immediately went their separate ways to gather the other members of the Dragon Alliance. Some people were in their cultivation places and couldn't be contacted, so they had to ask the teachers of the Sacred Institute to help them pass the message. Half an hour later, most of the people from the Dragon League had arrived. With the invasion of the foreign tribes, there will probably be a great war in Heaven Emperor City. We have to leave Heaven Emperor City. Anyone who wants to go to Ancient Moon Sanctuary with me can go together. If you are not willing, you can leave together and return to your respective forces. Lu Ming said, I'd better return to the sect. Me too. Let's return to the family first. Many people said. Lu Ming nodded his head. These geniuses all had their own forces. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, they were members of the Dragon Alliance. However, after leaving the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, they naturally had to return to their respective sections. Naturally, Lu Ming would not force them. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, they belonged to the Dragon Alliance. They might be of use in the future. Then let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately, they flew out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Kill them all. As soon as they arrived outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, they heard a tide-like battle cry. A group of three-eyed gods were riding mutant beasts and fighting against a group of humans. The battle was extremely brutal. Then, they looked into the distance and found that all the places in the Heavenly Emperor's City were in the middle of a war. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the Heavenly Emperor's city, in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the void space trembled. Another group of three-eyed gods rode on strange beasts and charged over. The strange beast stepped in the air, and the sky shook violently. The three-eyed god race had already charged out. The leader of the three-eyed god race was riding on a huge, ferocious beast. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a battle axe. His three eyes were as sharp as swords as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the others. Charge! Kill them! Boom! 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 This group of three-eyed gods was riding on their beasts and charging toward them. The strongest one is an emperor-to-be. Let's charge! Lu Ming shouted and took the lead in charging forward. Die, die! The three-eyed god in the lead swung his battle axe down at Lu Ming. At the same time, a destructive light burst forth from his third eye. Prison suppression. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels appeared, pressing forward. The prison-guarding steel. It's the prison-guarding steel. The leader of the three-eyed god race roared in fear. Boom! And NBSB, the prison-suppressing steel's attack and defense were both completely vanquished, and the other three-eyed god race members were also killed. At the same time, Huangling, Longchun, and the others also attacked and killed a group of three-eyed gods. They broke out of the encirclement and rushed out of the Heavenly Emperor city. Someone has the power of the prison-guarding steel. We can't let him go. We must kill him. Roars could be heard from the distance as groups of three-eyed god race experts charged toward them on their beasts. Lu Ming and the group increased their speed and rushed outside. It has the power of the prison-suppressing steel. Kill! A loud roar came from the sky. A huge battle axe was swung down at Lu Ming. The vast emperor's throne was terrifying. A marshal supreme, an emperor-level expert, had made a move on Lu Ming, wanting to kill him. However, at this moment, a huge metal rod swept out and collided with the battle axe. A terrifying boom erupted. The terrifying sound waves shook Lu Ming and the others, causing their eardrums to hurt. A burly figure with an iron rod in his hand appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Its teacher, Lu Ming and the rest were overjoyed. This was a teacher of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Run! Well, stop their marshal supreme. The voice of a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy rang out. After that, a few more figures appeared, exuding a vast aura. They were all teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and they were all martial supreme realm experts. Let's go. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to everyone, and they continued to rush out. Stay! Kill him! A few more powerful three-eyed gods roared and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. They were all martial supreme powerhouses. You're a great emperor, yet you're going against a few juniors. You evil race beings are really shameless. We are your opponents. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy also made their moves, blocking the other party's emperor-level experts. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were constantly charging outwards. And NBSB's several groups of three-eyed god race cavalry charged at them, but they were all defeated. The Heavenly Emperor city had already been completely engulfed in the flames of war. Countless three-eyed gods had rushed out from the vortex, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. When Lu Ming and the group passed by the Hung family's territory, they discovered that the Hung family was also in a war. In the sky above the Hung family, there were even true emperors fighting. The scene was shocking. At this moment, Lu Ming had already kept his third bloodline. Also, he had learned his lesson and did not dare to use the power of the prison-suppressing steel so easily in case he was targeted. Chapter 1985, Chapter 1985, Chapter 1985, Returning to the Dayan Elixir Palace. Chapter 1985, Chapter 1985, Returning to the Dayan Elixir Palace. Chaos. Complete chaos. The Heavenly Emperor's city was in chaos. Without any emperor rank powerhouses, their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they finally arrived at the edge of Heavenly Emperor City. They rushed out of Rhe city walls and rushed towards a satellite city in the distance. Not long after, they successfully arrived at a satellite city. Boom! Boom! Even though they were far away, they could still hear the violent rumbles coming from the Heavenly Emperor City. From the Heavenly Emperor City, there were figures rushing out in all directions. Lu Ming and the rest did not stop and went to the teleportation array. However, most of them did not follow Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they returned to their respective sections. Lu Ming, one need to return to the Xianxia Empire first. The invasion of the foreign tribes is no small matter. The Xianxia Empire must make early preparations. 11, he said. Ouyang Wushuang told Lu Ming. All right, let us go our separate ways. We'll meet again if we have a chance, but you must stay alive. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the crowd. Definitely. Everyone must stay alive. Take care, Alliance Master. Everyone bade farewell to Lu Ming and stepped into the teleportation array. In the end, only the people from the ancient Moon Holy Land, Luo Xiang, Huang Li, and the others were left. Let's go. They also stepped into the teleportation array and teleported to the teleportation area outside ancient Moon Holy Land, then flew towards ancient Moon Holy Land. After flying to ancient Moon Sanctuary, Feng Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, Yi Dongfang, and the others all left and returned to their respective sections. Right now, the various factions of the ancient Moon Holy Land had probably not received the news. They had to return as soon as possible to report and make early preparations. Finally, Lu Ming brought Xianxia Bella, Xuening Xin, the 9 elites of the Desolate Race, and Luo Xiang back to the Great Yin Elixir Hall. After returning to the Great Yin Elixir Palace and settling everyone down, Lu Ming looked for Uncle Kong and told him about the three-eyed god race's invasion in the Heavenly Emperor City. The evil god tribe has invaded earlier than expected. Uncle Kong sighed with a serious expression. The evil god clan? Uncle Kong, what are these three-eyed monsters? Lu Ming asked. Uncle Kong's cultivation level was unfathomable, and he had lived for an unknown amount of time. He might know many secrets. They come from another world and call themselves the three-eyed god race. However, that's just an exaggeration. We call them the evil god race. In the distant past, they attacked the Heaven Realm. For such a long time, most of the territories of the Heaven Realm were occupied. Now, they have always wanted to open the space barrier and invade the primordial realm. Uncle Kong said with a serious expression. He didn't seem to want to say more. Lu Ming, your mission now is to cultivate in peace and raise your cultivation. You can't interfere in such a big battle. Lu Ming nodded. Even the Heaven Realm and the Hun Yuan sect could not stop them. What would he use to stop them? That's right, Uncle Kong. Can you help me save a person? Lu Ming said. He then released Xiaoyu from the mountain and river diagram. Until now, Xiaoyu was still unconscious. Uncle Kong's cultivation was profound, and he was also the guardian of the Dayan Elixir Palace. He was proficient in alchemy, so there might be a way to save her. Uncle Kong stepped forward and waved his hand. A wave of energy enveloped Xiaoyu. After a while, Uncle Kong retracted the energy and frowned. Lu Ming's heart sank, and he quickly asked, Uncle Kong, how are Xiaoyu's injuries? What an overbearing technique. She must have been hit by the law of deprivation. Uncle Kong said. That's right. The person who attacked has mastered the law of deprivation. Lu Ming said. No wonder. The injuries on her body have basically healed, but her soul has been seriously injured. Uncle Kong muttered. His soul is injured. Lu Ming was shocked. Injuries to the soul were the most difficult to heal. That's right. This girl's soul has been attacked by Rhe law of deprivation. She's severely injured, which is why she hasn't woken up yet. If she wants to wake up, she must condense her soul. Otherwise, she'll never wake up. Uncle Kong said. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. Fei could not help but clench his fists. It was possible that she would never wake up again. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent towards Luo Sanxiong was extremely strong. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Uncle Kong, is there any way to help Chiu Yu's soul condense? Uncle Kong frowned as he pondered. After a long rhyme, he said, now, the only way is to put this girl into the Dayan elixir furnace and use the elixir fire to nurture her physical body. After a certain period of time, one will also need to add sacred medicine. This way, not only will it maintain the vitality of her physical body, but it will also prevent the remnants of her soul from dissipating. It can even slowly condense her soul. But this method can only treat RHE symptoms but not the root of the problem. If we want to completely wake him up, we still need other methods. Uncle Kong said, all right, 111 do IR immediately. Lu Ming took out the Dayan elixir furnace and put Chiu Yu in it. He controlled the elixir fire in the furnace and enveloped Chiu Yu's body. Then, Lu Ming added some sacred medicine. The medicinal effect of the sacred medicine seeped into Chiu Yu's body under RHE effect of the elixir fire. Uncle Kong, do you know of any other methods that can completely wake Chiu Yu up? Lu Ming continued to ask. Uncle Kong shook his head and said, I've been in seclusion for many years, so I don't know much. However, you can go to Vientiane Rower and ask around. Perhaps you can find a way. This girl is in the Great Yin Pill Furnace, so she will be fine for hundreds of years. Don't worry. Wanxiang Tower. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was a pity that the Heavenly Emperor's city was in chaos now. There was no way to ask for the time being. Fortunately, Chiu Yu was fine for the time being. He could only slowly find a way in the future. After chatting with Uncle Kong for a while more, Lu Ming left. Then, he brought Xianxia and called Ouyang Moli over to introduce him to them. Senior sister. Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Xianxia. In fact, Lu Xianxia was 2 years younger than Ouyang Moli. However, she put her hands behind her back and looked curious. She blinked her big eyes and sized Ouyang Moli up. She said in a mature tone, your second junior brother? Your cultivation level isn't good enough, so you have to work harder. Yes, senior sister. Ouyang Moli nodded. And Lu Xianxia still had the appearance of an old woman. She nodded slightly, her eyes full of excitement. She felt that the feeling of being RHE eldest senior sister was not bad. Lu Ming found it funny. This girl was really putting on the demeanor of a senior sister. Xianxia, don't be too proud. Your second junior brother has only cultivated for 2 years and is about to break through to the Saint Realm. If you don't work hard, he might catch up to you. Lu Ming said with a serious look. Less than 2 years? So fast. Lu Xianxia blinked her big eyes. This speed was even faster than her. Ouyang Moli had the reincarnation body and had even obtained the world core of the reincarnation emperor. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast, even faster than Lu Xianxia. Coupled with the guidance of Uncle Kong, his foundation was extremely solid. He had already reached the peak of the half-saint realm and was about to break through to the saint realm. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. It made him feel ashamed as a master. However, Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were the true children of God, unlike Lu Ming, who had cultivated himself to this level. He was naturally gifted, and it was normal for him to cultivate quickly in the early stages. Towards the end, it would slowly slow down. For example, Heng Xinghe had been stuck in RHE Great Circle of the Absolute Saint stage for a year or two and had not broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. There are many Heaven-S favorites in the world. Don't be too proud. Lu Ming warned seriously. Yes, master. Xianxia Bella and Ouyang Moli nodded. Chapter 1986. Seeing Celestial Emperor's corporeal body again. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1986. Seeing Celestial Emperor's corporeal body again in the following days. Everyone cultivated in the Dayan Elixir Hall. Lu Ming would often go to the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect to find Long Chun and the Phoenix Spirit for information. The invasion of the foreign races shook the entire Yuan Mountain. All the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land were alarmed and started to gather the experts scattered all over the place to wait. As time passed, news of the invasion of the foreign races kept coming. The Heavenly Emperor's city had been completely occupied. The overlords of the Heavenly Emperor's city, the Hung clan and the He clan, had escaped from the Heavenly Emperor's city with their entire clan and disappeared without a trace. Countless martial artists had died in the battle. The Heavenly Emperor's city had suffered heavy losses. After the foreign tribes occupied Heavenly Emperor's city, a few days later, the foreign tribes began to send their army to all directions of Heavenly Emperor's city. Wherever they passed, not even a chicken or a dog would be left. One by one, the Emperor-ranked forces were attacked by the foreign races. From martial sovereigns to women and children who did not know martial arts, they were all killed. Everywhere it passed, blood flowed like a river, and hundreds of millions of corpses were buried. Everyone's expression changed. The methods of the foreign race were too ruthless. This was simply a massacre. Around the Heavenly Emperor's city, all the Emperor-ranked powerhouses had withdrawn and retreated to the 8 sacred lands. Among the 9 sacred grounds of the Yuan mountain, the Heavenly Emperor's city was in the center. The other sacred grounds surrounded the Heavenly Emperor's city. During this period of time, many Emperor-ranked forces had entered ancient Moon Holy Land. As for the outsiders, they had sent out their armies to attack in all directions. They were already approaching the other sacred lands. 2 months after the battle at Heaven Emperor's city, outside the ancient Moon Holy Land, the first foreign tribe army appeared. When they attacked the ancient Moon Holy Land, they were defeated by the strong practitioners of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Facing this unprecedented pressure, all the powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land temporarily put aside their grudges and formed an alliance. The Wind Race had gathered all the forces together and built a huge base. All the forces and experts had gathered to resist the alien race. The number of clashes between Guyu Holy Land and the other races increased. It's chaos. Lu Ming stood at the peak of the Dayan elixir palace and looked into the distance as he muttered. At that moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance. The speed was so fast that Lu Ming had only just reacted when the light appeared in front of him. This is when Lu Ming saw the true appearance of the ray of light. He could not help but be shocked. A 1-meter tall stone man and a stone sword. Isn't this the Celestial Emperor's sword? Also, that was the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Although it was countless times smaller than when he first saw it, Lu Ming could still recognize it at a glance. It was the Celestial Thearch's physical body. In the last battle, the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body wielded the stone sword and killed 2 great emperor powerhouses in a row with unparalleled divine power. After that, Lu Ming and the rest returned to ancient Moon Sanctuary. There was no more Celestial Emperor's body or news of the great emperors. At this moment, the Celestial Thearch's physical body and the Celestial Thearch's sword had arrived. From the looks of it, they were coming for Lu Ming. Buzz, buzz. The Celestial Thearch's physical body and the Celestial Thearch's sword moved and flew directly into Lu Ming's glabella, suspended in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. At that moment, a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming and a figure floated out. It was the Celestial Thearch, Senior Celestial Thearch, Lu Ming from the junior generation. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. I'm just a wisp of mark. The Celestial Thearch's figure smiled. Senior Heavenly Emperor, why are you here? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Back then, wasn't the Celestial Thearch's corporeal body controlled by the Star River? Why was it flying into his consciousness with the Celestial Emperor's sword? Hung Xinghe is too selfish. He only cares about himself and not others. So he has no right to control Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. You, on the other hand, have a good character, are decisive, and are extremely talented. Most importantly, you have something you want to protect. Moreover, you were able to pull out the combat sword that one left behind years ago. This is enough to prove that you are qualified to control the item that one left behind. The Heavenly Emperor's figure nodded. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He was not as good as what the celestial Thearch had said. He was just not that selfish. Senior Heavenly Emperor, is the Hung family really your descendants? Lu Ming asked. The celestial Thearch pondered for a moment, as if reminiscing about the past. I'm not a human. One attained Tao as a stone golem. When I first attained Tao, one gave birth to a descendant with a human woman. That descendant was the Hung family. Speaking of which, the Hung family is indeed my descendant. However, countless years have passed, and these juniors seem to be becoming more and more useless. If you have a grudge against the Hung family, you don't have to worry about me. Senior Heavenly Emperor, it's actually Rockman achieving Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the celestial Thearch's physical body was a stone golem, and his sword was also made of stone. Senior, you have such a strong cultivation. How did you? Lu Ming was very curious. He wanted to know what the celestial Thearch had experienced back then. With the eternal universe Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base, how had he fallen? You want to ask me why one died, right? Speaking of which, one didn't die. The celestial Thearch's figure smiled. He didn't die. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but he was immediately filled with doubts. The celestial Thearch had not fallen. How could he have left behind a physical body and a trace of his mark? I have to start from the evil god tribe, the figure of the Heavenly Emperor said. Immediately, the figure of the Heavenly Emperor began to tell Lu Ming in detail. In ancient times, the foreign races invaded the Heaven Realm and fought with the powerful beings of the Heaven Realm. At that time, heaven and earth had been pierced through, connecting to the primordial realm. There were many Heaven Realm ruins that fell into the primordial realm, and some strong practitioners from the Heaven Realm entered the primordial realm. Of course, there were also some strong practitioners from other races who had entered the primordial realm. However, only a small number of foreign powerhouses entered the primordial realm. Later on, these alien experts hid in the primordial realm. There were even strange and terrifying races that possessed human bodies and established their own forces. Forces like the demon spirit religion and evil spirit religion specialized in hunting down human elites and powerhouses. Lu Ming finally knew the origin of the evil spirit cult. It was created by an alien race. No wonder many of the evil spirit cultivators were afraid of his prison suppressing steel, just like the three-eyed god. A long time ago, the alien races found a weak point in space and wanted to open a passage to let the evil god race in. However, they were discovered by the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor. In order to stop these alien races, a war broke out between the two sides. However, there was a terrifying expert among the foreign races who was good at attacking the soul. He was also a heavenly emperor, and he even tore the soul of the eternal universe Heavenly Emperor apart. Although the eternal universe Heavenly Emperor had managed to kill his opponent in the end, his soul was on the verge of collapse. In the end, the eternal universe Heavenly Emperor used his remaining power to seal the 8 emperors into a small world. He used the power of the small world and his own physical strength to suppress the passage. Lu Ming finally understood the origin of the Lotus World. However, although my soul was scattered back then, and only a wisp of my soul remained, when I was about to die, one had a great enlightenment and broke through to another level. Instead, one formed a new physical body and came back to life. So, I could be considered someone who has died once. Finally, the Heavenly Emperor's figure said, Chapter 1987. The secret of the Heaven Realm. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button and again. Chapter 1987. The secret of the Heaven Realm. He's reformed his body and revived. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. One could imagine the unparalleled charm of the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor back then. He blocked many foreign overlords by himself and killed the Heavenly Emperor. He also used the power of his small world to suppress the space passage and stop the invaders. The last remaining soul was resurrected and rose to a higher level. If this was written into a book, it would be a legend. However, Lu Ming had his doubts. Since the celestial Thearch was not dead, where was he now? Why did he only leave behind a trace of his mark and not appear in the previous battle? The figure of the celestial Thearch seemed to have noticed Lu Ming's confusion and explained, the primordial realm hasn't reached the time for a real war yet. The war in the heaven realm has already reached a critical juncture. There are 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, but the other 8 heaven domains don't have a passage to the primordial realm. Only the last heaven domain, the Tai Ching heaven domain, has a passage to the primordial realm. Now, the remaining strong cultivators of the heaven realm are guarding the Tai Ching heaven region. The evil god tribe has always wanted to occupy the Tai Ching heaven region and then invade the primordial realm using the passageway there. I'm now fighting in the heaven realm. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. He had learned many secrets today. My body is made of stone. It's like a puppet now. I'll give it to you. I hope it can help you. The heavenly emperor's figure continued. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The celestial Thearch's corporeal body had endless power. He had seen it before. It could even kill great sovereigns. If he could control it, he would immediately become an unparalleled expert. He could destroy the Golden Crow race and the Yuan family. Don't get too excited just yet. If you want to control this stone body, you'll need energy. I've used up all of that energy in the battle with the outsiders, and now the mark is about to disappear. Therefore, in order to control this stone body, I have to let the stone body absorb energy continuously. The more energy it absorbs, the more powerful it will be. This stone body is like a puppet. Without a trace of energy, it can't be controlled and can't exert much power. The celestial Thearch's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Lu Ming's head. It seemed that he had been happy for nothing. However, Lu Ming was immediately excited. This was the celestial Thearch's body. If it absorbed enough energy, it would be able to unleash terrifying power. 111 now teach you how to control this stone body and how to absorb energy. The celestial Thearch walked past and pointed a finger between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Some information immediately appeared in Lu Ming's mind. All right, this mark of mine has completed its mission. It's time to dissipate. Little guy, one look forward to the day you grow up. The celestial emperor's corporeal body smiled. Senior, Lu Ming felt a little sad. Haha, no need to feel sad for me. I'm not dead. Everything that happened here can be sensed by my main body in the heavenly realm. One hope we can meet in the heavenly realm and fight side by side. The celestial emperor's mark smiled and then disappeared like a wisp of green smoke. Senior, I believe that it won't be long before we meet again. There was a look of determination in Lu Ming's eyes. He then sat cross-legged and carefully studied the method of controlling the stone body and the method of absorbing energy that the celestial Thearch had taught him. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had fully comprehended it. He circulated his cultivation technique and sensed carefully. He discovered that whether it was Celestial Emperor's corporeal body or Celestial Emperor's sword, they were like the bottom of a dried lake. There was no energy at all, and he could not control them. Let's try to absorb the rough stone. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out 100,000 superior-grade raw stones. He activated them according to the method taught by the Celestial Thearch. Buzz! The Celestial Emperor's sword flew to the back of the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, and the two fused together as if they were one. Bang! 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 100,000 raw gemstones exploded instantly, turning into rolling energy that was absorbed by Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and Celestial Emperor's sword. A moment later, the energy of the 100,000 raw gemstones was completely absorbed. Lu Ming quickly sensed it, and his face immediately turned bitter. He realized that not even 1% of the energy in the 100,000 raw gemstones had been filled. Not even 1,000th of its energy was fully replenished. How much energy would he need to replenish it? Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out 1,000,000 high-grade raw gemstones. He let his heaven, earth, and physical body absorb them. What made Lu Ming cry in grief was that the energy of 1,000,000 high-grade raw gemstones was still not even 1% of the energy. I'd better absorb the energy slowly. I can't eat hot tofu if I'm impatient. Lu Ming sighed. He kept the celestial Thearch's body into the mountain and river diagram, allowing it to absorb the energy between heaven and earth on its own. Right now, Lu Ming felt that he was especially in need of resources. Xiaoyu needed to refine Saint herbs frequently, while Celestial Emperor's body needed a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, the Celestial Thearch's corporeal body could absorb any kind of energy, not just from raw gemstones. Lu Ming closed his eyes and cultivated quietly. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency after hearing the Celestial Thearch's words. The Heaven Realm seemed to be completely outmatched and could only defend the last heaven domain, Tai Ching Heaven, to stop the alien races. If the alien races broke into the Tai Ching heavenly region, they could use the Void Passage and a large army to rush into the primordial realm. The passageway in the Heavenly Emperor City was only a small one. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. These days, more and more alien races came to attack ancient Moon Holy Land. The pressure on Guyu Holy Land's forces was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, in order to boost morale, many sects joined forces, gathered resources, and created a merit point. As long as they killed the alien races, they would be able to get merit points. Killing a Martial Royal Realm alien would earn him 1 merit point. A lower-tier Bright Saint alien would earn him 5 merit points, and a higher-tier Bright Saint alien would earn him 10 merit points. And so on. As one's cultivation level increased, the merit points would double. These merit points could be used to exchange for various treasures, such as Saint Herbs, Saint Weapons, Monarch Weapons, Oriox, and so on. This way, the killing intent of the ancient Moon Holy Land rose. All the powerful forces, as well as the Emperor-level forces from the outside world, all went out to hunt the alien races. Lu Ming decided to bring everyone out to hunt the alien races. Firstly, they could train themselves in a life-and-death battle, stimulate their potential, and improve their cultivation. Secondly, it could be exchanged for resources, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Palace Master, you guys can go. Take this Jade Talisman. If you encounter a martial emperor, you can crush it and the Jade Talisman will bring you back to the Dayan Elixir Palace. Uncle Kong handed Lu Ming a Jade Talisman. Lu Ming accepted it happily. In this way, he would have fewer concerns. If he encountered the other party's Emperor-level experts, he could escape. Following that, Lu Ming brought along Huang Li and the other 9 elites of the Desolate race, as well as Luo Xiang and Lu Xianxia. As Ouyang Moli's cultivation level was still low, he was not invited. They flew towards the west of the ancient Moon Sanctuary and met up with Feng Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, and the others at the foot of a mountain. Lu Ming, this is the base that the ancient Moon Holy Land's many forces built together. Huang Ling smiled and led Lu Ming and the rest towards the mountain. Chapter 1988. Chapter 1988 Hunting Foreign Races. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1988. Chapter 1988 Hunting Foreign Races. The mountain was extremely vast, and there were many grand palaces built on it. This mountain didn't exist here before. It had been forcefully pulled up from the ground by the almighties of various forces some time ago. It was 100,000 feet tall and 10,000 miles wide. Each force had a huge palace built on it, and each force had sent a large number of experts to live there. This way, the forces of the various forces could quickly gather and effectively deal with the attacks of the foreign tribes. They could also effectively counterattack. After all, ancient Moon Holy Land was huge, with at least 20 strong forces scattered all over the place. It would be too difficult to gather the forces of all the major forces at the last minute. It would take time. In that case, the foreign races would probably break through one by one. With a common base, many forces and experts would gather, and it would be more effective to dispatch them. Huang Ling and the rest brought Lu Ming and the rest around. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and others all cultivated in huge palaces here. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge and magnificent palace. It was the place where merit points were exchanged for resources. It was built by many forces. Right now, the strongest force in Guyu Holy Land is the Wind Clan of the Gu family. It is currently being led by the Wind Clan, with the other forces assisting. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go and hunt the alien races. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Then, everyone flew out of the ancient Moon Holy Land. Soon, they flew out of the outer area of the ancient Moon Holy Land and into the wilderness. Buzz, buzz. In the sky above them, a figure flashed by at an astonishing speed. That was an Emperor-level expert. The other races' Emperor-level experts would naturally be dealt with by the ancient Moon Holy Land's Emperor-level experts. The ones they hunted were those below Emperor level. Boom, boom, boom. After flying for some distance, they heard a violent explosion ahead. Kill, kill. Intense battle cries came like a tide. In front of them, large groups of alien races rode on alien beasts and stepped on the void, fighting with human martial artists. It was extremely tragic. At a glance, one could see countless figures. In the sky, a terrifying light burst forth, and a terrifying pressure spread down like a mountain. High up in the sky was the battlefield of great emperors. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lu Ming and his group arrived, the alien races had their eyes on them. The main reason was that Lu Ming and his group were too young and eye-catching. The leader of the cavalry was an emperor-to-be. Leave the emperor-to-be to me. You guys be careful, Lu Ming instructed. He flew forward and a long spear appeared in his hands. This long spear was obtained from Luo Pokong. It was a monarch weapon. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and instantly crossed the void. It broke through the destructive light shot out from the opponent's third eye and pierced through the opponent's head. An emperor-to-be was killed in an instant. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary emperor-to-be in seconds. Meanwhile, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Xianxia Bella were also fighting with the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear trembled. The third eye flew out and was kept in Lu Ming's storage ring. The third eye of the alien race was a wonderful material for blacksmithing, and the proof of merit points exchange was the third eye of the alien race. As soon as the emperor-to-be leading them died, this group of alien races was no match for Lu Ming and the others. They were all killed in an instant. Kill them. In the distance, there were even more alien races charging toward Lu Ming and the others. Their iron hooves stomped in the air with shocking power. There were at least a few hundred alien races, and 7 or 8 of them were at the Emperor-to-be realm. So many experts charged at Lu Ming and the others. Before they could reach them, beams of destructive light were already shooting toward them. The destructive light was not only aimed at Lu Ming, but also at Desolate Power, Xianxia Bella, and the rest. Spatial barrier, chirp chirp. Bubbles stepped in the air and pressed down with her tiny hands. The air around them rippled like water, forming barriers. When the destructive light hit the spatial barrier, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No one knew where it went. Kill. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. He shook his emperor-level long spear, and spearlight enveloped 5 or 6 emperor-to-be cultivators. The weapons used by the Three-Eyed God race were similar to the Desolate race. They were all heavy weapons, either a battle axe or a sledgehammer. When they were swung, they struck at Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, the next moment, transparent bubbles suddenly appeared on their bodies and enveloped them. Then, Lu Ming thrust his long spear and killed the emperor-to-be one by one. When Lu Ming and Bubbles joined forces, an ordinary emperor-to-be would only be courting death. In the blink of an eye, for emperor-to-be had been killed by 2 people. You're looking for death. A burly emperor-to-be broke free from the bubble. A beam of light shot out from his third eye and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear shook and swept toward the beam of light. Boom! The long spear vibrated, and Lu Ming could not help but feel his arm go numb. Kill! The Emperor-to-be charged at Lu Ming with a battle axe in his hand. You're quite strong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This three-eyed god was much stronger than the other Emperor-to-be and was on par with the human Emperor-to-be with a superior grade heaven spiritual body. Leave the Emperor-to-be to me and Bubble. You guys deal with the others. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Lu Xianxia and the rest. Then, she wielded her spear and fought with the strongest Emperor-to-be while Bubbles attacked the other Emperors-to-be. Lu Xianxia, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others attacked those below Emperor-to-be. Many people had gained something from their trip to the Lotus World. Long Chun and Huang Ling's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint Realm. Huang Li had also reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even broken through to the perfected Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation was the same as Lu Ming's. They were at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. With their strength, they could easily deal with the three-eyed gods who weren't Emperor-to-be, and a large number of them were instantly killed. Lu Xianxiang was surrounded by a green mist, and with a shout, a giant ancient tree was formed. It was like an ancient tree that supported the sky and pressed down on an absolute saint lower-tier three-eyed god. Boom! The three-eyed god was killed by the ancient greenwood tree, not even leaving behind a corpse. Xianxiang Bella's current cultivation was only at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, but she could already kill an absolute saint. The combat strength of the Son of Heaven was indeed shocking. At this moment, Lu Ming had already exchanged a few moves with the Emperor-to-be. I can't unleash much of its power with just the Monarch weapon. I'll use the 10,000 soldier scroll to melt the Monarch weapon into my meridians. Lu Ming changed his mind. He put away his sovereign weapon and switched to the finger of calamity of chaos. Whoosh! He pointed his finger at his opponent's battle axe, causing his opponent's body to shake violently. He couldn't help but retreat, and the battle axe in his hand was sent flying. Following that, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. The force of this finger was highly condensed, forming a tiny finger force that shot toward the other party. The other party seemed to sense danger. A layer of black light covered his body, and he threw his fists at Lu Ming. However, the finger force pierced through the fist and went through the head of the man. Chapter 1989. Phone Wuchen's difficulties if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 1989. Phone Wuchen's difficulties after killing the other party. Lu Ming rushed over and took away the other party's third eye. He then helped Bubbles kill the other Emperor-to-be. As a result, those below the Emperor-to-be realm were no match for them and were killed in large numbers. And in BSB, it didn't take long for the three-eyed god race to be completely wiped out. After that, they charged in other directions. This battlefield was extremely vast, and the sky was filled with the figures of cultivators and three-eyed gods. Lu Ming and the others gathered together and charged into the battlefield like a sharp knife, hunting down the three-eyed god race. With Lu Ming and Bubbles' combat strength, they were almost invincible against anyone below the martial supreme realm when they joined forces. They fought and killed the three-eyed god race members one after another. And in BSB, after fighting for several hours, the intense beating of war drums could be heard from the distant sky, and the three-eyed god race retreated. As for the Guyu Holy Land experts, they also retreated back to the city. Lu Ming and the rest did not go to the base to exchange their merit points immediately. They did not have enough gains. They wanted to wait until they had accumulated more before exchanging all of them. And in BSB, as expected, on the second day, the three-eyed god race's army attacked again, and the ancient moon's sacred lands experts also charged out. In the vast and empty Berserk Mountain, the battle continued. This was a war between two different races. No one would show mercy. On the ground, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were humans, monsters, and even three-eyed gods. After a while, the three-eyed god race seemed to feel that they couldn't win and retreated. However, they would come again the next day. After fighting for more than 10 days, Lu Ming and the rest gained a lot. When the three-eyed gods retreated again, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the base and went to the highest point to exchange for some treasures. Lu Ming mainly wanted to exchange for sacred medicine and raw gemstones. All of you, bring out the third eye of the three-eyed god race. A group of old men stood on a huge counter. These people were all powerhouses from the major forces. Those resources were provided by the major forces. Each force would naturally send an expert to supervise. Lu Ming and the rest took out their storage rings. Then, a huge pile of the three-eyed god race's third eye appeared. It was piled up like a mountain, like a small hill, which stunned many people. The three-eyed god race's third eye was like a gem, sparkling and dazzling. It was extremely beautiful and contained a mysterious power. It could be used to forge weapons, and it was a pretty good material. There are so many of them. Many of them are at the absolute saint realm, and even emperor-to-be realm. Terrifying. Lu Ming, the son of chaos. The combat strength of these people is too terrifying. Indeed, I've seen them fight. An emperor-to-be was almost killed in seconds. No one can do it except for a martial emperor. And NBSB, many people in the surroundings turned to look at the three-eyed god's eyes with fervent gazes. One of them, a white-haired old man, did a quick count. These eyeballs of the three-eyed god race could be exchanged for a total of 1,000,000 merit points. How shocking was this? What treasures do you want to exchange for? The white-haired old man asked. Wait a moment. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out of the hall. The one in the lead was a young man with an elegant demeanor. Feng wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Feng wuchen swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and the others. His eyes landed on the pile of three-eyed god's eyeballs, and a hint of greed appeared on his face. You guys want to exchange for treasures? Feng wuchen said. Not bad, Lu Ming answered. I'm afraid that's not possible. You've come too late. During this period, a large number of treasures have been exchanged, and the number of treasures in the treasury has decreased sharply. I can't exchange them for you for the time being, Feng wuchen said with a cold smile. You don't have enough treasures? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. What a joke. We didn't have enough treasures the moment we arrived. How can the others have enough? Huang Ling sneered. The others have less, but you have more, so it's naturally not enough. If you're willing to give a discount, that's fine too. Feng wuchen sneered. If you say it's not enough, then it's not enough. You're not in charge of this place, and the other seniors have never said it's not enough. Lu Xianxia called out, looking at Feng wuchen unhappily. Although I've exchanged for many treasures during this period of time, I should have enough left. An expert from the Phoenix Palace said, That's not right. If the rest of the items are exchanged by them, it would be disappointing and demoralizing if the others didn't come. An elder from the Wind Race spoke. The man from the Phoenix Palace's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. This time, Gu Holy Land was led by the Wind Race, and the Wind Race's strength was undoubtedly the strongest. During this time, the various forces will continue to replenish their treasures. You can come back when you're done. Feng wuchen smiled faintly. How long will it take to replenish it? Huang Ling asked. A few months, I guess. Feng wuchen said. Then we'll come next time. Lu Ming said. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. With a wave of his hand, he kept the three-eyed god's eyeball. The eyeballs of the three-eyed god race. Why don't you leave them here first? Well recorded on our account, and we won't give you any less. Feng wuchen said. No need. I don't trust a despicable person like you. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. The others sneered and turned to leave. Detestable. Feng wuchen's face darkened. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of a scheme. In my opinion, that Feng is targeting us on purpose and not letting us exchange for it. I really want to beat him up. Desolately said unhappily. There are many forces present. They can't deny it. At most, we'll exchange for it later. Lu Ming said. Those resources and treasures were all gathered by the major forces. They didn't belong to the wind race alone. They couldn't deny it. He would just go there after a while. In the next few days, they continued to battle against the three-eyed god race to temper themselves. Ever since Xianxia started cultivating, she had rarely fought with enemies. This was a very good training for her. During this period of time, Xianxia's combat experience had increased rapidly. Even her cultivation showed signs of loosening up and was approaching the great saint perfection. This made others sigh. The cultivation speed of the Child of Heaven was truly shocking. On this day, they set off again and set foot on the battlefield. Lu Ming, I want to be separated from all of you and train on my own, he said. Huang Ling said, I have the same intention. Longshan also said. Then, Luo Tianyi and Desolate Power expressed the same intention. Although it was safer for everyone to gather together, it was not very effective in training, and there was no sense of life and death crisis. Only by facing a crisis alone could he stimulate his potential and reach a higher level. If you want to cultivate the light of law, you must temper yourself in the midst of life and death. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to cultivate it, Luo Tianyi said. The other people's eyes also revealed a burning light. They were all proud children of heaven. They all had ambitions and wanted to become stronger. Only by cultivating the light of law could one suppress other king physiques. They all had this ambition. Chapter 1990. Chapter 1990 Individual Training. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1990. Chapter 1990 Individual Training. Alright, but it's best if there are two or more of them. At least they can take care of each other, Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded their heads. Following that, Luo Tianyi and Huang Li led the other elites of the Desolate race and charged into the distance. Long Chun, Huang Ling, and Luo Xiang formed a group and ran into the distance. Bubble, you'll support from the middle. If any side encounters any danger that they can't handle, rescue them in time, Lu Ming said to Pow Pow. All right, brother Lu Ming, chirp chirp. Bubbles nodded, and her petite figure disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming, on the other hand, led Lu Xianxia in a direction. Bang! Not long after, an emperor-to-be, three-eyed god was punched to death by Lu Ming. He kept the god's third eye and a black bangle. This bracelet was used by the three-eyed god race to store items, and its function was similar to storage rings. Xianxia, I'll leave these two to you. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he left the two lower-tier absolute saints to Xianxia. He would deal with the rest. The battlefield was the best place to temper himself. He was thinking that when Ouyang Ma's cultivation was higher, he would also bring him out to temper himself. Xianxia fought two three-eyed god race absolute saints at the lower-tier absolute saint realm alone, and the battle was extremely intense. Not long after, Xianxia successfully killed the two three-eyed god race members. Lu Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he gave Xianxia a three-eyed god who was a late-stage absolute saint. The three-eyed god instantly gave Xianxia a fatal pressure. Xianxia's shoulder was hit by the other party's destructive light, and a hole appeared. However, Lu Ming had no intention of helping. He had experienced too many life and death battles in his life. He knew very well that if he didn't experience any life and death battles, he would just be a flower in a greenhouse. It was useless no matter how strong his talent was. Master, Xianxia called out delicately, her small face pale. Solve it yourself. As the child of life, do you have to always rely on others? Lu Ming said with a cold expression. He killed an absolute saint in the great circle with one punch. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Her entire body was covered in green light as she circulated her life laws. Her injuries from before were instantly healed. The body of life and the law of life contained endless vitality. It was many times stronger than Huang Ling's law of imperishable flame and had vigorous vitality. At the same time, countless vines appeared, like long whips, sweeping towards the other party. But without a doubt, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. She was talented, but she didn't have much combat experience, so she couldn't use all her power. However, during the battle, Xianxia seemed to have found the feeling and was already able to slowly protect herself. And Lu Ming nodded. He then hunted alone in the surrounding area. Xianxia had been fighting with the other party for a few hundred moves and had been injured many times. Under the life law, she had recovered very quickly. What monster? The more the three-eyed god fought, the more frightened he became. The other party was completely unkillable, and his own injuries were getting worse and worse. After a few hundred moves, Xianxia finally exhausted her opponent to death and then killed her. Xianxia was also heavily injured. However, under the life laws, she was rapidly recovering. Master, I've succeeded. Xianxia came to Lu Ming's side. Her eyes were much more determined and sharp than before. Not bad, continue. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then he gave Xianxia another three-eyed god who was an absolute saint in the late stages. Xianxia's talent was indeed unparalleled. In a life-and-death battle, she had improved at an astonishing speed. Her display of combat power, her use of the power law, her battle consciousness, and her battle mentality had all undergone a huge change. This time, within 100 moves, Xianxia finished off her opponent. Although she was also severely injured, with her constitution, she was not afraid of being injured. Lu Ming nodded and brought Xianxia to continue hunting the three-eyed god race. As for Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Desolate Li, they were all going through a tough battle. Their opponents were naturally Emperor-to-be level. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Huang Li were all at the peak of the absolute saint realm. They had the power to fight an Emperor-to-be, but it would be difficult. Luo Qianni's cultivation level was higher, so she was still in a better position, but she was also in a tough battle. Everyone was engaged in a life-or-death battle in order to break through their limits and achieve a great leap. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a destructive light shot toward Lu Ming. The destructive light cut through the void silently, but Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt a fatal threat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pointed in that direction. The power of the chaotic finger of tribulation gathered in his finger and collided with the destructive light. Boom! Lu Ming felt a surge of terrifying power surging towards him. He could not help but take a few steps back, and his fingers were numb. What powerful strength! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. An NBSB, a 5-meter-tall, three-eyed god, riding a strange beast, was approaching, his body exuding a terrifying aura. This three-eyed god wasn't a great emperor, but he was definitely powerful. Kid, I've been watching you for a few days. You've killed many of our men. Today is the day you die. Kill! The burly three-eyed god roared and swung his battle axe. The mutant beast roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Roar! The strange beast roared and spat out a jet-black ray of light from its mouth. It charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the three-eyed god's battle axe tore through the air and slashed down at Lu Ming. The massive axe seemed to be able to split the sky apart, and its power was terrifying. Holy weapons floated around Lu Ming. There were only 37 of them. Back in the world of the Lotus Flower, during the battle with the Emperor-to-be, most of the saint weapons he had sealed in his meridians had been destroyed. Only a dozen or so absolute saint weapons were left. During this period of time, Lu Ming had recultivated the 10,000 soldiers art. This time, he didn't seal the bright saint weapons or great saint weapons, but all of them in his saint weapons. There were a total of 36 of them, and the last one was a monarch weapon. It was the monarch weapon he got from Luo Pokong. Although there were fewer of them than before, their power was many times stronger. Lu Ming held the long spear, and the other 36 absolute saint weapons floated around him. The chi of the combat weapon was integrated and blocked the attack of the beast. At the same time, he lifted his spear and clashed with the battle axe. Clang! And in BSB, a terrifying shockwave exploded out, and the other party roared as he and the beast he was riding were forced back a dozen steps. As for Lu Ming, his body also retreated. What a powerful combat strength! It's equivalent to the king body of the emperor-to-be realm. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind, and his eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. His combat strength was equivalent to the emperor-to-be king body. This was the strongest emperor-to-be Lu Ming had ever encountered. Previously, the emperor-to-be he had encountered could not put pressure on him. However, this one was different. It had the ability to threaten Lu Ming's life. This was also the training that Lu Ming wanted. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not be able to train in the big battle. Chapter 1991. A new direction. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1991. A new direction. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming and the three-eyed god roared as they fought. Lu Ming used the 10,000 soldier art to gather the chi of the combat weapon at the tip of the spear, making the power of the spear extremely shocking. And in BSB, the spear light howled through the air as it clashed with the three-eyed god race. The battle axe in the three-eyed god's hand came crashing down like a storm. At the same time, his third eye would shoot out a destructive light from time to time. Its power was astonishing. The strange beast would also attack Lu Ming. And in BSB, the spear trembled, and hundreds of spear lights shot toward the three-eyed god. At the same time, he pointed out a finger with his left hand. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force condensed into a thread and pierced out. This finger wasn't aimed at the three-eyed god, but at the beast beneath it. The strange beast's combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary emperor-to-be, so it couldn't resist it at all. It was pierced through between its eyebrows and died on the spot, its corpse falling to the ground. Damn it! The three-eyed god bellowed in rage, his killing intent growing even colder as he launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear in his right hand. Dense runes appeared on it. Soon, the symbols covered the long spear. Then, the long spear was thrust out, forming a true dragon that whistled out. Lu Ming was using the long spear to cast Rhe, illusionary spirit scroll of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao. However, the true dragon was dispersed by the other party's axe. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. The long spear shook and a destructive force burst out. This was the annihilation manual of Rhe 9 scrolls of Rhe Array Dao. Lu Ming was using his opponent to train his 9 scrolls of Array Dao, striving to merge the sealed scroll, the destruction scroll, and the illusionary spirit scroll together as soon as possible. To be honest, the king physique of the emperor-to-be realm was very powerful and required Lu Ming to go all out. Lu Ming was undoubtedly at a disadvantage when he used the 9 volumes of the Array Dao alone. He was being suppressed by his opponent. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming needed. In the face of adversity, his 9 scrolls of Array Dao had progressed at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thrust his spear. Roar! A true dragon flew out and pounced at the other party. This move again, break! The three-eyed god roared as he cleaved the true dragon into 2. However, the true dragon immediately exploded and turned into countless runes. They enveloped the other party's battle axe and spread along the battle axe to the other party's entire body, forming a powerful sealing force. That's right. Lu Ming had successfully combined the illusionary spirit scroll and the sealed scroll with that move. 2 of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao were contained in one move. Damn it! The three-eyed god roared as he unleashed his full power. The black light around his body intensified, and the runes dimmed before collapsing. Again, Lu Ming thrust his spear again. Another true dragon flew out and collided with his opponent's battle axe. This time, There was a shocking boom, and his opponent's battle axe buzzed and vibrated. This move was a combination of the illusionary spirit scroll and the annihilation scroll. Its power was greatly increased, and it successfully blocked the opponent's attack. If I combine the 3 volumes, the power will be even stronger. Lu Ming had an idea. At the same time, he kept stabbing with his long spear, but he failed in the end. Fusing 3 volumes was much more difficult than fusing 2. If I can combine the Annihilation Manual with the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, wouldn't the power of the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger increase exponentially? Lu Ming suddenly had an idea, and his eyes lit up. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was already very powerful, but with the Array Dao Law's Destruction Scroll, its power would definitely be even stronger. However, this involved the fusion of 2 types of nomological laws, which was even more profound. Lu Ming tried a few times, but he did not succeed. However, this was a direction. As long as Lu Ming kept trying, he would eventually succeed. Now I'll finish you off. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He kept stabbing with his long spear, using the illusionary spirit scroll and the sealed scrolls fusion technique, and MBSB at the same time. He used the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger with his left hand to attack from both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves, and Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. His opponent's body was wrapped in a layer of dense runes, and his strength was affected. Lu Ming pointed his finger, and the chaotic finger of tribulation pierced through the other party's body. Half of the body exploded. The other party roared, turned around, and ran. Lu Ming gave chase, but the other party was indeed very strong and could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ming. He risked his injuries and ran away at top speed, escaping far away. Lu Ming could only give up on the pursuit. The combat strength of an Emperor-to-be King body was indeed very powerful. Lu Ming had to use his full strength and the combination of 2 types of laws to defeat the other party. However, he still could not kill him. Lu Ming turned around and brought Xianxia with him to continue hunting the 3-eyed god. On the other side, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Xiang were fighting a life-and-death battle with 2 Emperor-to-be. It was very difficult for the 3 of them to fight against 2 Emperor-to-be experts. It was a real life-and-death battle where their lives were in danger at any time. Huang Ling used the law of the undying fire to cast the undying cage. While she attacked, she also achieved a defensive effect. As for Long Chun, his entire body swelled up like a giant. Every attack he made was accompanied by the trumpeting of elephants and the stomping of divine statues as he attacked his opponent. As for Luo Xiang, he was wandering around with an iron sword in his hand. It looked rusty, but it was extremely sharp. His body was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the speed of his sword was also sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making it impossible to guard against. Even so, under the terrifying attack of the other party's Emperor-to-be, they were still in a dangerous situation and facing a fatal crisis. Dayan, an Emperor-to-be, suddenly pounced at Luo Xiang with all his might. The terrifying power sealed the space around Luo Xiang, making it difficult for him to move at his maximum speed. Then, a violent attack was launched at Luo Xiang. Among the 3 of them, Luo Xiang's cultivation was the lowest. They had to kill him first before killing the others. Not good. Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions changed. They wanted to help, but were blocked by the other Emperor-to-be. Die! The Emperor-to-be's eyes were filled with ferocity as he charged at Luo Xiang. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Luo Xiang was very calm. He squinted his eyes, which were shining with a terrifying sharpness. In his sea of consciousness, the sword soul was shaking, and the iron sword in his hand was buzzing. At this moment, he circulated all of his power. Whoosh! A beam of sword light burst out and lit up the sky. It was extremely stunning. The 3-eyed goddess attack was broken through. These kids must die. The 3-eyed god roared in his heart. These young men were too strong. When they matured in the future, they would definitely be the greatest enemies of their race. He once again charged towards Luo Xiang. Buzz! The iron sword in Luo Xiang's hand trembled and emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from his body. He had broken through. At the critical moment, Luo Xiang broke through. His cultivation had been at the limit of the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm, and now, facing a life-and-death crisis, he broke through and entered the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Chapter 1992. Chapter 1992. Chapter 1992. Killing Their Way to the Wind. Chapter 1992. Chapter 1992. Killing Their Way to the Wind Clan's territory. You've broken through good. Long Chun and Feng Ling were overjoyed. Luo Xiang's battle strength had increased greatly as he broke through the opponent's attack. He cooperated with Feng Ling and Long Chun to fight the opponent. Luo Xiang's breakthrough had increased their combat strength, and they were finally able to deal with the enemy. No one noticed that in the distance, a cold gaze would sweep across Lu Ming and the rest from time to time. This man was Feng Wuchen. These people have gathered together. Sooner or later, they will be a great threat to our Wind Clan. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sent a message to his subordinates. After that, they attacked some of the three-eyed gods, and after a few moves, they suddenly changed their direction and charged toward Feng Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Xiang. And NBSB, the three-eyed god race members, were furiously chasing after them. Soon, they were approaching the battlefield of Feng Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Xiang. Not good. The expressions of Huang Ling and the other two changed. Feng Wuchen was trying to use the three-eyed god race to kill them. You've come the right time. These kids are the top heaven's favorites of the human race. They'll be a great threat in the future. We must get rid of them first. One of the three-eyed god race members who was fighting against Feng Wuchen and the others roared and called for the three-eyed god race members who were chasing after Feng Wuchen to come and kill them. All right, let's kill these people first. The three-eyed god race that was chasing after Feng Wuchen's group immediately gave up on Feng Wuchen's group and charged towards Huang Ling's group. Among Feng Wuchen and the others, only Feng Wuchen was a top-notch heaven's favorite. The others were all old and had limited potential. Compared to killing Feng Wuchen and the others, the three-eyed god race would naturally be more willing to kill Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Xiang. Instantly, at least 3 to 4 emperors-to-be and more than 10 absolute saints charged toward them. The 3 of them changed their expressions and retreated quickly, but they were entangled by the 2 emperor-to-be. Ha ha ha! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The process had gone much smoother than he had expected. He brought the experts of the Wind Clan and left this place quickly. On the other side, Lu Ming also discovered this scene. Not good. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, a beam of saint energy swept Xianxia up and quickly rushed towards Huang Ling and the others. However, he was still a distance away from Huang Ling and the others. If I would need time to get there. Facing the siege of so many emperor-to-be experts, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Xiang were in a fatal crisis. Long Chun's body was pierced by a destructive light, and his flesh exploded. Tihi scene was extremely terrifying. Luo Xiang didn't have it easy either. One of his arms had been chopped off. Although Huang Ling had the law of the unperishable flame, she had blocked more attacks and was severely injured. The 3 of them were heavily injured and were in danger. You guys quickly retreat. Long Chun roared and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He kept punching out with both fists. The figures of divine elephants appeared one after another and rushed toward the other party. Lai was fighting several emperor-to-be alone to seize the opportunity for Huang Ling and Luo Xiang to escape. However, he was alone and his combat power was limited. The divine elephant was destroyed and his body was hit. Half of his body directly exploded and he almost died. A three-eyed emperor-to-be's eyes flashed with ferocity as he swung his axe AR Long Chen's head. If this attack landed, Long Chen would definitely die. At this moment, Long Chen, Feng Ling, and Luo Xiang's bodies flickered like phantoms. In the next instant, they reappeared 1,000 meters away, causing the three-eyed god race's attack to miss. A petite figure appeared beside Feng Ling and the others. It was Bubbles' timely help that saved them. Kill! The three-eyed god race members charged towards Pow Pow. You're the ones who are going to die. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles pressed down with her small hand, and the air rippled. The bodies of the absolute saints were instantly ground into pieces by the spatial power. Even the emperors-to-be were forced to retreat and spit our blood. Space-time law, no retreat. One of the three-eyed god race quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically as he tried to retreat. However, a few transparent bubbles appeared and enveloped them. Die! A cold voice came from the sky. Then, spear lights burst down and pierced into their heads. A total of 7 emperor-to-be were killed in an instant. Lu Ming descended and waved his hand, collecting the three-eyed god's corpse. He then took a step forward and appeared beside Huang Ling and the others. You guys recuperate first, Lu Ming said. Long Chen, Luo Xiang, and Feng Ling were severely injured, especially Long Chen and Luo Xiang. Their bodies were almost blown apart. With the strength of their spirit bodies, it was not difficult for them to regrow their limbs. The three of them sat cross-legged in the air and began to recuperate. Lu Ming and Bubbles stood guard in the surroundings. Any three-eyed god that tried to attack them was mercilessly killed by them. Long Chen and Luo Xiang's bodies began to heal and recover. A few hours later, the three of them had fully recovered from their external injuries. However, it would take a few days for them to return to their peak condition. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the war drums began to beat, and the three-eyed god race began to retreat. Feng wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. Lai then walked in the direction of RHE base. Luo, Tianyi, Huang Ling, and the rest looked at each other and followed Lu Ming. Soon, they returned to the base. Lu Ming did not stop. Lai kept going up and finally came to a magnificent hall. Tia's palace was the wind race's encampment. Lu Ming walked toward the main entrance of the hall. Stop right there. This is the territory of the wind race. Other than the members of the wind race, only those who have been invited can enter. Have you been invited? In front of the door, 2 strong men blocked Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted loudly. The 2 strong men's bodies shook violently, and they were sent flying, vomiting blood. Ew! How dare you! One of them pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying force surged out and bombarded the door of the Wind Clan's palace. Boom! The door exploded into pieces. The 2 big men guarding the door were stunned. T here was actually someone who dared to break the door of the Wind Clan's palace. This was simply a slap to the Wind Clan's face. How audacious! Commotion here had also alerted the other forces. Figures flew out from the palaces and looked over. It's Lu Ming lies so bold. He actually smashed RHE Wind Clan's gate. What happened? Why did Lu Ming do that? One heard that Lu Ming and Feng wuchen have a grudge. Surroundings were abuzz with discussion. Who are you? You're looking for death. Angry roars came from the Wind Clan's palace. Figures rushed out one after another, looking at Lu Ming and the others with cold, knife-like eyes. Where's Feng wuchen? Tell him to come out and face his death. Lu Ming shouted, ignoring the Wind Tribe experts. You're Lu Ming? One of the Wind Clan's experts recognized Lu Ming and his eyes narrowed slightly. Back then, the Wind Clan naturally knew about the commotion that Lu Ming had caused in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Chapter 1993, Chapter 1993, I'll kill you. Chapter 1993, I'll kill you, Feng wuchen. Come out and face your death. Lu Ming shouted again, his voice shaking the entire base. Lu Ming, how dare you break the door of the Wind Clan for no reason? Today, you must give us an explanation no matter what. One of the Wind Race's quasi-emperors shouted coldly. Explanation? Bullshit. Get lost. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and told the other party to get lost, not giving him any face at all. The people from the other forces all had different expressions and were secretly shocked. The Wind Clan was an ancient clan with a long history. They had a deep foundation and were extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming did not give them any face at all. He even told the Wind Clan to get lost. You're too arrogant. They'll cripple you. An emperor-to-be roared, and his body turned into a gust of wind, rushing toward Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, a dense wind blade flew out, extremely sharp, and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming did not even look at him. He threw a punch, causing the air to tremble. The wind blades flew backward under the force of Lu Ming's violent punch and hit the opponent's body. The Wind Race's emperor-to-be let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying back. He crashed into the wall of the Wind Race's palace and lay on the ground, half dead. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying. He had injured an emperor-to-be with one punch without even looking at him. Where's Feng Wuchen? Has he become a tortoise? Tell him to come out. Lu Ming took a step forward. The experts of the Wind Tribe could not help but take a few steps back. Lu Ming, how dare you come to my Wind Clan, smash our gate, and even injure our people? What do you want? A cold voice was heard. Feng Wuchen walked out of the Feng clan's palace and looked at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to directly attack the Wind Clan's encampment. I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming continued to step forward. He was very direct and could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Feng Wuchen. Back then, in the world of the lotus flower, the reason why Xiaoyu was injured was also related to Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen and the experts of the Feng clan had joined forces with the people of the Daluo Heaven sect to hurt Xiaoyu. And now, Feng Wuchen was even more aggressive. Not only did he purposely make things difficult for them, he even lured the three-eyed God Race's experts to kill them with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming's killing intent towards Feng Wuchen had already reached the extreme. He could not bear it anymore. He had to kill Feng Wuchen today. Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He couldn't help but take a few steps back behind the experts of the Wind Clan and shouted, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. When you wanted to exchange for resources and treasures, I said that one didn't have enough treasures and asked you to come back after a period of time. You've harbored a grudge against me and wanted to kill me. Now is the time for us to unite against the enemy. But you want to kill me and cause internal strife. One really wonder if you have already joined the alien race. Feng Wuchen directly put all the blame on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was narrow-minded and even said that Lu Ming had joined the alien race. Huang Ling, Lu Xianxia, and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone so shameless. You're talking nonsense. You're the one who hates my master in US. On the battlefield, you deliberately led the alien races to kill us and wanted to kill us with a borrowed knife. Now you're slandering us. Lu Xianxia cried out unhappily. Many people's gazes moved as they thought to themselves, so that's how it is. To be able to cultivate to this stage, they were all smart people. Previously, when Feng Wuchen randomly accused them, not many people would believe it. On the contrary, more people believed Lu Xianxiang's words. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so murderous that he went straight to the Wind Clan's encampment. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and deliberately led the alien race to Lu Ming and the others. He was really despicable. Many people were thinking this, but no one stood out. The Wind Race was an ancient race and was very powerful. Who would dare to offend the Wind Race? There were also some people who were gloating, such as the Golden Crow race and the Yuan family. They would be happier if the conflict between Lu Ming and the Wind Clan intensified, and they killed each other. They hoped that the Wind Clan would kill Lu Ming. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. You're full of nonsense. It was your master who told you to slander me, right? You need evidence to speak. Feng Wuchen sneered. It's clearly like that. We can all testify. Lu Xianxia said. You'll testify? What a joke. It's more like you guys are ganging up to slander me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Oh. Lu Xianxiang's face was red with anger. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly took another step forward and said, Xianxia, why are you talking so much nonsense with this kind of person? Just kill him directly. Buzz. Then, Lu Ming's figure suddenly accelerated and he rushed toward Feng Wuchen. How audacious! Let's join forces and take him down. The many emperors-to-be of the wind race were furious. In an instant, at least 10 of them attacked Lu Ming. Get lost, die! Lu Ming shouted. The light of chaos enveloped his body, and he used the chaotic finger of tribulation, pointing 10 times in succession. Bang! Bang! With a series of collision sounds, the 10 Emperor-to-Bes attacks were broken. Their bodies trembled and they retreated. There was a bloody hole in each of their bodies, and blood was flowing out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many people gasped. The combined forces of 10 Emperor-to-be experts were no match for Lu Ming and were instantly injured by him. Such combat strength was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen, you will die today. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing Feng Wuchen's face to turn pale. He could not help but retreat. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure walked out of the Wind Clan's palace, and a vast aura filled the air. Emperor Might. This was a martial sovereign. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Lu Ming could not do anything to him when a martial emperor attacked. Elder, Lu Ming is a lawless man. Not only did he destroy the Wind Clan's main gate, but he also continuously injured our experts. Hurry up and kill this man. Feng Wuchen shouted. Lu Ming looked at the Wind Clan's martial emperor and said calmly, You're a martial supreme. Try and attack me. The Wind Clan's martial emperor frowned when he heard this. The hearts of the people from the other powers also moved. They thought back to a few years ago, to Uncle Kong. Lu Ming had an extremely powerful figure behind him. Given Lu Ming's current realm, if the other party attacked an emperor-to-be, Uncle Kong would probably not say anything. However, if the other party attacked a martial emperor, would Uncle Kong make a trip to the Wind Tribe? Lu Ming, don't push your luck. It's easy to break if you're too hard. Leave. They'll let today's matter rest. The Wind Race's martial sovereign said. Many people's eyes flickered. The Wind Race's martial sovereign's words were equivalent to giving in. This made Feng Wuchen's eyes flash with unwillingness. Today, he had a good reason to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming clearly did not appreciate it. You can let it go, but I didn't say that. Feng Wuchen deliberately led the alien race to kill us. He must die. Lu Ming's voice was cold. The murderous intent on his body grew stronger, causing the temperature at the scene to drop. Lu Ming, you're going too far. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the backing of an old man. The Wind Race is fearless. The Wind Race's martial sovereign's face turned grave as he said coldly. Chapter 1994. Chapter 1994. Do whatever you want to do. Chapter 1994. Do whatever you want to do, Lu Ming sneered. Fearless? If he was really fearless, he wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with him. He would probably have killed him with a slap. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long hiss and launched an attack, his figure suddenly pouncing towards Feng Wuchen. Many people sighed. Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who stirred up a storm in the ancient Moon Holy Land. He was still so bold as to kill Feng Wuchen, the Wind Race's king body, in front of the Wind Race's martial sovereign. Impudent! The Wind Race's martial sovereign shouted and pressed down with one hand. A powerful aura was exerted on Lu Ming's body. In an instant, the air in the surroundings seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body came to a halt. Bubble, let's attack together. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Bubbles had been sitting on Lu Ming's shoulder. At this moment, her small face was flushed red. The light of space-time spread out, and her small hand was like a knife, slashing forward. Zzz. The space fluctuated violently, as if it was about to split open. A crack appeared on the force that the other party used on Lu Ming. "Break!" Lu Ming shouted. The light of chaos burst out, and he pointed with all his might. And NBSB primal chaos energy surged, and the power of the primal chaos tribulation finger exploded into a single point, combining with the power of the bubble. Boom! The space was boiling, and a crack was torn open by the power of the martial sovereign. Not good. The Wind Clan's martial sovereign's expression changed. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from where he was standing. He broke through the martial emperor's power and suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He grabbed at Feng Wuchen with his big hand. Feng Wuchen initially thought that with a martial emperor present, he would be safe. He did not expect Lu Ming to break through the barrier of a martial emperor's power and suddenly appear in front of him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming grabbed his neck with his large hand. A violent force surged in and sealed his cultivation. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed Feng Wuchen and smashed him onto the ground. The ground rumbled. The ground of the Feng clan's palace was made of solid black gold stone, but it was all cracked. Feng Wuchen was embedded into the black gold stone. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his body twitched, and his eyes turned white like dead fish. The people from the other forces were all dumbfounded and shocked. First, she was shocked that Lu Ming could break through the barrier of a martial supreme's power. Under the suppression of a martial emperor's power, an ordinary martial emperor would find it difficult to move at all. Secondly, she was shocked that Lu Ming really did what he said. He seriously injured Feng Wuchen in front of the Wind Clan's martial emperor in the Wind Clan's palace. It looked like he really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. A fiend, a true fiend. Lu Xianxia and the others watched with their blood boiling. I advise you to let Feng Wuchen go. The Wind Race's martial sovereign's face was extremely gloomy, and a terrifying killing intent was brewing. Lu Ming had actually managed to take down Feng Wuchen despite being blocked by his power. This made him lose all face. Moreover, Feng Wuchen couldn't die. He had the unparalleled king body, and his future was unpredictable. He had the potential to become a great emperor. Although the Wind Race was an ancient race with deep foundations and astonishing strength, they didn't have a great emperor. A great emperor was too important to a force. Let him go, and let him continue to take revenge on me. One won't give him a second chance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stepped on Feng Wuchen's face, causing his body to twitch again. If you kill him, your friends will die too. A few more voices came from the Wind Clan's palace, each of them exuding an extremely shocking aura. Martial Emperor. They were all martial emperors. One of them had a vast aura and was surrounded by the divine light of the world. He was a true emperor. It seemed like the Wind Race was no longer calm. Martial emperor powerhouses appeared one after another. The one who had just spoken was the true emperor, and he looked sharply at Lu Xianxia and the others. The true emperor is actually threatening me with a few juniors. What a joke. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. Let Feng Wuchen go now. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. I know that you have an old saying behind you, but you can scare others, but you can't scare the Wind Race. The Wind Race's true emperor said coldly. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Xianxia and the others. With a single thought, Lu Xianxia and the others would die. Master, don't worry about us. Kill that guy. Lu Xianxia called out. Shut up. The Wind Race's true emperor shouted coldly. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing a huge hand to grab Xianxia Bella. Right at this moment, the space in front of Xianxia Bella suddenly split open, and a walking stick flew out. With a single sweep, it destroyed the Wind Race, true emperor's giant hand. Then, the walking stick expanded rapidly, turning into an ancient tree that reached the sky. It then smashed down toward the Wind, true emperor. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He naturally recognized that this walking stick belonged to Uncle Kong. It's Grandpa Kong. Lu Xianxia cried out. The true Emperor of the Wind Race's expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying pressure from the staff. He let out a long roar, and the time of the world burst out, blasting out the power of the world. Endless gales whistled and swept towards the crutch. However, the wind dispersed as the walking stick pressed down. The huge walking stick landed on the Wind Race's true Thearch's body and sent him flying for 100 miles. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. A true emperor was injured in one move. This was truly terrifying. It's the one from the great Yin elixir palace. His strength is truly unfathomable and difficult to estimate. The experts from the other forces of ancient Moon Holy Land discussed in shock. In the Skywolf Tower, the Yuan family's people had very ugly expressions. This was because two of their true emperor experts had been killed by Uncle Kong. A few years ago, I said that the elders should not interfere in the matters of the younger generation, especially now that they are just a group of Sage Realm experts. If your Void Emperor and even the true Emperor want to attack, don't blame me for bullying the young. Uncle Kong's voice resounded from the walking stick. Senior, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Feng Wuchen has also suffered. Let Lu Ming let him go, and we'll let this matter go. The Wind Clan won't ask about it anymore. What do you think? The Wind Race's true emperor cupped his fists and said, I don't care about the matters of the younger generation. Let them decide for themselves whether to kill or not. It's best if you great emperors don't get involved. Uncle Kong's voice sounded. Senior, so you're going to interfere? It won't do you any good to start a war with my Wind Clan? The Wind Race's true emperor said coldly. I'd like to see how you're going to make it, so that I won't get any benefits. Uncle Kong's voice sounded. The Wind Race's martial sovereigns all had unsightly expressions. It was obvious that Uncle Kong was going to interfere. Quickly send a message to the chief. The Wind Race's true emperor sent a voice transmission to a Void Emperor of the Wind Race. The Void Emperor nodded and secretly sent out the news. Lu Ming, just do what you want. There's no need to worry. Uncle Kong's voice rang out from within the cane. His words made the experts of the Wind Race change their expressions. Stop! The members of the Wind Race roared. No! Feng Wuchen started to struggle crazily, as if he could feel death approaching. Chapter 1995, Chapter 1995, Chapter 1995, Killing Feng Wuchen. Chapter 1995, Chapter 1995, Killing Feng Wuchen. Now you're afraid. You should have thought of this when you lured the three-eyed god race to harm us. Lu Ming said coldly. He had a deep killing intent towards Feng Wuchen. The same power gathered and formed a long spear, stabbing toward Feng Wuchen's head. The long spear pierced through Feng Wuchen's head and nailed him to the ground. Feng Wuchen struggled a few times and stopped breathing. He was dead. A peerless king physique died, just like that. He was killed by Lu Ming in public in the Wind Clan's palace in front of countless experts. You're looking for death. The Wind Race's true emperor roared. The power of his world burst forth, and he charged toward Lu Ming. Feng Wuchen was the hope of the Wind Clan. Now that he was dead, he must kill Lu Ming. It seems like you want to die. Uncle Kong's voice came from the walking stick. Buzz. Then, the sword was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light. Then, they saw the Wind Race's true emperor's body freeze in the air, and all his aura disappeared without a trace. Then, a bloody gash appeared on the true emperor's forehead, and he was cut in half. Gulu. Many people swallowed their saliva, their hearts trembling. A true emperor was killed just like that. It was the same as a few years ago. You've gone too far. At this time, an angry roar came from the distance. Then, a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the sky. In the distance, an endless storm swept over, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire ancient moon-holy land. At this moment, many people felt like it was the end of the world. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. It was a terrifying sight. The wind was like countless divine weapons. The space was cut open like tofu, revealing a ferocious spatial crack. In the endless wind, there was a tall and majestic figure, as if he was indomitable like a demon god. A terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. "Chief, the chief is here. They're dead." The experts of the wind race were overjoyed. It's the Wind Clan's patriarch, peak true emperor. There were also true emperor experts from the other forces. At this moment, someone spoke with an extremely solemn voice. "Peak true emperor." Many people gasped. The wind race's true emperor that had just been killed by Uncle Kong had only become a true emperor not long ago. He was a 1-star true emperor. The Wind Clan's patriarch was a 7-star true emperor. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. It seemed that the Wind Clan was enraged, and the clan leader had personally taken action. "Lu Ming, that kid, is dead for sure. And that old fellow from the Great Yuan Elixir Palace is also dead. Ha!" The Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, and the other forces were overjoyed. "Lu Ming, Uncle Kong, weren't you arrogant? You've kicked an iron plate now. Who else could compete with a peak true emperor other than a great emperor?" They didn't believe that Uncle Kong was this strong. "Today, they'll let you all be buried with wuchen." A cold and emotionless voice rang out from the endless violent wind. The violent wind swept towards Uncle Kong, Lu Ming, and the rest. Buzz. The sound of a long sword being unsheathed rang out again. A sword light burst out, splitting the entire sky in half. It was truly split into two. The entire sky was split open, revealing a terrifying dark void. The Wind Clan leader's boundless gale was like a weak candle flame. It instantly vanished without a trace. Then, everyone heard a mournful scream. A figure frantically retreated. Drops of blood scattered across the sky. In the distance, a middle-aged man in green robes appeared. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the clan leader of the Wind Clan. Everyone present was shocked. The clan leader of the Feng clan was injured. This was a peak true emperor, the clan leader of an ancient clan and an overlord of a region. Yet, such a character was injured by a single sword strike. Blood splattered across the sky. This was too terrifying. More importantly, the other party hadn't even appeared. He was only controlling a sword from a distance, but it already had such terrifying power. It made it difficult for one to calm down. Great Emperor? Could he be a great Emperor expert? Someone said with great difficulty, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Controlling a long sword from a distance and making a peak true Emperor spill blood in one move, who else but a great Emperor could do such a thing? Great Emperor. Ancient Moon Holy Land actually had a hidden Great Emperor. The elder from the Great Yuan Elixir Palace was actually a Great Emperor. Everyone's heart trembled at the thought. Although the difference between a peak true Emperor and a Great Emperor was only one step, this step was like heaven and earth. It was difficult to cross. In particular, the Golden Crow clan, the Yuan family, the Skywolf Tower, and other forces who had a grudge against Lu Ming had extremely ugly expressions and were deeply worried. Uncle Kong is actually this strong? Even Lu Ming and the group were shocked. They'll spare you this time, considering how difficult it was for you to cultivate. If there's a next time, 111 kill you. Uncle Kong's voice came out from the walking stick again, and it was filled with killing intent. The Wind Clan's patriarch's expression was extremely unsightly. There was a hint of fear on his face. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Senior, there's something I must make clear today. Speak. Uncle Kong's voice sounded again. The Wind Race can forget about the previous matter, the Wind Clan leader said. His words moved the hearts of many. It was obvious that the Wind Race had given in. In other words, Feng Wuchen's death today would have been in vain. However, everyone could understand. What could they do when a great emperor stood behind Lu Ming? Are you looking for death? The other members of the wind race all looked indignant and humiliated. However, even if they were humiliated, they could only endure it. The wind race only has yourselves to blame for this, and you still want to pursue the matter? Continue. Uncle Kong's calm voice rang out. Senior, this time, the Wind Clan can just let it go. However, if Lu Ming kills anyone from the Wind Clan on sight because he has your support, or even kills his way into the Wind Clan's territory, the Wind Clan will definitely retaliate. If he had a knife and wanted to kill the Wind Race's great Emperor Realm expert, the Wind Race's martial emperor would not have just stood there and let him kill us. In that case, even if Lu Ming has the support of a senior, the Wind Race would not hesitate to fight. Senior, even if you can kill me, my Wind Clan will scatter and hide. You won't be able to kill all of us. My Wind Clan will madly seek revenge. Senior can't protect these juniors forever. The Wind Clan's patriarch spoke with a determined tone. If Lu Ming wantonly killed the members of the Wind Clan would not hesitate to fight. Uncle Kong could protect Lu Ming, Lu Xianxia, and the others for a while, but could he protect them forever? Unless they did not go out. The clan leader of the Wind Clan had no other choice. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill the people of the Wind Clan unscrupulously because he had the support of a great emperor. If that was the case, they would rather fight to the death. Senior, the Golden Crow tribe, also has the same idea. We can't be killed passively without retaliating. A true emperor from the Golden Crow race walked out and cupped his fist towards Uncle Kong's walking stick. Chapter 1996. Chapter 1996. The Ancient Capital of Mount Yuan. Chapter 1996. The ancient capital of Mount Yuan, the Wuchen family, also has the same intention. My Skywolf Tower. Following that, true emperors from the Yuan family, the Sirius Tower, and the Purple Extreme sect, who were equivalent to Lu Ming's enemies, stepped out and expressed their attitudes. It was impossible for them to be killed by Lu Ming passively. If that was the case, they might as well fight. I've already said it back then. It seems that you don't understand. Then today you'll say it again. Lu Ming is now in the sage state. If anyone below the rank of Martial Supreme attacks him, the old man won't care. It's your ability that you can kill him. If he corroborates his Tao and becomes an emperor, then all of you at the Void Emperor realm can make a move. If he can't beat you, then it's his own fault. Similarly, if he reaches the True Emperor realm, all of you at the True Emperor realm can take action. This old man will not interfere. Uncle Kong's voice sounded. The eyes of the Wind Race, the Golden Crow race, and the other forces flickered. Right now, those below the Martial Supreme realm could not make a move. Almost no one was Lu Ming's match. However, as long as Lu Ming broke through to the Void Thearch realm, all the Void Thearchs would be able to take action. The Void Emperor was divided into 1 to 7 stars, and the gap between 1 star and 7 stars was huge. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the illusionary divine stage, that would be their chance. All right, there are so many people here today. I hope Senior will keep his word, the Wind Clan's patriarch said. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. With Lu Ming's talent, it was almost certain that he would become a celestial emperor. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the Void Emperor realm, he would get rid of Lu Ming at all costs. This old man is a man of his word. Get lost. Uncle Kong's voice rang out. Then, his walking stick trembled and disappeared without a trace. The clan leader of the Wind Clan cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then, he left the place with Xianxia, Bella, and the rest. They headed towards the peak of the mountain. They wanted to exchange their spoils of war for resources. He knew very well that the reason why Uncle Kong had set such a rule was to train him. After he broke through to the Void Thearch realm, all of the other Void Thearchs will be able to take action. This would indeed put a lot of pressure on him, but it would also have the effect of tempering himself. Of course, if the opponent's true emperor were to attack, it wouldn't be a test, but a crushing defeat. These conditions gave the Wind Race, the Golden Crow race, and the other forces hoped to kill Lu Ming. Naturally, the other party agreed. Otherwise, it would be like what the other party had said, to fight to the death. All of this naturally had to be built on the terrifying battle power of Uncle Kong. Only a powerful deterrent would be able to make the other party yield. Lu Ming and the others came to the place where they could exchange for treasures and resources. This time, no one made things difficult for them. They exchanged all the third eye of the three-eyed god race for various treasures that they could use. Lu Ming mainly focused on sacred medicine and raw gemstones. In the mountain and river diagram in the Phoenix Palace's encampment, Lu Ming kept throwing sacred medicine into the Dayan elixir furnace. He controlled the elixir fire to refine the sacred medicine, and the medicinal power of the sacred medicine seeped into Qiuyu's body. Qiuyu was floating quietly in the Dayan elixir furnace. Her face was ruddy, and she looked normal, but she had not woken up. Now that the foreign tribes have invaded, we don't know where Vientiane Tower is. Qiuyu, after we have quelled the foreign tribes, one will definitely look for Vientiane Tower and find a way to save you, Lu Ming said softly. He then closed the lid of the furnace and kept the Dayan elixir furnace in his sea of consciousness. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived at another mountain peak. Heavenly Emperor Hung, yes, physical body, stood on the peak of the mountain, constantly absorbing the energy of the outside world. However, the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body during this period of time was still less than 1%. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was like an incomparably huge water tank, and energy was like water. It was too difficult to fill this water tank with water. After such a long period of time, including the 1 million or so high-grade raw stones that Lu Ming had consumed previously, it was still less than 1%. Who knew how long it would take to reach 100%? However, this was the body left behind by the Celestial Thearch. Even if there was only 10% of the energy stored in it, the power would still be shocking when it exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a pile of bracelets. They were all the storage bracelets he had obtained from the three-eyed god. He then organized the items in the storage bracelets. Then, there was a pile of black crystals on the ground. They were piled up like a mountain, and no one knew how many pieces there were. This kind of crystal was also a kind of energy crystal, very similar to a raw stone. However, it was not raw qi inside, but a strange energy. Warriors could also absorb and refine it, but the difficulty of refining it was higher than raw qi. Lu Ming planned to fuse the energy of these crystals into the celestial Thearch's body. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of crystals exploded, turning into surging energy that was absorbed by the celestial Thearch's body. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not participate in any battles. He focused on helping the celestial Thearch's physical body refine the crystals. In 3 days, all the crystals had been refined, and the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body had finally broken through 1% and reached about 1.5%. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. He was getting closer and closer to 10%. Back then, the Celestial Emperor's mark had told him that he could only control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body when he could control 10% of the stored energy. This was because the Celestial Thearch's corporeal body was made of stone. Right now, it was like a puppet. Without enough energy, it couldn't be activated. As long as the energy stored in the Celestial Thearch's body reached 10%, it would become Lu Ming's greatest trump card. In the following days, he was still fighting against the three-eyed god race and tempering himself on the battlefield. It was unknown if it was because the three-eyed god race's forces were split into 8, but the forces that came to the ancient Moon Holy Land side were not strong. After another half a month, the three-eyed god race was gradually suppressed by the ancient Moon Holy Land's forces, and they were even forced to retreat. Looks like the three-eyed god race wasn't that hard to deal with after all. At this moment, a piece of news spread throughout Mount Yuan. In the ancient capital of Mount Yuan, the Sky Fire Emperor, Huntian Emperor and Formless Emperor announced to the world that they had gathered all the experts in the entire Mount Yuan to prepare for a full-on counterattack. As soon as the news came out, Mount Yuan was shaken. Countless powerful cultivators gathered at the ancient capital of Mount Yuan. Lu Ming and the rest were overjoyed when they heard the news. These three great emperors were the three great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Back then, there was no news of the three great emperors after the battle at the Heavenly Emperor City. Lu Ming and the rest were worried that the three great emperors would be in trouble. Now, it seemed that they were all fine. In ancient Moon Holy Land, all the major forces sent their experts to the Yuan Mountain ancient capital. They met up with the other experts and started their counterattack. Lu Ming and the rest followed the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect cultivators to the ancient capital of Mount Yuan to participate in the battle. The ancient capital of Mount Yuan was located in the north of Mount Yuan. A long time ago, this place was once the number 1 holy land of Mount Yuan. However, after the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor City, it had stepped down from the number 1 throne. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they discovered that countless experts had gathered at the ancient capital of Mount Yuan. They came from all over the place. Chapter 1997. Chapter 1997. The Origin of Evil Spirit. Chapter 1997. The origin of evil spirit. Lu Ming and the rest would find a place to stay. 3 days later, clang, clang, clang. The majestic sound of the bell reverberated throughout the ancient capital of Mount Yuan. The great emperor had gathered all the experts. In the ancient capital of Mount Yuan, countless powerful cultivators gathered towards the source of the bell. So many experts. Lu Xianxia raised her head and looked around. Countless figures whistled past. Some people had particularly terrifying auras. Even if they didn't deliberately release their auras, the faint emperor pressure could still be clearly felt. A martial supreme. Many martial emperor powerhouses had turned into an army of martial emperors. The number of emperor-ranked forces that were scattered outside the 9 sacred lands gathered together was astonishing. Of course, the absolute saints and emperor-to-be were the most numerous. It was extremely difficult to vindicate Tao and become an emperor. Since ancient times, countless warriors have been stuck at the emperor-to-be realm. Therefore, at a glance, there were emperors-to-be everywhere. Not long after, they arrived in an extremely wide square. In the middle of the square, there was a large bell that was constantly vibrating. Countless figures had already gathered around the square. With so many experts gathered together to launch an attack, it's really going to destroy the world. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. More and more experts came, and more people gathered around the square. Look, it's the ancient Sun Sacred Lands, Shenyuan Empire, and the Purple Flame Villa, the only sacred hall. Someone muttered nearby. Lu Ming looked over and saw the people from the 3 major forces of the ancient Sun Sacred Land. Among the crowd from the Shenyuan Empire, Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and the rest. He smiled and nodded. However, the strongest force in the ancient Yang Holy Land, the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, did not come. It's the people from the sky, Xian Holy Land, and the Dragon Abyss Sacred Land. The powerful forces of the Holy Lands arrived one after another. Behind them, there were still a few more ancient race beings descending. Lu Ming saw Xian Yinjuan in the crowd of the ancient Saint clan. He was dressed in a snow-white robe and was very eye-catching. The ancient Saint clan was an extremely powerful ancient clan. There were strong and weak ancient clans. Some of the ancient races were slightly weaker, such as the Wind race. Although the Wind race was an ancient race, they didn't have a great emperor. As for the ancient Saint clan, it was said that they had a great emperor in charge. However, the 2 famous emperor-level forces of the Heavenly Emperor City, the Hung clan and the He clan, had not seen a single person. The Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect are 3 great emperor-level forces. Why didn't anyone come? Many people were disappointed. With the addition of 3 Emperor-level forces, they were much stronger. Perhaps the 3 forces will fight elsewhere. I'm just afraid that they'll hide and not fight. Many people were guessing. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, and the entire place fell silent. The 3 great emperors had arrived. Lu Ming and the others had seen one of the elders before. It was Emperor Formless. As for the other 2, one of them was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He must be the Sky Fire Emperor. The other was a black-robed old man, Huntian Emperor. When the 3 great emperors appeared, the entire place fell silent. This old man is Wu Xiang. I am Skyfire. This old man is Huntian. The 3 great emperors spoke up. Greetings, great emperor. Everyone bowed in respect. As long as the heavenly emperor didn't show up, the great emperor was at the peak, worthy of everyone's respect. Thank you for coming. Next, we'll fight the enemy together. Emperor Formless said, "I'm willing to live and die with the great emperor." Many people shouted, "Okay, but before the battle, they'll tell you about the origins of the alien races. I'm afraid many people here don't know about them." Emperor Wu Xiang said. Many people shook their heads. During this period of time, they only knew that the alien race came from another world. They were brutal, killing anyone they saw. Everyone knows that the world we live in is the primordial realm, and the world next to the primordial realm is the heaven realm. The 2 worlds are twin worlds that can communicate with each other. However, the history of the heaven realm's path of cultivation far exceeds that of the primordial realm. In fact, many of the primordial realm's cultivation methods were passed down from the heaven realm. As Emperor Formless explained, everyone listened quietly. Many of them had already known about this secret. As for the alien races, they come from another world called the evil prison world. The living beings of this world call themselves the god race, but it's just a boast. We call them the evil race or the evil god race. In ancient times, the evil god tribe opened a void tunnel and invaded the heaven realm. They engaged in a bitter war with the heaven realm. The evil god tribe was ruthless and brutal. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would grow. They would kill any living being they saw. All living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. They didn't even let the old, weak, women, and children off. Emperor Formless waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. Within the images were images of the evil god race's attack. Wherever they passed by, countless living beings would die tragically, and their corpses would form mountains. It was a tragic sight. Many scenes flashed by. Some of them were of great battles, and many powerful forces were annihilated by the evil god tribe. Lu Ming realized that other than the 3-eyed god race, there were other races in the evil god race. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying and strange. In ancient times, the heaven realm was no match for them. Countless experts died in battle, and countless powerful forces were annihilated. At that time, when the war reached its peak, the space was pierced through. Many ruins of the heaven realm fell into the primordial realm. The corpses of some experts fell into the primordial realm, forming some of the forbidden lands today. Of course, there were also strong practitioners from the evil god tribe who took the opportunity to enter the primordial realm. Later on, the space repaired itself, and it was already very difficult for the evil god tribe to come over. The evil god race that entered the primordial realm back then secretly formed a terrifying force, such as the devil spirit cult and the evil spirit cult. They specialize in hunting down the primordial realm's prodigies and strong practitioners. Last time, it was these existences that opened the void passage and let the evil god race enter Celestial Emperor City. After Emperor Formless explanation, many people finally understood what was going on. So forces like the demon spirit religion and evil spirit religion were created by the experts of the evil god race. No wonder. These evil cults should be eradicated as soon as possible. Many people were discussing. Evil spirit. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Right now, the Azure region was still under the control of evil spirit. However, the void passageway that the evil god tribe opened up this time around is only a small one. It's not very stable, and those at the great sovereign realm or above can't pass through. If they were to force their way through, the void passageway would collapse. Therefore, only those below the great sovereign realm can pass through. Emperor Formless said. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that the other party's great emperor and above experts couldn't come over. This was definitely good news. It's too early for you all to be happy. This is only a small-scale battle. In the future, if the evil god tribe really breaks open the void and opens a stable void passageway, or if the remaining powerhouses of the heaven realm are lost, then the evil god tribe will descend on a large scale. Therefore, the final battle will come sooner or later. Emperor Formless continued, causing many people to fall silent, their expressions grave. Chapter 1998. Chapter 1998. The Weapon of the Primal Chaos Emperor. Chapter 1998. The Weapon of the Primal Chaos Emperor. That's right. If the other party were to launch a large-scale attack in the future, what would happen? Some people revealed looks of despair. Therefore, we must win this battle. If we can't even win this small-scale battle, how are we going to fight in the future? How are we going to fight the final battle? How are we going to annihilate the evil god tribe? Emperor Formless' voice suddenly rose in pitch, and his aura grew stronger and stronger, as if he was a tiger that could swallow the world. Many people clenched their fists tightly. Are you guys willing to chase after us and win this battle? Annihilate the evil god tribe and protect your family, your loved ones, and your friends? Emperor Formless' voice grew louder and louder, filled with an indomitable will. I'm willing. Many people roared, their voices shaking the firmament. Especially some young people, their blood was boiling. Wasn't it just the evil god tribe? It was just a battle. In order to protect what he wanted to protect. So what if he died in battle? All right. Next, we'll split into 3 armies led by the 3 of us. We'll form a triangular formation and completely annihilate the evil god tribe. Emperor Formless announced. After that, all the experts were divided into 3 armies, led by 3 great emperors. All the forces of ancient Moon Holy Land followed Emperor Formless. A day later, the army set off and charged towards the evil god tribe. Of course, the martial sovereigns on their side would deal with the emperor-level powerhouses on the other side, and those below the martial sovereign level would deal with those below the martial sovereign level. In this battle, they had almost wiped out the evil god tribe's army in the northern part of the Mount Yuan sacred land. After that, the evil god tribe mobilized their armies from a few other directions. There were also armies from the Heavenly Emperor City that came over. Both sides started a fierce battle in the north of the Yuan Mountain. This battle became a stalemate that lasted for half a year. For the past half a year, Lu Ming and the rest had been in constant battles, tempering themselves at all times. They often walked on the edge of life and death. To them, their improvement was extremely fast. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm and was slowly approaching the perfected Absolute Saint Realm. His combat strength was even more shocking. An ordinary emperor to be would not even be left with a single punch. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Huang Li had also made great progress. All of them had entered the perfected Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even successfully cultivated the light of law. As for Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others, they had also touched the edge of the light of law. As long as one didn't die, the results of training in a life-and-death situation would be shocking. If they were to cultivate normally, they would not be able to break through without a few years. Lu Xianxia had improved the fastest. Not only had she entered the great saint perfection early on, but she had also stimulated her potential during a great battle and broken through her limit in one fell swoop, entering the absolute saint realm. Even Lu Ming was very envious of this speed. However, after entering the absolute saint realm, Xianxia cultivation speed had also slowed down. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming had brought Ouyang Moli, Xuanning Xin, Tian Chue, and a few others to participate in the battles. They had all made great progress. Ouyang Moli had the reincarnation body. In addition to the world core of the reincarnation emperor, his cultivation speed was even more terrifying. It was as if he was riding a rocket. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to Xianxia. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless three-eyed god race experts and obtained countless resources. These resources were all converted into energy and absorbed by the celestial Thearch's body. The energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had finally reached 9%, not far from 10%. After half a year of intense battle, they had gained the upper hand in all aspects. They had taken back all the land that the evil god tribe had occupied and started to attack the heavenly emperor's city. However, the evil god tribe had set up layers of defenses in the heavenly emperor's city by relying on the city walls. After many battles, even though they had killed countless evil god tribe members, the evil god tribe was always able to replenish their numbers in an endless stream. On this day, Lu Ming had just returned to the military camp after killing for a while. An elder came to look for him. Lu Ming recognized this elder. He was a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The 3 great emperors want to see me. When a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy stated his purpose for coming, Lu Ming was a little stunned. What did the 3 great emperors want to see him for? Lu Ming did not ask much. He followed the teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute and arrived at a military tent. In the tent, the 3 great emperors sat together and seemed to be discussing something. Lu Ming, you're here. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Emperor Formless smiled. Greetings to the 3 great emperors. Lu Ming bowed, and the teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy left. Lu Ming, I'm looking for you because I need your help. Emperor Formless laughed. You need my help? Lu Ming was even more confused. Why did the great emperor ask him for help? If even the great emperor couldn't handle it, there was no use looking for him. Lu Ming, you've seen the battle during this period of time. Although we have the upper hand and have been killing the evil god tribe continuously, the evil god tribe has always been able to replenish their numbers. It's all because of that void passageway. As long as we have that void passageway, we won't be able to completely annihilate the evil god tribe. We can only form a stalemate, and the Yuan Mountain will never be able to settle down. Emperor Wu Xiang said, of the 3 great emperors, Emperor Notionless was the most eloquent, so he was the one who usually spoke up. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the void passageway was the foundation. As long as the void passageway existed, they would not be able to annihilate the evil god tribe completely. But what did this have to do with him? With his current cultivation, he couldn't be of much help at all. If we want to defeat the evil god tribe, we'll have to seal that void passageway. We'll need your help, Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Great Emperor, please feel free to ask. As long as Lu Ming can help, one will definitely not decline. Lu Ming said. All right, we'll take you to a place. Notionless Emperor nodded. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Space cracked open, and the 3 emperors disappeared from the military tent with Lu Ming. The next moment, they arrived at a valley. He did not know where this valley was, but it seemed to be very well hidden. There was a powerful force in the air. After coming here, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable throbbing as if something was attracting him. The few of them walked forward and came to a concave land. Lu Ming saw a huge stone plate on the ground in front of him. It was round and looked like a formation plate. It looked very ancient and was filled with the aura of time. The stone plate was embedded in the ground. No, it should be said that the stone plate fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Lu Ming could sense that the thing that attracted him was this stone tray. This stone plate has the aura of the laws of chaos. Lu Ming could not help but say, "You've sensed it." Yes, this stone plate does have the aura of the chaos laws. We speculate that this stone plate is likely to be the weapon used by one of the most powerful experts in the heaven realm, the Chaos Thearch, in the ancient times. The Sky Fire Monarch spoke with a deep voice, the weapon of the Chaos Thearch. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1999. Chapter 1999. The Gathering of Great Emperors. Chapter 1999. The Gathering of Great Emperors, Primal Chaos Emperor. This stone plate might be a weapon used by the Primal Chaos Emperor. The Primal Chaos Emperor was his master, and the Primal Chaos scripture came from him. It was no wonder that Lu Ming felt that the stone tray had been attracting him ever since he arrived. Lu Ming, we speculate that this stone disc has a terrifying sealing power. If we can control it, we can seal the void passageway of the evil god tribe. It's a pity that we've tried all kinds of methods, but we can't control this stone disc. That's why we thought of you. You're the son of chaos, and you cultivate the laws of chaos. You might be able to control this stone plate and revive it. Emperor Wu Xiang said. All right, 111 try. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward to the stone tray. The stone plate was huge, like a small mountain. Lu Ming circulated the law of chaos and spread it toward the stone plate. Buzz. When the laws of chaos enveloped the stone plate, it seemed to resonate with the stone plate, and the stone plate trembled. Sure, the eyes of Emperor Formless, Emperor Skyfire, and Emperor Huntian all lit up. Continue. Lu Ming continued to control the chaos laws, constantly enveloping the stone plate from a distance. Buzz. The stone plate began to shake violently. Because it had been there for too long, it was covered in a layer of rocks. At this time, the rocks shattered, revealing the stone plate. The stone plate was gray like a chaotic stone, and there were some strange runes carved on it. At that moment, the runes all lit up. Boom! In the end, the stone plate vibrated and flew up, hovering above Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was buzzing. He seemed to see a tall and sturdy figure controlling the arrayed disc and fighting against the enemy. Primal Chaos Emperor. Lu Ming had an idea. That figure was indeed the Chaos Thearch. This stone plate seemed to really be the weapon of the Chaos Emperor. What a profound chaos law! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to sense an extremely mysterious and ancient law of chaos from the stone plate. It was many times faster than what he had comprehended. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have a deeper understanding of the laws of chaos. During this period of cultivation, his comprehension of the chaotic laws had already reached 95%, but now he felt that he was approaching 96%. Buzz! The stone disc continued to shake, and the figure of the Chaos Thearch disappeared. The stone disc began to shrink and finally fell into Lu Ming's hands. It seems like I've succeeded. Emperor Formless laughed. Skyfire Emperor and Huntian Emperor also smiled. However, the smiles on the three great emperors' faces immediately disappeared. Lu Ming, our original plan was to lead the army and launch a general attack to attract the enemy's attention. Then, the great emperors would suddenly charge in and kill their way to the void passageway. Then, we would seal the void passageway with the Chaos Stone Disc. However, you also know that although the other party's great emperors can't enter, there's still many great emperors left here. 2 of them were killed by the celestial emperor's corporeal body, so there are still 8 left. We've killed another one recently, so there are still 7 of them. Therefore, it's very dangerous to go. We won't force you to go. If you don't want to go, we'll find another way. Emperor Wu Xiang said. That's right. Although we'll try our best to protect you, the other party is a great emperor. There's no guarantee that nothing will go wrong. So, you have to make your own decision. The Sky Fire Emperor followed. After all, this matter was too dangerous. Lu Ming had to make his own decision. "I'll go." Lu Ming agreed without much consideration. As a man, there were things he should do and things he shouldn't. How could he be afraid of death and refuse such a thing? The three emperors nodded in satisfaction at Lu Ming's determined gaze. "Lu Ming, don't worry. Even if we die, we'll protect you." Emperor Wu Xiang said. "If you die, we will die too." Huntian Emperor spoke for the first time, but his voice was firm and powerful. Lu Ming was very touched. As a great emperor, he was high and mighty. He could have forced Lu Ming to join forces. Lu Ming could only obey. However, the other party did not. Instead, he asked for Lu Ming's opinion. He also promised that he would protect Lu Ming with his life. As a great emperor, he could do this. Lu Ming admired his character. "Great emperor, are there any other great emperors on our side?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course." "Zero then. Vice, how could the three of us be a match for the evil god tribe?" Emperor Wu Xiang said. Realization dawned on Lu Ming. Indeed, it was only Emperor Notionless and the other two. How could they be a match for the other party? Moreover, they had even killed one of the other party's people during this period of time. There were other great emperors in the dark. "They'll take you to see him now," Notionless Emperor said. He then tore open space and brought Lu Ming back to the military camp. Then he sent a message. Not long after, the space fluctuated and a figure stepped into it. This figure was covered in a milky white light. It was the holy light. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Back then, the people from the Tsang region's Tianshan sect also cultivated the divine light. However, compared to this, they were simply trash. Great Emperor. Lu Ming knew that this was a great emperor, and his aura was not weaker than that of Emperor Notionless and the others. "Lu Ming, this is the holy emperor of the ancient saint tribe." Emperor Formless introduced. "Greetings, holy emperor." Lu Ming bowed. "The chaos stone plate has awakened," said the holy emperor. His voice was cold like a god high above. "Not bad." Emperor Formless nodded, and the holy emperor didn't continue. Then there was a spatial fluctuation, and another person arrived. This person was a great emperor from the ancient capital of Mount Yuan. He was like an unparalleled emperor. Just as the great emperor arrived, the void rippled and another figure descended. "Uncle Kong." Lu Ming could not help but exclaim when he saw the figure. This figure was actually Uncle Kong. From this, it could be seen that Uncle Kong was indeed a great emperor. Could it be that Uncle Kong had been secretly participating in the battle this entire time? "Greetings, Senior Dan Kong." When Uncle Kong arrived, Emperor Formless and the others all cupped their fists towards him and called him Senior. Even the cold and arrogant Holy Emperor and the Emperor-like Emperor saluted Uncle Kong. It seemed that Uncle Kong's seniority was high. And Uncle Kong nodded. He looked very old. His muddy eyes looked at Lu Ming and said, "I'll escort Lu Ming in." We're relieved that Senior Dan Kong is taking action. "Well, hold off the other great emperors," Emperor Wu Xiang said. "Seniors, why don't one see the Hung family and the He families?" Lu Ming wanted to ask the Hung family, the He family, and the great emperors of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. How could they be missing at this critical moment? Don't mention those old foxes who are afraid of death. When there's a big battle, they all hide and want to reap the benefits. The Holy Emperor coldly snorted. He seemed to be very unhappy with the emperors from the He and Hung families. Chapter 2000 Launching a General Attack. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2000. Chapter 2000 Launching a General Attack. The six great emperors discussed for a while and prepare to launch a general attack the next day. On the second day, all the experts gathered and charged towards Heavenly Emperor's city. Kill. The sound waves soared to the sky, and endless killing intent rose. Countless experts charged towards Heavenly Emperor's city. Those below the rank of Marshal Supreme would attack from below, while those above would attack from above. Box novel. Calm boom. Boom. Terrifying rumbles came from all directions of Heavenly Emperor's city. A great battle had erupted. The entire region seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The sky was torn apart as if it was the end of the world. It was boundlessly terrifying. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor's city was built by the Heavenly Emperor in the past and was sturdy and immortal. Even such an intense battle would not be able to destroy the Heavenly Emperor's city. Lu Ming, Uncle Kong, and the rest stood high in the sky and watched from afar. "We'll make the first move," Wuxiang Emperor said. Then, the 5 great emperors turned into 5 streaks of light and rushed into Heavenly Emperor's city. Kill! In the Heavenly Emperor's city, a wild roar came out, and a terrifying light burst out, killing towards Emperor Wuxiang and the others. The battle between the great emperors broke out, and they fought their way to the endless high sky of the Heavenly Emperor's city. Great emperors were too terrifying. If they fought below, the others would be affected and die in the aftermath of the battle. The battle was getting more and more intense. Even though they were far away, the wind was still howling and sweeping over. "Oh, Master, let's go." With a wave of Uncle Kong's hand, a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then, he tore apart the void. In the next moment, he had already arrived inside the Heavenly Emperor's city. This was the place where the Heavenly Emperor Mountain used to be. There was a huge cave below, and from afar, one could see a huge black vortex. Uncle Kong's figure moved once more, and they directly charged into the cave. Roar! Within the pitch-black vortex, there was a gigantic evil god race being. Its body was incomparably huge, and ordinary people were like ants in comparison. This gigantic evil god tribe being stretched out its 2 palms and held the 2 sides of the vortex. From time to time, some of the evil god tribe members would rush out of the vortex. There was a figure sitting cross-legged on the edge of the whirlpool. At this moment, the figure's gaze was like a divine sword as he looked at Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. "You want to take the void passage? Kill!" This person shouted loudly and exploded with a terrifying aura. If Lu Ming had not been enveloped by Uncle Kong's power, he would have been shaken to death by the sound. This person was also a great Emperor Realm expert, and he was in charge of the spatial passage. Slash! Uncle Kong muttered. At this moment, Uncle Kong's hunched back became straight, and his turbid eyes became bright like 2 stars. Terrifying sword Qi shot into the sky and shook the world. Buzz! A beam of sword light sliced through the heavens and headed straight for the evil god, Race's emperor. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, and the underground cave shook violently. The void was torn apart, leaving many hideous holes. Some of the evil god tribe members who had just rushed out of the vortex were turned into ashes by the shock waves. Buzz! An NBSB whoosh. The long sword in Uncle Kong's hand trembled continuously, and the sword howls were endless. In an instant, he had slashed out hundreds and thousands of times. Each sword could kill a peak, true emperor expert. The evil god tribe's great emperor howled in anger and unleashed his full power to fight against Uncle Kong. However, at this moment, the other party was being suppressed. "Hall Master, now is the time." Uncle Kong sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "Chaos Stone Plate." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Chaos Stone disc flew out and expanded rapidly. In the end, it became as big as a planet and was boundless. Suppress. Lu Ming roared and controlled the Chaos Stone disc to suppress the void passage. The Chaos Stone Plate emitted a brilliant light as it tried to seal the spatial passageway. "You want to seal the void passage? Dream on." The evil god tribe's Thearch roared and used all his might, wanting to break through Uncle Kong's sword light and stop Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Uncle Kong's feet moved in mysterious steps. With each step, light would burst out from his body. As he took each step, the light on his body became brighter and brighter, and his sword force also became stronger and stronger. He had already gained the upper hand and was suppressing the evil god tribe's great emperor. Blood splattered everywhere as a deep gash appeared on the evil god tribe's great emperor's body, causing him to roar out in madness. At this moment, the evil god tribe's great emperors in the sky had also seen what was happening in the spatial passageway. Damn it, they want to seal the space passage. Stop them. Demon Spirit Religion Master roared. At this moment, he was fighting against Emperor Wuxiang. Emperor Formless was formless and incorporeal. He transformed into thousands of figures that surrounded him. The other great emperors also held their opponents back. And NBSB, the most terrifying of them all, was Huntian Emperor. His battle power was terrifying, and he had the power to shake the world. He had single-handedly dragged down 2 great emperors. Suppress. Lu Ming roared, and the Chaos Stone Disc continued to suppress the void passageway. Roar. The gigantic evil god tribe member held the edge of the void passageway with one hand while the other held onto the Chaos Stone Plate. For a moment, the Chaos Stone Plate was actually blocked and could not be suppressed. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation level was still too weak. On the other hand, the gigantic evil god race had at least the cultivation level of a true emperor. It was normal for them to be able to block it. Slash! At this moment, Uncle Kong shouted out coldly, and a sword light slashed out, chopping off the head of the gigantic evil god race member, splitting his head in half. The gigantic evil god tribe member let out a loud roar before falling down powerlessly, his body disappearing into the vortex. Boom! Without any resistance, the Chaos Stone Plate pressed down and blocked the void passage. Boom! 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 The Chaos Stone Plate trembled and was about to be completely embedded into the void. It became one with the void and sealed the void passageway. Boom! Boom! The Chaos Stone Plate kept shaking. The other side of the Chaos Stone Plate seemed to be under a terrifying attack. Buzz! In the next moment, Uncle Kong brought Lu Ming and landed on the Chaos Stone Disc. Endless energy from Uncle Kong's body surged into the Chaos Stone Disc, helping Lu Ming to suppress it. Don't even think about it. Kill, kill. The evil god tribe's great emperor started to attack Uncle Kong madly. In the depths of the sky, the great emperor of the evil god tribe had also gone mad and was going all out. As such, Emperor Formless and the others were no longer able to stop him. Buzz! Buzz! A few figures charged into the cave. Kill! Kill! The evil god tribe's Thearchs started to launch a storm of attacks at Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. On one side, Uncle Kong had to suppress the Chaos Stone Disc and had to use a portion of his power. His battle power was naturally insufficient. The long sword in his hand shone with endless sword light. Although he blocked the attacks of the great emperors, he staggered and blood spilled from his mouth. Uncle Kong! Lu Ming was very worried. Fortunately, Emperor Formless and the others also arrived in the next moment. Following that, the other great emperors also rushed in, and a chaotic battle broke out. However, this space was very strange and large enough. Back then, the Lotus World had been here. There were 9 worlds, which showed how large this space was. And NBSB, the great emperors, were in a chaotic battle, and Uncle Kong's power was constantly pouring into the Chaos Stone Plate. Lu Ming did his best to control the Chaos Stone Disc and activate its own power. Chapter 2001 Realm Gate. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2001. Chapter 2001 Realm Gate. Boom. 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 The Chaos Stone Plate kept shaking as it pressed down on the spatial passage. With a final boom, the Chaos Stone Disc was completely embedded into the void passageway, as if it had fused with space. The void passage was completely sealed. Damn it, all of you are going to die. Box novel. Calm the demon spirit religion master roared madly, and a terrifying power continued to attack Emperor Formless. The other evil god race's great emperors also unleashed their terrifying attacks. Their attacks were frenzied, as though they had gone mad. With the void passageway sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off their source of soldiers. The evil god race that was left in Heavenly Emperor City would be wiped out sooner or later. You've lost. You're destined to fail, the Holy Emperor said coldly. Failure? What a joke. So what if you seal the passage? Other than you great emperors, who else can stop us? Well, kill everyone below the great emperor level, especially a Heaven's Pride expert like you. The demon spirit religion master's voice was incomparably cold, and it was filled with a terrifying killing intent. As he finished speaking, his cold eyes swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. Indeed, the other party still had 7 great emperors. This was a huge disaster. If the other party went into hiding and avoided the great emperors of the Yuan Mountain to hunt down those below the great emperor level, no one would be able to stop them. They would all die. The great emperors of Mount Yuan couldn't stay together every day. If they were separated, they would be attacked by the other party, and even the great emperors would die. It was too dangerous for the 7 great emperors to attack without any hesitation. You don't stand a chance. Huntian Emperor, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Then he opened his palm and a door of light appeared. The moment this light door appeared, it instantly enlarged into a giant door that was 10,000 feet tall. A terrifying suction force erupted from the light door. Come in, let's go, Huntian Great Emperor said as he poured his power into the light door. The light door exploded with even more power, engulfing the 7 great emperors of the evil god tribe and trying to devour them. Damn it, it's the gate to the heaven realm. They want to take us to the heaven realm. Let's go. The evil god race's emperor lord roared and tried his best to charge out. Stay. At this moment, the notionless emperor, the holy emperor, the emperor-like emperor, and Uncle Kong were all using their full battle power to keep their opponents busy. Lu Ming was enveloped by Uncle Kong's energy, and he was behind Uncle Kong. He could not interfere in such a great battle at all. Damn it, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is only 10% away. One can't control it all. Lu Ming was filled with hatred and could not wait to help. Buzz. The light door trembled, and the suction force became stronger and stronger. It wanted to pull the 7 great emperors of the evil god race in. However, they resisted with all their might, and they couldn't move at all. At this moment, the Sky Fire Emperor also arrived at the light door. He poured his terrifying power into the light door, making it even more attractive. However, he was still lacking. The 7 great emperors of the evil god tribe attacked in a frenzy, and their attacks were too terrifying. Uncle Kong and the others only had 4 people. They tried their best to stop him, but the situation was very dangerous. Bang! Emperor Formless was struck. His body trembled, and blood flowed from his mouth. But he still fought to the death and did not retreat. At the same time, the Holy Emperor was also hit and heavily injured. Heavenly Fire, let's start. Huntian Emperor looked at Sky Fire Emperor. All right, the Sky Fire Emperor nodded. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, Sky Fire Emperor and Huntian Emperor's bodies exploded with a terrifying aura. Their bodies seemed to be on fire, as if they were 2 men of fire. And the attraction of the Looking Out World Gate suddenly increased several times. The 7 people from the evil god tribe felt a terrifying suction force, and their bodies slowly moved toward the World Gazing Gate. The World Gazing Gate led to the Heaven Realm. If one was sucked in, they would enter the Heaven Realm directly. If they didn't find a right void passage, they wouldn't be able to come back. This way, he could solve the crisis of Yuan Mountain. You're crazy. You're all burning. The demon spirit religion master roared and charged forward. The other evil god, tribes, emperors burst forth with all their might, and all sorts of astonishing powers blasted out toward Uncle Kong and the others. The power of the World Looking Gate was useless to Uncle Kong and the others. Enter. Uncle Kong and the others blocked, not allowing the other party to charge out. For against 7, they were at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, it wasn't just the formless emperor, the holy emperor, the emperor-like emperors, and even Uncle Kong. They were all injured, but they didn't care about their injuries and stood there like a divine wall. "Come in," Huntian Emperor and Sky Fire Emperor shouted. Their bodies seemed to become transparent as they tried to merge with the world-gazing gate, and the attraction force became stronger. "No, I'm not willing." Finally, one of the evil god race's emperors couldn't hold on any longer and was sucked into the world-looking gate, disappearing from sight. The other evil god tribe's great emperors were alarmed as they roared out and started to fight for their lives. However, the Huntian Emperor and the Sky Fire Emperor's bodies were almost about to merge into the Full View Gate. The Full View Gate's power was even stronger, causing great disturbance to the evil god emperor. "Great Emperor!" Lu Ming's heart trembled, and he felt his nose turning sour. Huntian Emperor and Sky Fire Emperor were obviously risking their lives to send the other party into the Heaven Realm to ensure the safety of Mount Yuan. In the Heaven Realm, most of the territories have been occupied by the evil god tribe. There were countless experts from the evil god tribe gathered there, and a few more great emperors would not make much of a difference. "Get in." Emperor Notionless, Uncle Kong, and the others continued to attack, trying to force the other party through the world-viewing gate. Buzz. Finally, another person was drawn into the world-gazing gate. Every time someone was attracted in, the pressure on Uncle Kong and company would decrease, and the resistance would decrease. No matter how unwilling the other party was, there was no way to reverse the situation. One by one, they were drawn into the world-gazing gate and disappeared. A moment later, all of the evil god tribe's great emperors were drawn into the world-gazing gate. At this moment, Sky Fire Emperor and Huntian Emperor's bodies became almost transparent. "Everyone, they'll leave the Yuan mountain to you." The Sky Fire Emperor cupped his fists. "You two take care." The Holy Emperor, Uncle Kong, and the others all cupped their fists. Their faces were filled with sadness and helplessness. Lu Ming also stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to the two great emperors. At this moment, he only had respect for the two great emperors. "Lu Ming, with your talent, it won't be a problem for you to surpass us old guys in the future. I look forward to your growth," the Sky Fire Emperor said with a smile. Huntian Emperor nodded and said nothing. Buzz. At this moment, the realm-gazing gate flashed and suddenly disappeared. Sky Fire Emperor and Huntian Emperor also disappeared. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The two great emperors had disappeared just like that. Could they have fallen? It was obvious that the great emperors had planned everything. Lu Ming first used the Chaos Stone Plate to seal the Void Passageway, while the Huntian Emperor and the Sky Fire Emperor used the world-looking gate to bring the evil god tribe's great emperor to the Heaven Realm. Chapter 2001 Hunting Foreign Races. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2002. Chapter 2001 Hunting Foreign Races. Uncle Kong. Could the two great emperors have already? Has he fallen? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. "I don't think so." Uncle Kong shook his head, but continued, "But it's also very dangerous. They burned themselves to merge with the gate to increase its power. But their original chi is greatly damaged, and they don't have much combat power left. And now, most of the Heaven Realm's territory is under the control of the evil god tribe. Now, they've been brought into the Heaven Realm by the gate to the Far Realm. If they are lucky and land in the territory of the human race or the demon race, it will be fine. But if they land in the territory of the evil god tribe, it will be dangerous." Box novel. Calm after saying this, Uncle Kong sighed. They didn't have enough people, so this was the only way. If they had a few more great emperors, they might not have to use such an extreme method. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In other words, The fate of the two great emperors was unknown. The two emperors were high and mighty, dominating the world. They were almost immortal and were almost invincible in the Yuan Mountain. For such an existence to put himself in danger for the sake of Yuan Mountain, his life and death was uncertain. It was worthy of respect. Lu Ming, you don't have to be sad. Perhaps they will be fine. Emperor Formless consoled Lu Ming. I still have to be sad when I should be. The Holy Emperor's cold and arrogant voice rang out. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "This battle was just a small interlude. The final battle will come sooner or later. We all understand this, and so do Huntian and Skyfire. They risked their lives to protect Mount Yuan, and more importantly, they wanted to protect the younger generation, because your generation has reached a golden age where geniuses gather. You are the hope of the future. Well, only have hope if a real, unparalleled expert can be born in your generation. So Lu Ming, grow up well." Definitely. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. At this moment, he thought of many things. Maybe the three great emperors who established the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and spent so much effort to gather all the heaven's favorites in the Yuan Mountain to nurture them was also to allow them to grow faster. It could be said that the three great emperors, Emperor Formless, Emperor Huntian, and Emperor Skyfire, didn't have any selfish motives. They were wholeheartedly fighting for the primordial realm and against the alien races. They didn't even care about their own lives. "Let's go out. It's time to end this battle," he said. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Several great emperors stepped out, and in the next moment, they were in the sky above Heavenly Emperor City. The battle in Heavenly Emperor City was still going on, and it was extremely tragic. In the sky, many martial Emperor Realm experts were fighting each other. The scene was shocking. Buzz! A sword light burst forth from Uncle Kong's hand. A shocking sword light cut across the sky and split it open. Wherever the sword light passed by, the evil god tribe's true emperors would be killed. At the same time, Emperor Notionless and the Holy Emperor also made their moves. When a great emperor attacked, it was a complete suppression. One by one, the true emperors and void emperors of the evil god tribe were killed. The emperor's blood stained the sky. In the blink of an eye, dozens of great emperors from the evil god tribe were killed. The great emperors have won. Someone from Mount Yuan shouted when he saw the great emperor make a move. The great emperor has won. The roars became stronger and stronger, and the morale of the Yuan Mountain people increased greatly. As for the evil god race, their morale was greatly reduced. They saw the great emperor of the Yuan Mountain land making a move, but they didn't see the great emperor of the evil god race making a move. At this moment, they were all panicking. With the four great emperors taking action, the evil god race's great emperors were all killed one by one. With that, the great emperors of the Yuan Mountain were free and the battle became one-sided. Large numbers of the evil god race were killed. "Retreat, retreat!" Some of the evil god race members roared. "Retreat and hide." Countless members of the evil god race flew in all directions. Some flew out of Heavenly Emperor City, some flew directly into Heavenly Emperor City, and some even sank into the ground. "Kill! Don't let a single one off." The cultivators of the Yuan Mountain roared as they chased after the evil god race. The four great emperors killed a few more experts from the evil god tribe before stopping. In the previous battle, the four great emperors have been seriously injured and needed to recuperate. "Uncle Kong, are you guys all right?" Lu Ming was a little worried. "It's fine. I'm getting on in years. They'll be fine after a period of recuperation," Uncle Kong said. His eyes became cloudy again, and the aura around his body seemed to be very weak. "Lu Ming, we're going to recuperate. They'll leave the rest to you," Emperor Wu Xiang said. Then, the four great emperors left the place. As for Lu Ming, he sent a message to Huang Ling and the others. He found their location and met up with them to hunt down the evil god tribe members who had escaped. This pursuit continued for a few days. Countless members of the evil god race were killed, and their corpses covered the entire Heavenly Emperor City. However, There were still many members of the evil god race who had escaped into the wild mountains or various secret places to hide. One could imagine that if these evil god races weren't eliminated sooner or later, they would turn into forces like the evil spirit religion and the demon spirit religion, who would hunt down the strong and proud children of the primordial realm. A few days later, the great emperor sent out an order, summoning everyone to hunt down the evil god race in the Yuan mountain. There would be corresponding rewards. For a period of time, countless people formed teams and hunted around the Yuan mountain. They wiped out the evil god race, and many of them were caught and killed. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. On this day, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chun, and the rest were flying towards a wild mountain. Wei Xian, are you sure? Is it really in this direction? Desolate, Li looked at a young man with a puzzled expression. There shouldn't be any mistake. It's this direction, the young man said. The young man's name was Wei Xian. He was a member of the Dragon Alliance of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. 2 months ago, he had joined Lu Ming's team. Wei Xian had a strong tracking talent. He could track his enemies based on extremely weak smells and auras. In the past 2 months, they had already tracked down and killed a few batches of the evil god race. Most of it was due to Wei Xian's tracking technique. However, this time around, they had already been tracking for 3 days and still had not found the evil god tribe. It was no wonder that Huang Li would be suspicious. They continued to fly, and after a while, Wei Xian suddenly stopped. Why aren't you moving? Everyone was puzzled. What a strong smell of blood. Wei Xian frowned. The smell of blood? I don't smell it. Desolate's nose twitched, but he could not smell anything. I smell it. What a strong smell of blood. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and sniffed. Let's go. Lu Ming's face darkened. Wei Xian led the way and flew toward the place with the smell of blood. Not long after, they arrived at a town. But now, this town was lifeless and deathly silent. Everyone was dead. Blood dyed the earth red, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. In the town, corpses formed mountains and blood flowed like rivers. There were at least 1 million people in this town, and now all of them have been killed. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.